Systems nominal. We go for launch.
Roger, thank you.
This is Station C2, ready for launch.
Go for launch.
Space Force launch team, what's our mission status?
Colonel, the package is secure.
Thank you.
To our fellow service members, Space Force Gaming wishes you good luck in this year's Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. Now, if you think the trophy's still within reach, think again.
Roger, we
Bring up the feed.
Roger.
2,000 knock and closing.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Hello and welcome to the Code Bowl 3 presented by USAA. USAA is so proud to be a part of this great event, bringing some of the world's best Call of Duty streamers together to battle it out with servicemen and women across the UK and United States Armed Forces. Thank you so much to USAA for making the 2022 Code Bowl 3 possible. Now, making breakdowns possible, I have a pretty stacked desk out here. We've got our Call of Duty talent members. I mean, Nameless, Ali, it is an absolute honor to be up here with you. And of course, it is an honor to be watching all of these guys duke it out backstage, looking pretty damn good right now with their streamers as well and the trios. But Nameless, what an incredible event this is. The Call of Duty Endowment Bowl once again happening for the first time in person in 2 years, dude.
And this is Code Bowl 3 presented by USAA, and it's a great chance for them to demonstrate their support for our military. It's going to be awesome. I'm super excited to be here. We were doing the CDL action yesterday. Today we get to get into some Warzone. It's going to be epic.
It's going to be absolutely epic. Ali, so good to have you. You're looking fantastic as always. But hopefully, these guys are going to be looking pretty good out there. How are you feeling about all the action?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited. I hop into Warzone very not frequently myself, so I do get to love the chaos happen when I get the chance to.
Yes, me too, actually. I actually think I'm going to be learning a thing or two from these guys behind us as well to bring into my own game, especially after the patch has come out, Warzone 2.0 looking so good. But speaking of course, our military community and what they bring to the table, we have Blaze down at the stage, ready to talk to some of these guys and to intro you to all of the military branches that are going to be competing. Blaze, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. What's up, Raleigh? It's time to get this show started. How y'all doing today? Yeah, and what a special show it's gonna be. And I'm here to let you know, when it comes down to the military and their families, the USAA, that's what they are all about. That's what fuels them. And this is a special tournament because today we are celebrating 100 years of service, and this Code Bowl is gonna be a special one. Y'all ready to get the stage set? All right, it's time to bring out our first branch. Here comes the Royal Navy Esports. Coming out next, we have British Army Esports. We have Royal Air Force Esports coming out. U.S. Army Esports coming to the stage. Coming from the rear, Marine Corps Gaming. Up next, U.S. Navy Esports. Here comes Air Force Gaming. Flying even higher, here comes Space Force Gaming, your defending champions. And last but not least, give it up for Coast Guard Gaming. Now, everyone, please, as you're able, to rise and remain standing for our U.S. and UK national anthems, as long as our color guard.
Present. Oh.
Yeah. All right, folks. The Code Bowl starts now. Give our branches one more round of applause for me. Lottie, let's get this underway.
Thank you so much, Blaze. We certainly will get this underway. Absolutely incredible stuff. What an amazing opening ceremony for this event. Feeling pretty proud right now to be up here with you guys and to be watching this unfold before us as well. But let's get straight into the action because, my goodness me, we have so much to talk about, especially the format, folks, as well. And Nameless, we have quite a few teams here competing. Obviously, we're doing a mini royale, but talk us through exactly what we're going to be expecting in these lobbies.
Yeah, so we have 18 trios. They're going to drop 4 times. We have mini royale, so it's going to condense a lot faster, that circle. I believe they start on the 3rd circle. There are 2 trios per military branch, and these guys are going to get 1 point per kill. That multiplier kicks in for placing as well, so it does matter. If you place first, 2 times your points, 2nd through 10th, 1.5 points, and then obviously 11th through 18th, you get no multiplier. So placing in that top 10 is going to be very important, and at the very end of our 4 drops, Lottie, we'll tally it up. If you have the most, you win.
We certainly will indeed. And it looks pretty simple right now here, Ali, in terms of the placements especially. You obviously do want that first place, but is that going to also be at the expense of not getting as many kills? Are you playing it a little bit too safe? Yes, you get that double multiplier, but if you haven't got the kills to show for it, maybe 2 through 10 actually might have more kills. They end up getting more points.
You know, you're completely right. You have to play a bit more aggressive just because of the fact that first place is the only place you're going to get that 2-time multiplier, and you may camp your way to the top, but if you only have 2 kills, guess what? That's only 4 points. So I'm hoping to see these teams get fairly aggressive, especially because it's a mini royale and those circles are going to be a lot quicker.
They certainly are indeed. Ali, while I've got you, we have some epic teams up there and some teams out for blood, hoping to repeat what happened last time. Have you got a particular team you're keeping your eye on?
You have to say Space Force, right? Like, you have to say the team that's the defending champs. And can I just say, like, they're stacked across the board. You got Symphony and Huskers on your squad, some well-known Warzone tournament goers. And I got to talk about Elise Huskers for a moment here because in most recency bias, he placed 3rd at an Optic tournament, about 100K competitive duo. So he's obviously very comfortable when it comes to Warzone 2.0. Symphony, though, has been struggling a bit in some of these tournaments. So maybe his teammates along his side can whip him into shape. But I also have to say this, Space Force put that trophy in space. I'm pretty sure they're the only people that can get it back down, so I'm expecting them to two-peat it here.
Yeah, you know, these guys have so many Warzone championships across both of them. You know, this tournament very much is going to be how well that your creator can like lead your team and get you going. It's going to have to be a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
They're on 2 different teams, and I think Huskers is probably the better leader, and then Simp, you know, he's just cracked. Both these guys, mouse and keyboard players, they're going to be popping the big 2 pieces and 3 pieces. But for Husk, also, he does like to play by himself a lot of the times. And, you know, those squad games, he goes out rogue. But I think it'll be more team-oriented. So I'm excited to see what these guys bring to the table, trying to defend their championship.
Me too. I'm quite interested in the fact with Symphony, you know, we see him on his stream a lot, and he is just insane, right?
Yeah,
the guy can do absolutely everything. When it comes to the tournament, though, the fact that he hasn't been doing so well recently, you know, is that pressure? What do you think that is for Symphony? You know, he's just not in the comfort. But when it comes to, you know, the added pressure of being in a competitive environment for him, also the unfamiliarity of playing with players he doesn't know, you know, how's that going to maybe affect him, his leadership skills? What are you thinking there?
Yeah, he's just going to have to be on point, right? He's going to have to tell these guys like where the drop zones are going to be, what he wants to do, getting your loadouts. And also there was a patch that came in, meaning you're kind of going over the notes. You're going to have to be on point on some of the updates. But I have full faith in Symphony, and then also with Huskers on the other side of things, I think they'll be putting up some massive games.
All right, well, while I've got you, Nameless, are you on the same page as Ali? Have you got a different team you're thinking?
Listen, Ali, that was a great pick, but I'm going with the Marines this time around. That's my team to watch. You know, it's been a different team that has won the Cold Bowls each time. We had U.S. Army, then we had Space Force. It's time for the Marine Corps Gaming to show up, and they got some heavy hitters here. I'm looking at the guys, Pamaj and Swag. Pamaj, he's always popping kills with the sniper. Then when you talk about Swag, he's a fantastic leader. This is a guy who, you know, he entertains, he has fun, he has a huge following, but when it's tournament time, him and his teammates, he goes hard and he rallies the troops. So excited to see what he can do with his team.
And I can't see a better duo in the fact that it's Pamaj and the sniper in a hand. Obviously, it's a very hard thing to counter, right? Especially when you have to think quickly on your feet. And I also want to talk about the fact that Red Ninja Turtle is actually on this team. Desk, you all know what I'm on about. I can't think of a better team leader than Swag, who would see that and not lose composure and be like, that is incredible. I cannot wait.
So, Ali, why don't you tell the people what Red Ninja Turtle does?
So, Red Ninja Turtle actually holds his controller upside down and backwards. So, the buttons are facing out while the back of the controller is facing him, while it is also upside down. If you have not seen this, we will be showing it later on today in today's show, or you can go to Chris Puckett's Twitter, where he has also tweeted a video of such a thing. It's cracked. I have to be honest.
Also, you know, speaking about the other captain of the other squad, Pamaj, I've played a lot of Warzone with Pamaj, and, you know, we like to sit up here and talk about a sniper. He also can use other weapons. Like, this guy is disgusting. He does well in tournaments. He has great comms, and, you know, he's actually tried to play in some of the variant, like CDL stuff before, and, you know, some of those, you know, matches for wagers and things like that. So he has good communication experience, which is something that's important in a tournament like this, Lottie.
100%, and you're right. He certainly can use other weapons, and if he does get that larger backpack, being able to have 3 weapons, snipe in the back pocket, he's going to be running riot with his team. Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy, to say the least. I got to say, Red Ninja Turtle, that is wild to me. If anyone has ever played inverted on anything, then we all know that there is something going up there that we just cannot compete with.
Real life inverted. Real life inverted. Like, I can't take that serious. Like, I might play flipped, like L1, R1 on my controller. Like, that's as crazy as I get. But it is, he's not even holding it like that. Like, he's holding it with his pointer fingers on the joystick.
So we need a Red Ninja Turtle cam.
I need like a walkthrough how to do it. Like, I want to go home and do this now that I've seen it happen. I wonder if we give him like a scuff or something, if he'll use his thumbs for the back buttons for something.
We'll find out.
We'll have to find out.
We certainly will. We will chat with him later. I want to see the dexterity of this, the flexibilities. I want to know a little bit more about that for sure. I have many, many questions. But we need to talk a little bit more about Warzone. Obviously, we had a new patch come out, had some audio buffs that have happened as well, which is massive. And it is going to be important because that's recent.
Yeah.
Very recent.
So, like, the audio in multiplayer was obviously super loud, but it felt a little bit quiet in, you know, normal Warzone. And the patch, hopefully it's a little bit better. I haven't got my chance to play with that patch yet, but we know the buy stations got fixed. That was a concern coming in. We have buy stations. They doubled them, so they're going to be everywhere. So I think these guys are going to have a good time today.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. I think there's a lot of things that have come in to improve things for our Warzone players, and I'm just wondering if these guys are used to it yet. You know, it's going to be just a touch different coming in, though, but I think our you know, team kind of leaders, our streamers, are going to be very, very well aware of that and practiced on it already. They probably clocked in hours already.
Well, I'm excited to see, like, the meta that these guys bring into this tournament. I mean, obviously online right now it's heavy RPK, the dual pistols. I know some of the pistols got nerfed a little bit, especially the Kimbo's just insane running in. But I want to see what these guys, maybe they're bringing out some Rouse, some other LMGs. I anticipate it'll be heavy RPK once again in Vector.
Yeah, RPK 100% has been the kind of pro Warzone player go-to so far on launch for sure. I've heard the Chimera is pretty nasty as well. So I'm kind of thinking, like, are we going to be seeing a couple of our guys running this? Are we going to be seeing some Julies come out just because it's what they're used to? I know they have been nerfed, but I think there's a couple of other dual pistols that's still kind of working their way to be a little bit elite as well. What do you think, Ali?
I think this is one of those lobbies where we're going to see a lot of customization classes. I feel like this is going to be a lot of these players doing what they're most comfortable with and what they found most success with, because it is going to be sort of, there's going to be a lot of trash talk, but it's not necessarily going to be pro Warzone level where everybody's going to be using the same gun. I think we're going to see some personality for sure.
Well, also, like, you don't get your loadout that much in this Warzone versus the last one. For some of you guys who maybe, you know, haven't got your hands on this one too much in Warzone 2, in this one, like, it's harder to get your loadout. At the very end, like on the fourth circle, loadouts drop, but they're for the entire lobby, where you have to go to a stronghold and kill all the bots and get the loadout, and the strongholds are difficult. We were talking about this morning, like, killing those bots takes a while, and you get third-partied sometimes when you are fighting those bots. So it'll be interesting to see, like, the players who maybe just don't even go for it at all, just pick up the ground loot and try to rack up as many kills early as possible.
100%. Well, a team that I'm looking at right now, it's got to be the US Army. I'm interested to see what these guys are going to bring to the table. They got Almond out there, Ali.
Yeah.
Almond is an absolute seasoned Warzone player. That is huge. We also have Mert by a skirt as well. So this is going to be massive. And these guys have done well in the past as well. Obviously, we've got Space Force coming out in full force, excuse the pun. But maybe it's the time for the US Army to bring things back. And Ali, what do you make of this squad?
I think it's a good squad for sure. Almond is definitely one of those players when I would go on Twitch Rivals and be able to have the opportunity to watch over them. Almond was definitely one of those cracked out players where he could do everything by himself. Whenever it was down to just him left in his squad, whether it was a duo, trios, he was the guy that was still alive and making the plays for his teammates. So I feel like when it comes to the US Army Esports, he will be a great leader moving forward, especially if their mid-game and any panic starts to arise. He will be the one that clutches up and brings everybody back down to earth.
Yeah, then also they got Merc by a skirt on the other team, one of our female queens here in Warzone. She's killing the game, and you know, I'm excited to see what she can bring over to US Army Esports with some of the competitors on this team very experienced. Like, they won the first Cold Bowl. I was there. They had Courage on their team, and you know, they got some really good captains now once again coming into this Cold Bowl, so should be a lot of fun.
They certainly should be pretty good out there, to say the least. The fact that they have had a taste of winning already, hopefully that has whet their appetite for this time around, especially being back in person for the first time in 2 years, folks. And I've said it so many times, but I'm very excited to be here in person with you guys as well. But yeah, US Army Esports, hopefully they are going to be turning up. Now, we talked about leadership a little bit here, and it's kind of been our go-to, our key point, because you know, we do have unfamiliar territory coming through for a lot of our players. You know, all of our branches are having to play with a streamer they've never played with before, and the streamers having to step up as leaders. Are we going to see a big difference between streamers in comparison to the leadership skills on the show?
Well, yeah, it's very important. You know, we have some of these competitors, Ali, as you know, that are you know, former, you know, playing in competitive level, playing variant, things like that, where you're going to have better communication skills. But you know, you alluded to it earlier, communication skills and amateur players. Well, this is our military branches.
Yeah, this is our military branches. I think if anybody's going to have good comms, it's going to be the people on stage right now, even better than the ones we're going to have on the stage adjacent to them later on today. So I don't think comms are necessarily going to be an issue. I think they will get all the important information across that they need to. But I think it will also be about what language they are using, because you talk about call-outs and things, and you got to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Absolutely. Well, talking about important information, we actually sat down with some of our Call of Duty pros to get some tips and tricks into what these guys need to bring into their Warzone game today to try and take this damn thing by the end of the day. And Looney is up first.
Hey, Cold Bowl teams, Looney, coach of the Minnesota Rocker, trying to give you some tips. I think one of the major things would be your audio cues. Hearing footsteps is a huge advantage. So if someone's stomping around, you're going to be able to hear them and prepare yourself for that engagement. Be on the lookout for that. Another tip that I wanted to give you guys is comms. As you're going to be playing with other people, having to communicate each other, relaying information back and forth. A big tip I would say is just make sure you don't make those comms frantic, and just keep them calm, concise, just so your players can also, you know, focus on their own game and just feed off of each other, relay information to each other to make the game easier for y'all, and that will help you guys get that W. If you're out there trying to improve your skills, I think 2 major steps is 1, make sure you're comfortable with your sensitivity. A lot of people sometimes play on too much of a high sensitivity, and this is why they can't control their shot. Another thing is just where you're placing your crosshair. Always try to put your crosshair towards chest level of where you think an opponent can come from. You know, just after that, just L trigger and try to control the recoil. So again, shooting bots is a big help, and just getting used to the weapon recoils and your sensitivity. I think that plays a huge part. And again, like I stated before, it's just your crosshair placement. If you're always ready for a fight, it'll obviously improve your chance in winning that fight.
Some pretty solid tips there from Looney. I've got to say, he's definitely on point with pretty much every single one of those. If you bring all of that into your game, surely you're going to have a pretty easy ride out there. But it is easier said than done. I've got to say as well, weapon tuning is going to be a huge part of Warzone. I've seen so many videos on YouTube, on all of our streaming platforms about weapon tuning, how to make all of these weapons the best they possibly can be for you and for in-game as well. So I'm excited to see, what these guys have on, what they're running with, how dangerous are they going to be with certain things in their hands?
Yeah, I tried to play around with the tuning and stuff. I figured out some of the weapons. I mainly just take TP's document, who's also in this tournament. He has this massive document where it has all the weapon tunings. If you go to Twitch chat, he has there. Shout out Teep. But also, I think, Looney gave some really good tips. I think another big tip is just kind of seize the moment, have fun. This is all about having fun, showing support for the Call of Duty endowment, and, don't get out there and get too frantic.
Yeah,
it is a competition at the end of the day, but have fun.
Definitely have fun. And the preparation going into it as well. I'm definitely interested to see what work has been paid off. Maybe get to talk to some of our military players later on and being like, what was your preparation like heading into this? Did you shoot bots and go into a lobby? Did you work on your sound settings before? Because there's a lot of things that you need to do in settings before you even drop into the game. So I'm hoping all of our team captains have gone through everybody's settings and make sure they had the top-notch ones put on.
You know what? You make a huge point there, because I think it's very different from just casually dropping into a Warzone lobby and playing your game the way you want to play it casually, and practicing dropping into a lobby and practicing for a kill race. It's actually really, really difficult and very different. So I think I want to see that as well, and when we get to speak to some of them, hopefully with Blaze earlier on, and catch up, see what they have been putting into kind of practice and see if they implement that today. But we actually saw Looney on our screens, Minnesota Rocker coach, a phenomenal one at that. And so far this season have been doing pretty good, opening things up with a 3-for-1 coming into this major today. How you feel that Rocker have actually performed since you've seen them last?
Yeah, I think he's a great coach. As you've seen in some of those tips, I think they'll continue to do really well. It's been awesome being here. We have so much Call of Duty action. Yesterday, CDO, we had 20-some matches. The Challengers was going on. Now today we have Cold Bowl, and in a couple hours we'll be going right back into more CDO action.
These two are doing double time up.
No, but it's so fun. I love this, and we haven't been able to play Warzone in a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm itching to watch these guys drop in, see where they land. And Mini Royale also just came out, right? So we haven't been able to try Mini Royale. It's a lot faster. It's a lot different. And, these guys they've been traveling. They haven't got too much Mini Royale practice in either. So we'll see who warms up faster and starts to take control of these lobbies.
We certainly will indeed. And I've got to say, it's been absolutely amazing so far, just seeing everybody together, congregating in one room once again, competing for something that is honestly absolutely massive, because there isn't money on the line today for these guys. It's pride. This is what it's about. They are literally going to be trying so hard for that trophy that you see on the main stage there. And this is what it's all about for them. It's the pride, it's the accolades as well.
Yeah, Allie, what's hilarious is how disciplined they are. They were all on time, all ready, all setting up. Now I'm hold on, the CDL pros can learn a thing or two from the guys there on stage. But also there's some other teams to look out for, some of our creators. I got this document up here. TP's on US Navy. That's going to be a pretty solid squad. Espresso on the other side of things. We talked about Space Force, but also the Coast Guard team. That team has Joe Woe. Joe Woe has been lighting it up in some of these matches. I've been watching him. He's a really fun stream to check out.
I saw on Twitter earlier, Courage is ready to go.
He said he's going demon time.
I don't know about that. Listen.
What's up? You got something?
No, I got nothing to say. I got nothing to take off my chest. I hope I learned something today. I hope he teaches me.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got incredible military branches, incredible streamers, but we've had plenty of these activations happening, and one of those was the 2022 Combat Cup. Let's check out what went down.
On November 10th, the Combat Cup returned for its fourth and final time in 2022. This edition of the series was focused on bringing together all of the forces for Veterans Day and ultimately crown a champion. We had the chance to sit down with Taj and Colors and hear a bit more about what the Combat Cup win meant to them.
You know, it's just a great opportunity for military members to even get a chance to play with these pros. But it meant a lot to me. I've been telling my command about it, my unit, like, hey, look, you know, I'm a two-time winner. You guys got to respect me more now, you know?
It means everything to me. It means everything to play in these events, get invited to these events, and be able to play with, especially like veterans. It's like something new, get to play with new people, teach them the things, teach them the ropes, and it's just a lot of fun. I always enjoy it.
A major thanks to USAA for creating opportunities like the Combat Cup for the military community. And shout out not only to Taj and Colors, but all of our military service members and influencers who competed in the Combat Cup series in 2022.
Well, fantastic stuff there, of course, from the Combat Cup. And massive congratulations to Taj and Colors, and especially Taj, for the double win, which is absolutely incredible stuff. And talking about double wins, though, folks, this is where your ears need to perk up, because, my goodness me, double wins, chat. These tournaments, of course, they're about the players and the vets, but we couldn't leave you guys out at home as well. So hi, viewers. Thanks for tuning into C.O.D.E Bowl 3 presented by USAA. And as a thank you for joining us on this broadcast, please scan the QR code on screen and redeem the following to your Activision account, which will grant players 30 minutes of double XP in Call of Duty in partnerships with the USAA. Now earn 30 minutes of double XP in Call of Duty in partnership with the USAA by scanning the QR code on screen and redeeming your Activision account. We will be giving out 4 30-minute double XP codes during the course of our live broadcast each hour. Please see the official rules and disclaimers for this promotional code at redemption address tied to the link, and be sure to sign in and secure the code for your account. We'll have many more of these code drops during the live broadcast, so stay tuned. This will actually be the caster calling out how many code drops are left. So during the first drop, they'll state that they're dropping 3 more left for the broadcast, etc. Limited to 1,675,000 redemption codes total per redemption site. So make sure you guys are checking out all of those QR codes that will be popping up throughout the broadcast as well to get your double XP. It's going to be absolutely incredible. So yeah, we're giving back to you.
Over 1 million!
Over 1 mil.
Yo, you better scan that code. Double XP is hard to come by, to be honest.
It really
takes
is.
a while to rank up your guns. Also, in Warzone Alley, it's way faster ranking up your guns when you do some of the, when you do the security
intel. You want me to drop
intel.
Warzone so bad?
No, I do. You gotta get onto Warzone. It's so fun, and your guns rank up way faster, especially with double XP.
I'll tell you what, I've actually just been told that Blaze is over here on the main stage right now with actually some of my friends from across the pond, the Royal Air Force from Britain. Blaze, who have you got over there?
Yeah, so, we got a bunch of the players here from the Royal Air Force, but I'm going to come up here and I'm going to talk to Maddie, Spart, and Icy over here. My guys, how y'all doing today? What was the trip like to make it to Raleigh, North Carolina?
It was a little shaky, a bit of turbulence on the way down, but overall it's a long day, but, you got to come out for these things, haven't you?
Yeah, you definitely got to come out and perform. Now, Icy, okay, it was a long trip, but is there any branch in here you're looking forward to play or get into a team fight up against?
Yeah, definitely the Space Force. We're definitely going to provide the smoke for them today, and we're definitely taking that trophy home.
Yo, Royal Air Force says, you know what? Space Force got it before and sent it into space. But we're going to come up there, fly, and we're going to take it back down. But that's not all that we have here from the Royal Air Force. Let's move on over and talk to the other members on the other side of the stage here. See what they're all about as they're locked in, getting warmed up, okay? All right. Yo, Calzuni. Calzuni's locked in, everybody. Calzuni, how you doing here? Coming across the pond. What was the trip like for you? Who are you excited to play?
Oh, it was a nice trip to get along, like about 9 hours flight for us. So yeah, I'm just really excited to play. It's like once in a lifetime opportunity that you're gonna get for everyone. So yeah, just let's get it, Air Force. Come on, boys, let's get it. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I want to say one more thing.
Oh, what's up?
Howie, man.
Howie, man. Unknown. Let me come over here and get some words from you, man, okay? Who are you excited to play up against? Because I know you probably want to get this trophy back from the Space Force.
100%. They've got some nice influencers. Huskers and Symphony, we're coming for you.
Ooh, they said they ain't even worried about the branches. They want the influencers, okay? They're looking for Husker, Symphony, and maybe Swag down there, okay? Because he is in the building. Now, I'm going to go over here and find some of my other branches real quick, okay? And catch up with them. But, Lottie, I'm going to get back to you here soon.
Thank you so much, Blaze. There's some fight talk out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say some spicy words over there.
I know. They've got their eyes. They haven't got their eyes locked on the branches, apparently. They've got their eyes locked on the streamers.
I don't think they're gonna be able to get that Space Force trophy, Allie. There's no way.
I just want to know why they're so upset with the Huskers and Symphony. I mean, I guess because they are part of Space Force, so I guess maybe that was just like indirectly as a whole. We want to go at them, but that was a direct shot. That was some fighting words.
It was that 100% with some fighting words, and I think when you get your reticle over them and you see the name pop up, you're gonna be like, yeah, okay, that's exactly who I'm going for. Here we go. Let's whip out the sniper. Yeah, no, it's going to be absolutely amazing out there. Competition is definitely flowing and it's definitely high right now. But I want to talk a little bit more about Warzone, what we can expect. Of course, the brand new Warzone 2.0 has dropped, and quite recently so as well. So actually, a lot of our streamers, a lot of our players across the world are still learning a thing or two. You're still going to be seeing things that you probably haven't seen before. What is your direct comparison from the first time Warzone ever dropped to the 2.0 that's come out now?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Warzone's been great. I love Verdansk. I think this is my favorite iteration of the map that we've had. I love how, me and Maven were talking about it in the back, you don't have to go through downtown to get through certain areas, although downtown is great, Al Mazrah City. It's just set up a bit better. And then also, with the strongholds, you can get your loot. You can go there, you can do that. Or you can just grab ground loot. We were talking about weapons and stuff earlier.
Yeah.
The ground loot is way better in Warzone 2 than it has been in past Warzone titles. So that's a bit different as well. And then the vehicles. We got the Hummer in this game. Yes. That vehicle is absolutely insane. Some of the other vehicles you use, you have to refill them, Allie. So it's going to be a good time seeing these guys adapt to this Warzone.
Yeah, it's going to have to be adaptive 100%. There has been a couple things that have come in with the patch as well, and one thing that I think is going to be huge is the audio cue, the fact that you can hear somebody getting revived, which is massive.
Yeah, that's
you're going to know when things are going down around you, and maybe be able to push it in time. They're not going to have plates in at that point, so maybe you do want to push that. There's going to be situations where hopefully some of our kind of seasoned streamers will be able to read them a little bit better, and kind of be like, let's go, let's push them.
From what I've seen, it would be a very lucky chance to have the opportunity to revive somebody. I know a lot of our streamers at least always have a throwing knife on hand to finish that kill and not even give the opportunity. But maybe if there's some very large fights, like a third party to a couple, from the right and left flanks, then maybe those audio cues will certainly come in handy. I will say there's nothing more impressive to me than I think people who play Warzone competitively and this is their game of choice. Me personally, when I drop into a Warzone lobby, I am freaked out. I am anxious. I don't know what is going on. Things are chaotic. The circles are chaotic. Being able to be a player that succeeds in such a high pressure vicinity, I will always find that to be so incredible. So I tip my hat as well to the military players on stage right now that are going to find success when these drops happen.
Yeah, there's also a lot of new stuff in this game too. Talking about reviving, there's a revive gun now as well. So I could be across the map. It looks like a deagle. You pull it out and you just shoot your teammate.
Wait,
and
that's
them.
crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then we also got backpacks. I feel like the best item. I feel so good when I grab a large backpack.
Yes.
You can just carry so many things. You can have infinite plates, which is one thing I was always so annoyed about in the last Warzone. I'm like, I'm out of plates. I need plates. Drop for me. Now you always have plates, so these guys will be ready to go.
It was genuinely the #1 comms, wasn't it? Warzone 1. I've run out of plates. That was it. Drop me plates, 100%. But I tell you what, I've got some good news for you folks at home, and of course in the event itself as well. But Warzone 2.0 is 20% off currently right now. So if you guys haven't checked out Warzone 2.0 and you want a chance to drop into a lobby, it's 20% off. So check this out. There you go, your chance to collect Modern Warfare 2 right now, 20% off. If you guys were saving up for Christmas presents and you bought them all in time right now, this is your chance to take that remaining savings and spend it on Modern Warfare 2.
Have you guys gotten all your Christmas presents?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Dude, I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, wait, Christmas is in 9 days. I was like, Amazon gift cards for everybody. I was like, I don't know what to do, I'm traveling. It's crazy.
I'll tell you what, this is an early Christmas gift for one of these branches up here, because that trophy is the only thing that these guys right here want for Christmas, I can tell you that much. It's going to mean a lot to them, of course, if they do manage to pull this out and pull through with their streamers as well. We have a little bit more time to kill here, folks. We are trying to get things set and ready for all of our streamers and players to get set up and ready and comfortable as well. But while we are waiting, let's just talk a little bit more about it. We have so much to cover on the game as well. We have tons of action to look forward to as well. A couple of things that I have noticed so far about Warzone 2.0 is a couple of different kind of cues that are coming through, not audio, actual visual cues. In terms of the mini-map, you don't see red dots anymore. However, you can actually use your compass. that to me is going to be fascinating as well. Being able to actually have a look at the compass and use that to know where enemies are firing and pinpoint them exactly where they are, that's going to be huge. So being able to get cued in on that and know exactly where enemies are is going to be huge, especially for a kill race.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to be huge. You're going to have to be on point with that. I actually haven't used it too much. I just try to get as many UAVs as possible, but that's also different. You can't just spam by UAVs at buy stations. They go away. You have to find a new buy station per circle, which definitely adds like a different element to it. I wish I could just spam by UAVs, but also I know some people who like to play a little bit slower in camp. They're probably happy about that one.
Yeah, it definitely are. Ali, any other kind of tips and things to look out for some of our viewers at home that might be new to the game?
This might be person-specific to Pomage, but I know a while ago I was scrolling my feed and I saw a video of somebody using a sniper in Warzone, and their teammate would call out about how many meters away somebody was, and they would angle the sniper on the scope perfectly to that distance to get the shot so that it would angle properly to kill them. And I'm like, that is so elite, and like the talent that takes. So I wonder if our Pomage, our most noted sniper, maybe Swag on the stage, has maybe something like that up their sleeve. I would love to see some mass get put into some Warzone 2.0, but other than that,
we'll have to wait and see for sure. We've actually got Blaze right now, who is on stage, set to talk to Space Force, I believe. Blaze, what have they got to say for themselves? Are they taking this one back home?
We're about to find out right now, okay, because they're defending champions, and we know one thing, all these men on the stage got nothing but confidence, and they want to defend their trophy. Look at Space Force, get up right now. How y'all doing over here? Defending champions. Now tell me, how do you plan on keeping this trophy in space? If not, add another one.
They've been working really, really hard and teaming a lot. We had Symphony and Huskers last year, so the chemistry is already there. There are really good attitudes, really good players. So we're just going to ride that wave, stay on top, and then send it even farther into orbit.
Now, what made y'all even want to send the trophy to space anywhere? What kind of statement did y'all want to make?
Man, you put me on the spot.
I did, right? Because, you guys wanted to put the trophy far away for anyone else to touch that one out there.
100%, man. We're here to just show up, play, win the whole thing, take it home again so nobody else gets a chance.
All right, now I have to ask you, is there any branch y'all worried about out here? Anyone at all?
Nah, Army got lost on the way to college, so we're just going to school them up real quick.
Woo, y'all got lost over there, Army. Space Force won't y'all, but we're going to catch up with the Army a second because I don't know if they're going to let that one slide, all right? Lottie, I'm going to get this one settled, okay? We're going to go get everyone else.
All right, Blaze is on the hunt right now. He's really working them out there.
Yeah.
He's creating that electric competitive environment, and I am here for it, and I respect it. I love that. I love the fact that his jumper also matches all of the branding too. So Blaze, you're just on point, mate. Just absolutely on point. Tell you what, though, we do have two pretty on-point casters lined up for us as well. So I'm really excited to have a little chat with these guys as well while we are waiting for a lobby to get in. But Maven,
so
Reflections.
Handsome. Look at him.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Des, hey, thank you for the pre-show. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Maven.
Hi.
That's so handsome. Which one were they talking about?
I think both of you guys are just beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a big dome there.
I don't think me, no. But no, this is going to be great, man. You already heard it there. What do you say? Army lost on the way to college.
that frustrates me to my core. So a lot of people don't know this. I've been casting a long time, but I don't flaunt the fact that I was military. But I was military and I was Army, so already.
So you were lost too. Got it.
So now you're on my bad side too. Space Force, you got to watch out now because I'm casting and I can be pretty biased sometimes on the desk. I don't know about you, but I'm probably going to.
No, this is going to be great. I mean, I think that's what makes this so fun for me. I mean, I've obviously, when we cast the Pro League, there's a lot of trash talk, there's a lot of history, a lot of these guys have played together, and I mean, you're really familiar with this, like, just the bad blood and the good blood, the fun blood, whatever goes around, but like hearing it, like all the trash talk here, man, it's great.
It's a lot of blood is what I'm getting. Maybe 100%.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I turned into a vampire.
It got really dark.
It's all right, Maven. It's mature.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
The floral button-up isn't really reflecting the vibe I'm getting right now.
I don't know, but we got Reflections out there, so it probably is, to be fair.
I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I want to know, though, are you kind of rooting for anybody in particular? Is there a team that you really want to see change the script a little bit up here this year?
Listen, I guess my instincts are to think about some of the content creators just because, I used to commentate with Courage, Teep and Mason and Symphony I play with every single morning.
You're just FaceTiming them.
Yeah, I just FaceTimed Symphony a little bit ago. Yeehaw! But no, I think I'm rooting for Symphony because he's just he's like a lost child or like a lost puppy.
It's a great description.
And like I'm pulling for him in the squad to pull it together.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit worried about that though. Lost puppy, we need him to lead his trio.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna be doing much leading.
He's not gonna be leading. Yeah.
That looks like that's a great Tinder photo.
I really.
The man's taken.
It really is.
Yeah, wow.
Sorry, Brooke.
My bad,
we apologize.
You say lost, by the way, but the man is beaming people that he can't even see.
Oh, no. My favorite part of the intro clip was like, listen, if you don't know Symphony, he really likes to bait people in with the whole cheating thing. So like he'll pre-fire stuff. He'll try to shoot through walls all the time. I love that his intro clip was just one of his sus clips.
So annoying.
It's so annoying.
Keep the people guessing.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's probably one of the biggest compliments as any kind of competitive gamer that you could possibly get. The fact that it looks like you're cheating, you're that good.
He's
that
very,
snappy.
very, very good. As much as I will rag on him and give him crap because he's like basically my son at this point, it feels like he's very talented.
I'll tell you what, well, I'm glad that your son missed out on the genes with the hair, because he has a good head of hair.
But it is easier to play on mouse and key. I mean, we gotta let that be known.
Yeah, very
All
true.
right, now we're really trolling. All
Easier
right.
to play mouse and keyboard?
It's definitely
All right.
easier.
So talk to me about a bit of the difference there in terms of mouse and keyboard
Clint
versus
switched.
controller.
That's why it was.
Oh,
so
hold on
easy.
a second. So there is a little something to this then, Mathan.
Yeah, I tried to play mouse and key, and it's way harder. So I switched back to controller, so it aims for me.
I'm just joking. It is difficult, but also.
But I don't play my controller upside down, inverted, vertical, flip like
first and
Raphael does.
foremost, when I heard that, I specifically asked in a green room, I said, who does that? Is it a Marine? And they were like, it's a Marine. And I was like, go figure. He doesn't know how to hold a controller. So I was like, that was. Hey, look, if we're going to talk crap about the Army, right, I want to come out here too. No. I'm just going to have fun with it.
Security over by the casting
But make no
area.
mistake. Now, listen, though, I wouldn't.
I hope we just see Reflection get speared, bro.
That's the thing. Look, I'm saying that up here, away from the Marines. When I'm face to face with the Marines, listen, I'm not saying that.
Nothing but respect.
Yeah, I got to say, Reflections, I'm quite worried about your safety right now. Some of these
I got
guys
Maven
are
here.
massive on this stage.
Listen, I'm big, but I'm not strong. It's just mostly fat under here. So I don't know what I'm going to do for you. If anyone wants to take me through some workout routines and stuff, I'm game.
They got you.
Yeah.
Love it, love
Perfect
it.
people back there to do it.
So Maven, did you get to play any of the mini Royale yet? Before?
No, I just played the regular map, and that's what I was excited that we had that because with 54 people, I was thinking at first if we're on the large map, like there's just gonna be a lot of like prep that's gonna go into it. But with the mini Royale, I think there's always been an issue with Warzone when it comes to like mid game, I feel like, and just the pace of it, like you just feel like stuck in the mud sometimes. You're trying to find the action, but the end game is where it is a blast. I mean, there's nothing like a Warzone end game. It's incredible. I don't care what part of the game, like lifetime it has been at. Like it's always so fun. There's no feeling like it. I don't care if you've won 2 games or 1,000. The end game is godlike. So you're gonna get there quicker, and I think that's fun.
Yeah, right away. Well, I'm excited for it. I really am. And I really hope the prep that they did beforehand is going to pay off. It is a little bit different, but everybody knows in-game, so I think they're going to be just fine. Plus, with the update, they did double the buy stations, which actually I'm a huge fan of. I think the more opportunity to get out there and buy what you need is huge and critical. Finding money isn't, I don't know, what do you think? Is it too hard?
It can be. I mean, I guess you kind of get good at knowing.
But it's intuitive.
Like, gas stations and stuff, like where you're going to find cash registers and stuff, you'll get money. I mean, I'm always kind of pro like more cash, but part of me kind of likes the balance that you've got a little bit right now. And I think we're a couple minutes now from people getting into the lobby, so bear with us here. But I guess I do kind of like that you're not always fighting loadout versus loadout. Like, I guess I almost wish they went the whole way one way or another. Either like have loadout you always have, or like don't. Like just do floor loot. Because I think a lot of the fights are kind of more fun when you have ground loot. Like when both teams do.
I agree.
It's fun.
Well, floor loot's not bad either. Like
no, it's pretty solid. Yeah.
It's pretty solid. One thing that I do like about it, at least in its current state of Warzone 2, is the fact that you really do have to be intuitive in the way that you play it. Of course, you know that you can hit up a gas station and get your money. Floor loot is going to be.
Don't get me started on realism here.
Well, so I was playing with Dream Crazy, one of my good friends out there, and she was going to point the laser pointer through the window, and she had to break the window in order to get the laser pointer through the window. It works in real life, but I guess it works in Warzone too. It kind of blew me away in terms of.
Oh no, I blew myself away with the streak doing that. Yes, so I've been there as well. But I do believe we've got Blaze on stage. Interview here before we hop into the first drop. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Yeah, I do, Clint, okay? See, Space Force even got reflections off his rocker, all right? So I said, let me come over here and talk to his peoples, the U.S. Army. Now, I got Darker and Deja Vu over here. Now, Darker, Space Force said, you guys are going to be the most lost team on the map. Is that even a valid statement?
Come on now. Listen, man. They keep talking about the last combat. No, I mean, not the Combat Cup. The Cold Bowl on the Cold War. Oh, we beat them. We won. They was playing in public lobbies. Now they about to face darker pit, darker pit. Like, come on. Y'all haven't won no Combat Cups. It's all been the Army. And, like, come on. Coast Guard got y'all beat. Like, come on now. We about to beat them. Like, come on.
And Coast Guard sitting next to him, and they just gave him a side eye, like, yeah, you right. We do got him beat here. All right, well, it's getting intense up here, because Army, they just set the record straight, okay? And I feel like it's one more person I even want to talk to. Like, even if we come down here, Air Force, okay? I'm looking at you, okay? Space Force, they're like your little brothers in a little way, okay? What you guys plan on taking this trophy?
We're not letting the Space Force have it, and we're not letting the Army have it. We're taking this to the skies.
Ooh, they say they ain't gonna let them have it whatsoever. Well, you know what, folks? I think it's about time to get this one started. So that's gonna do it for me up on the stage. Casters, take it away. Let's get the Cold Bowl going.
Let's get it going, Blaze. I'm excited. Crowd, are we excited to get it going? Hey, we got the best out there. I'm excited. We got Maven 2 Cassidy. You're going to be bringing in that knowledge with that big dome of yours, baby.
I'm going to try to. I mean, it's a little bit different. You know, usually I'm casting the Pro League like.
That's right. You're doing it yesterday. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's my expert, right, when it comes to everything. But here, and I'm really using my hands a lot today. But here with this, I mean, I played a ton of Warzone.
Yeah.
I mean, just with the guys, and we've dropped 3-4 nukes in a row. Like, we're vibing.
You dropped 3-4 nukes.
Yeah.
Who are you playing with?
Well, yeah, I played with Teep Merc and Crowder.
So they dropped the nukes.
Yes.
Okay, you paid for it.
I carried the medals or whatever, the elements, basically. But, I mean, yeah. I'm playing with, like, basically 3 former Call of Duty World Champions when I play Warzone.
There you go. Well, Teep's actually playing today, which I know you're excited about.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun to see Teep. I'm definitely going to roast him a little bit. He does anything stupid. We'll have some fun with that. But, I mean, this is about the armed forces and what they're going to bring. But the content creators are certainly add a fun element to this.
That's right. You know, I've had a blast, seriously, hanging out with all of the military branches. One thing that I do appreciate about being, previous military is the fact that anytime that I meet up with them, go hang out with them, there's never an awkward moment, right? Well, there's, but hey, there's never an awkward moment when I first meet them anyways. They welcome me in and we all have a good time because we all relate to each other on a good level. That's why I love this series specifically. It's been going on for a long time. You've been a part of the broadcast, at least, for the endowment. Since the start.
I did 1 and 2. It was really cool to see it launch, and I think what's contagious about this is the enthusiasm of the players. It's cool. I mean, even just like some of them with meeting me, like I was like caught off guard. They're like, "Hey, Maven, what's up?" I'm like, "Yo," and they're just so friendly. Got to chat with a lot of them over the past 5 years or whatever since this got going. But as far as who's going to take it, I've got no idea. I think I'll have a better idea maybe after the first.
Who was your guest though?
See some reps.
Who's your favorite?
I mean, when I just think back to it, is the Space Force the team with Husk and Sim?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, and they played with them last year and won.
Yes.
So like they mentioned that chemistry.
That's a deadly duo. Yeah. So I feel like Space Force would probably be my pick. I'm gonna also throw a nod out to Courage JD because he said he's gonna be in demon mode today. And Courage, I don't know if that's gameplay or maybe the way he's moving. He's like a wave.
Like a wave. That was you pre-show before we turned on the camera.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've been dancing a lot today, using my hands a lot. I'm just excited, man. I got this. We got it's gonna be a fun 12-hour day at COD. We have the CDL matches following this.
We had COD Mobile yesterday.
Yeah, this has actually been really cool for us as a whole. I guess if we're gonna talk briefly as they get ready to drop, just about the whole event. Like this brings me back to sort of like your MLG Pro Circuit days where you'd have like, League, StarCraft, COD, Halo, whatever it was. Like just having this like COD everything, right? Like this like metaverse of COD Mobile. They had like the mobile championship. You have COD Mobile Verdansk over there. You've got the COBOL going down, Challengers tournament going down, the CDL championship bracket size. Like this is... It's fun, man. It's very cool.
I was going to say COD Overload. I don't think there's ever an overload of COD.
No,
I think we all love it. And if you haven't been to an event, like, please come out to one. Like, they're absolutely incredible. The energy's insane. And it's only going to pick up, right? Because today's only Friday, right? We still got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? So, like, tons of matches still to go down without question. So you're going Space Force. And makes sense because you're going, Husker Symphony. Plus, of course,
they just won and, like...
They launched a trophy into space.
Listen, I love, like, Pomage and Swag.
Yeah.
And like people like that, but you're not Huskers in Sim. Okay, it's as simple as that.
Yeah. And the question,
I'm trying to throw shade, but you're not those two.
I think the question was asked, why did you put the trophy in space? My answer would have been because we can. Because we're Space Force. Army's not doing it, even though I love Army, right? So we're doing other
I wanted to be
things,
an astronaut as a kid. You didn't know that about me. I wanted to be an astronaut and a storm chaser, dude. I want to chase tornadoes around.
I took you seriously up until you said storm. Oh, storm chaser, tornado.
Chaser. Yes.
I'm over. Okay. I'm out here thinking Star Wars. Okay, so storm chaser.
Oh, you're thinking like stormtrooper.
I'm thinking
like,
stormtrooper.
So you thought I actually wanted to be like a Star Wars film. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, no, that would be. That's what I was saying. So there was a big dichotomy there. I'm glad you didn't do storm chasing. I don't know what you would do.
No, I'd probably be dead.
Yeah, just straight up. If you're just tracing a tornado.
Yep, it'd be like
doing
Twister,
a weird
away.
dance in front of it. The weird Maven Twister dance.
Flying across the land. No, I just went to see I was thinking about it because I went to visit my parents right before this as we got here, and there was a tornado that came through. They spent 3 days just showing me the damage all over the place.
Did they?
That's what parents love to do, yeah.
My sister was just sending me pictures of all the snow they got over.
Yeah, it's like the first thing family defaults
It's
to.
like, yeah.
Here's the weather.
How's the weather? Well, we're getting older, too, so
yeah.
the default conversation. Joe, how's the weather over there?
Yeah, 100%.
It's 100% go rate. Everybody knows how to talk.
Well, we know the weather here in Al Mazrah. Sunny, slight 25 mile an hour wind. East by east, southwest, east.
Storm rolling in.
Yes, the storm is Space Force.
Oh, is that the storm?
Yes.
TP, U.S. Navy. Curious to see how they're going to do on land, but I'm excited to see them. They're going to be great.
Well,
they are.
I do think Teep with that, like, okay, you know how I said, like, Mason, I don't see him, like, being a leader, like, exactly.
That's right.
Like, Teep I do. I mean, I play with that guy every day. If there is someone that is going to sort of take over the comms, this is what we're doing, this is where we're going. Teep is a guy that should be doing it. But I've just heard we are on the loading stream. We're getting to matches shortly. Everybody watching in attendance, thank you for your patience. Hopefully you're having fun hanging out with us. We're getting ready to rock and roll. It's time to get nasty as we get into the VR map and see who's going to be having some bragging rights, talking a little trash. Let's have some fun.
Let's go, Raleigh. Let's get hyped for C.O.D.E. Bowl 3. It's about to go down. Drop number 1. We're playing Mini Royale, so it's going to be all the meat and potatoes that you love to eat. There should be no downtime, but we'll have a little bit of downtime here. I do think we actually had a lobby crash.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're used to this.
We got
it happens.
A lobby restart. Reflection just wanted to get you really excited and bring it right back down there.
I got to stop doing that because it seems like every time I do that, something bad happens.
It happens.
The caster curse is real, including for production. That's okay. I'll do it one more time.
Well, listen, sometimes we have, like, we got the whitelisted lobbies, everybody getting in. The game just came out. They just added Mini Rally. Stuff happens.
Literally a day ago, which is going to be interesting. But yeah, so we talked about Space Force.
Worst case, this rolls all the way into my CDL match. I'm like, sorry guys, I'm not on the first one.
There you go. Now you get to do Warzone. You're bread and butter. At least at this, pretty much exclusively what you play at this point. Of course, you play MW2 as well, but Warzone is kind of your thing.
I haven't played a whole lot of MW2. I'll be honest with you. I've played a lot of Warzone now.
Who is the favorite person that you like to play with? Because you play with a lot.
Joe DeLuca, Mark, my co-commentator.
Okay. Who's second best?
He's my backbone. My second favorite to play with? Probably Symphony, because he's an idiot.
What's that?
He's an idiot. Symphony. Like, he's my favorite.
Okay.
Because the stuff he'll say, it just makes me laugh. He's literally like
why are you doing this to Symphony?
Listen, I love him. He's like my son, the heart of gold, but he's just like an 8-year-old. You don't understand. If you pick a country and tell him to point out on a map, can't do it. If you ask him about some sort of food, he won't know if it's a vegetable or a fruit.
Oh, Lord.
He is just, he's special. He's Symphony.
Okay, well, that's fine. At least he knows how to shoot in Warzone, so he's going to be in good company.
Great gamer, but everything else, he's got stuff to learn.
I think we do got a tweet coming out from the British Army, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look at that and see what they got to say. The confidence. Can't wait for our little date this Friday. Got a good feeling about this one. May even take her home to meet Mom. I guess that's the trophy. It's a match, and there it is. It was a match on Tinder. And we talked about Symphony a little bit earlier, but they're matching with that trophy. That's actually one of the most creative tweets I think you could have put out there, right? Because everybody's like, we're ready to play. We're excited. That was perfect.
Well, hopefully this time we get loaded in. We'll get ready to do battle. And I mean, it's we got 4 drops. So
we do, 4 drops.
It's like one of those things, but it's only 4 drops, and the way the scoring works, it's not like you're dropping off your worst game. Like, typically in this type of thing, consistency is sort of what leads the way. You're making deep runs. I was kind of talking earlier about how in-game is spectacular and Warzone, right? It's so good. That is where you're going to get a lot of your kills. So for these teams, just try to avoid early deaths, try to make the late runs. You got a chance to do something special. Talk a little trash to everybody else involved, but
yeah, one of the things that was kind of you talked about consistency. Obviously, there was a game plan going into it. one of the thing about mini morale is you start in, like, I think zone 3, if I'm not mistaken, so you're already going to be blocking off a ton of POIs. So maybe a POI that you're used to landing at, so you're already going to have to just. Now, one thing about the military is good is they know how to adapt and overcome. So they're going to be able to do that quite well. They also handle themselves under pressure quite well. So that shouldn't be an issue for them. But yeah, you're going to have to choose potentially a new POI. Also, too, if you're a slow, methodical team, you know, you're used to, you know, filling things out, going a bit slower, especially in the beginning stages. You're not going to necessarily have that luxury.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where usually if you're on the bigger map, even though it's 150 people, like, you can sort of play whatever tempo you want, right? Like, you can take it a little bit slower, work on getting fully looted up, get whatever vehicles you want. But in this, man, with it being Mini Royale, like, you're probably going to have to get into engagements a little faster. Maybe some of these people want to.
Sprat representing the Royal Air Force. Here we go. It's time to get my snipe on. Plenty of opportunities to do so. Of course, snipe, if you do have the 3-plate, it isn't going to take you down right away, which I know that's caused, you know, quite a conversation. Honestly, I'm all for it, personally. And the reason why, because, I mean, hey, look, long distance, you get sniped, you get taken down, kind of ruins your chances of a regain.
There's nothing more frustrating than a death that you can do nothing about.
Nothing.
And especially with, listen, it's just not that hard to snipe. The movement's been reduced a bit, so it's not like you can, like, dance and wiggle.
You're starting to fight
much.
now on the timeline already.
I'm sure I am. I guess I kind of wish it was more of like a maybe helmet you purchased or a visual
People
thing.
have been saying a helmet, yeah.
Versus not knowing if somebody has or not. Reminds me of, like, for those that played Blackout back in the day, like, you had the trauma kit.
Right.
I didn't know if someone had trauma or not, so I wasn't sure if they were going to get knocked in the headshot. Whereas, like, you look at the tier 3 armor, I knew if they were. I knew how to play that situation. So I guess I wish it was like a visual thing more, but overall, yes. No, I think mid-range to long-range is really solid.
I think so. I think up close gets a little bit
Up close, I feel like I'm flipping a coin sometimes, yes.
Up close a bit dicey, especially if you're in a 1v2, right?
You just die sometimes. Like, you just drop, man. And whether it's like a bot or it's an actual player, close range, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You just get it's like you just get drop kicked. You're gone.
Dude, you're dead. Like combat knife, even though you're getting shot. Yeah, it's not a good thing. We do have Sean J competing this week, and it's going to be fun to watch him do his thing over there. Sean J, obviously one of our content creators coming through. Let's go. The Code for Bets Code Bowl 3, brought to you by USAA, is live. And by the way, ready to bring that trophy home with us.
I run into her a couple of times, and
how did it go?
Cried me a few times. Yeah. I was like, there was one time. Listen, I don't yell cheater too often.
Oh no.
Sometimes it sort of like feels like it, just like how fast you drop. This was back in like Warzone 1. I dropped. I'm like, this person might be full of it. I'm like, no, that's just Sean J. I got zapped. It was great shots. I got beamed.
Speaking of, love that Iceman was shouted out, by the way. Iceman, an incredible human being, good streamer, representing Air Force, which makes sense. He is Air Force himself, or at least a previous Air Force. So love that he is able to
go
through
a mustache,
and represent. I don't know if he still has that mustache or not.
Mustaches weird me out a little bit. I'll be honest with you.
Are you serious? Why?
I don't know. They make me feel.
There's some glorious ones up on stage.
I just want to tickle it or something. I feel like I need to. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it so? Then you're scaring.
Maybe
me,
it's me being. No, it's me being.
You would frighten me if I had a mustache.
Is that a little caterpillar? Is it going to move if I touch it? I don't know.
Okay, well, anyways, hopping off of that, I think we got about 18 seconds before we get into our game number 1. I'm debating how much I want to hype this up. Should I just go full blown? I think we're actually going to go for a break, so that's going to be all right. So we're going to go to a little break from.
You're about to do it again, too. You're about to hype people up.
I was about to. Production was like, don't do that. Let's take a little break and see if everything gets settled away.
Just a lobby issue. Hopefully we're ready to go, guys. Sorry. We're on like a private whitelisted lobby. Just trying to get everybody in. I'm not sure what the issue is, but as soon as we're good to go.
All right. Hey, well, too easy. We're going to get everything sorted for you, but make no mistake about it. Code Bowl 3 is going to be underway shortly. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Code Bowl, we'll get started.
Call of Duty Endowment. We're talking about changing the lives of veterans and their families forever. I truly think they have literally the best platform to do it.
Thanks to the support of the endowment partners and the generous contribution of our Call of Duty community.
Everything the endowment is doing is absolutely inspiring.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the 2022 C.O.D.E Bowl 3 live in person with two fire analysts that I have. Nameless, Ali, lovely to see you guys again. Yes, folks, we are back up here, and I know you're probably dying, desperate, ready to go, waiting for these guys to jump into the lobby. So are we. Trust me, we cannot wait to see all the action unfold. We're having a couple of little problems happening at the moment. We're trying to get it all sorted so that we can bring all of the action your way. So bear with us. But while we are bearing with, let's just talk a little bit about why we're here. Of course, it is C.O.D.E Bowl. And Nameless, how many times have you done C.O.D.E Bowl now?
There's been 3 C.O.D.E Bowls. This is my second one. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do the last one, but it's still special. It's awesome to be here. Dan Goldberg and the guys at the Call of Duty Endowment, they do a great job. You know, like putting vets to work, helping them find jobs, you know, after service is really wonderful. And this event really highlights the Call of Duty Endowment. They do so much good for our military branches, and the players on that stage put it all out there. We heard the trash talk. You know, we're going through some issues right now, but we will get it started. It's our first time having Mini Royale Warzone LAN. It will get figured out. We will get into these drops, Ali. It's going to be lit.
I know. And Ali, I mean, we talked about the trash talk just a second ago,
Yeah.
but my goodness. And I know you enjoy some of the trash talk. You like it when obviously players are playing for something, they're playing for their pride, but they're very passionate about it out there.
Yeah.
What did you think about some of the insults, some of the things that some of those players are going to take in game with them?
I like very calculated insults. That's the type of trash talker I am. Like, just calling somebody bad isn't enough. Like, you need to make it very calculated to where it's almost like you don't care enough to actually try and hurt their feelings, but it's just enough to make them upset and mad at you in games. So I'm hoping to see some of that fire, and I feel like we did in some of that trash talk, saying, you know what, we're going to fly up, as the Air Force said, and we're going to take that trophy from everyone else. I like that they have made it very personal about their specific branches.
Yeah, they have. I do love that as well. And I also love what you said earlier about Space Force. Making sure that that trophy was all
They're the only ones that can get it. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I don't think anybody can go up there.
Yo, and it wasn't just the players talking trash. I heard Clint talk some trash. Maven was like, yo, all right, listen, Swag and Homage, you guys aren't Symphony and Huskers. Listen, Swag is that guy. This guy pops off the tournaments. He has a lot of chips as well, so you have to put some respect on some of these guys' names. Also, on Twitter today, Courage said he's going Demon Time.
He did.
So it's been a minute since I've seen Courage go Demon.
We know about you, Courage.
But I want to see him pop off in this one. Some of our other creators that we haven't really spoken about also in this tournament, we got Sean J Gaming. She's an absolute
Love
beast.
Sean.
Who else we got in here? Orion, Benny Central. Sprat, we got to talk with him a little bit on the stage. Just another sniper like Pomage.
It is indeed another sniper like Pomage. And when it comes to some of our streamers, and it's great to have a couple of names up there that we all know and love, and of course do watch their streams as well. We have a couple of UK guys, Benny Central, flown all the way in from the UK as well to compete. Fantastic stuff seeing them kind of come together. Then we do have an all UK team there, him being the streamer. But talk to me about maybe some of the streamers who you're kind of looking at to step up a little bit, who maybe aren't kind of those seasoned vets that we know in like Swag and Sim.
Yeah, so you know, we talk about like some of the bigger creators, but also a really big creator that's in here that we haven't talked about is Iceman Isaac. He's a beast, and he's like the nicest guy of all time. He reminds me of like Nick at 30 from Fortnite. In this one, he's super nice, but he has a little bit of spice to him too. He will talk trash if needed, and he goes crazy in these tournaments. I actually played a tournament with him before. Great comms. He knows where to drop. He knows the meta. He helps you out. Maybe if you haven't been grinding Warzone as much, and you know, this guy's been putting in so many hours. Like he grinds like crazy. I spent some time playing with Breadman, who's also a great Warzone competitor. So I'm excited to see what he can do here with the U.S. Navy. I think is the team that he's on.
Yeah, 100%. I've got to say a massive shout out to Iceman Isaac, actually, because he's my go-to. You talked about Teep for your weapon tuning.
Yeah.
I screenshot all of Iceman Isaac's videos. He does a big thumbs up. He has all of the tunings for me. I get to see everything so that when I do drop into the lobbies, I know that my guns are going to shred. Like, I'm pretty happy with it. So, you know, huge creator there in Iceman Isaac. And I'm excited to see what he's going to give on stage today. Obviously, this one's a little bit different from just casual lobbies and sitting down and having fun. This is competitive. positive. And I think it's going to be also interesting, Ali, to see some of our streamers have to step up as singles, right? You know, coming in with two kind of guys next to you, ready to go. They're like hoping that you're going to carry them and win with them. But, you know, there is a lot of pressure on our streamers' shoulders here. You know, they're not playing with a duo that they know or a trio that they know and love. You know, they're on their own and they're having to kind of make the most of it here. You know, what does pressure do to some of our streamers, do you think?
It can make or break you. You know, you say pressure makes diamonds and things like that. I think when it comes to our streamers as well, they don't get ample opportunity to play on LAN either. So you have to take that in account. They have the expectation. They don't get to play on LAN that often. They're expected to do way better than a lot of the players dropping into this lobby. And I'm hoping to see at least a team or two where it's actually their teammates carrying the influencer, and the influencer. I feel like that's going to be Swag's team. I have a feeling he's going to be the guy.
Why is he catching strays?
Not a stray in a sense of like he would be the one chill about it. He'd be like, yeah, man, like my two players, like they're carrying me through. Like I don't have to do anything.
I thought
like,
that'd be Courage's team.
Courage wouldn't like that though. I feel like he would blame it on something like, oh man, my controller's not working. I got stick drift on my left stick. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Allie's got some decent trash talk.
She does. That's why I went to her for the trash talk. 100%. I know.
Mine's just like toxic aggressive. Like you're trash. just let
Mine is like I don't say anything until I've done something amazing. I stand up and I'm like, sit down.
I need to be like Scrappy.
Scrappy? I just thought of Scrappy. Imagine Lottie across you on stage, just standing up like mid-game, just staring you down.
Stay right there, okay?
Yeah.
Stay right there. My trash talk actually sucks, to be honest, but it's very casual. That's almost hurtful, you know what I
If
mean?
you trash talk me, I'd be mind blown. I'd be like, oh, I heard we're game ready.
Guys, we just had the call.
We heard it.
Guys, you hear that? We had the call. That game is ready. We are ready to go. Our first lobby.
Yeah.
We're going to head on over to Maven and Reflections. Lads, I hope you're ready for this. I know you have been for a while, but let's get right into the action.
All right, Lottie, appreciate you. Let's get loud crowd code ball getting started. Drop number 1 underway. Mini Royale ready to get down.
Unfortunately, the lobby's no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're scared even me. What are you doing?
Just after you get all pumped up again, dude, I was like, oh, imagine. But here we go. So again, if you've played some of the regular map with Mini Royale, you're starting around third circle. It's going to be a much smaller circle. The action is going to be getting picked up. Oh, okay. And I trolled it. Wait, did it actually freeze? Oh, no, that's on me. That's on me. Oh, I just broke. Oh, that's on me.
Maven said it was ready to go, and then he joked around and said, we are ready to go. No, the lobby froze.
Oh, I just really thought it was going to happen again, and it did, but I shouldn't have said that out loud, huh? Okay.
I heard it. Hey, hashtag blame Maven in the chat.
The best part is I just have Symphony. I have Symphony over to the side. I just keep seeing him on the one monitor.
Yeah,
and I can tell he's going through. He just keeps, when he gets nervous, he just rubs his hand through. I can't do that anymore.
Well, look.
Hand through his hair over and over again.
I did have some tweets come through, by the way. And first and foremost, for everybody tweeting at me or DMing me, the height difference. I understand the man is like a mountain, 6'4", but I'm doing it for the 5'9" kings out there. Understand? I'm not 5'4", I'm not 5'6", I'm 5'9". All right, so I'm a normal, I think normal, average male.
Yeah, you're average height. I'm just a Goliath. But
Yeah,
no, I kid you not. Like my commentary duos over the years have had, I had Gandhi, Mr. X.
That's right. You've had a lot.
Then Courage, then Joe, Merc, and all of them have stood on like a little apple box because it's usually just because the camera shot looks kind of goofy sometimes because I'm just like tall. Anytime like the other commentators are on it, they have to like scale the camera down and then they have to put it back up when I come on.
Well,
the Jolly Green Giant, bro. What do you want me to do?
Well, you know, next time I guess I'm going to get a box. That's what I'm going to do. Hey, check it out. We got a great video from one of our providing partners. Let's go ahead and send it over to that.
I broke it. I'm sorry.
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath
Do solemnly swear.
It's your first day. You know I got your back, right?
or sealed with a pinky. In 1922, a group of soldiers launched USAA with a promise to take care of their own. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community. That's our mission. Always.
Oh, welcome back, everybody, to C.O.D.E Bowl. This was a great moment for me. I had Gibbo. By the way, all these guys are truly incredible. It was great to meet your reflections yesterday during registrations for C.O.D.E Bowl 3. Hopefully, you're rooting for us to win. And honestly, I absolutely am. These guys are spot on, so nice. I think I'm going to be making a bit of a content video with them, too, probably after this. They're going to have me try American snacks and their snacks. I'm going to compare the two and see. I think pickle juice is one of them, is that a snack?
I don't mess with pickles or pickle juice.
You must get cramps a lot then.
No, I drink lots of water.
Okay.
I stay very hydrated. Listen, this time I'm gonna be wise. This is my wisdom. I see 54 people in the lobby out of the corner of my eye.
Don't do it. No.
This is the one that's gonna work. This is the one that's gonna work.
Let's move on.
This is the one. No, I'm telling you, this is the one that's gonna work.
Let's move on to something else, because actually.
Listen, if I can jinx it, I can unjinx it.
I had some. I even think you made some of the military guys.
This is gonna work.
Okay,
can you trust me on this?
Enough about that.
It's gonna work.
Maybe I don't know if I trust you with
this. Is the one.
You wanted to touch mustaches.
Oh well,
crowd. I'm not going to say get hype. You can get hype if you want, but hey, we do got hopefully game number one, drop number one starting. Symphony's got a big smile on his face. You got Scrub, you got Namzig up there, and U.S. Space Force representing, looking to send a second trophy into space. Why? Well, because they can, and I would too, if I could, absolutely. Looks like we are going to be on the right side of the map this time around. We mentioned we are playing Mini Royale, which means the zone's already going to be closed down. You got to adapt and overcome. What can we expect from this side of the map?
Well, here we go. People starting to hop, and yeah, I was trying to take a look at where we're going to be going. And this is not usually an area that I'll drop to all that often. You're kind of like north neighborhood. North of like airport, you have observatory up above you on the hill, I believe. Oh no! Sorry. We're in a completely different quadrant.
We're in the bottom right.
Yeah, we're a completely different quadrant than I thought at first.
Village, airport, fortress. We're going to be. Seeing
so it is your airport. Okay, I got that part right. I was about to say I thought they were sort of a side of airport, but find what you can. I mean, how much time do you have? It's second circle. You got like 2 minutes till this is going to go into the red. So you just gotta loot up quick. Hopefully get like, all the floor loot's kind of solid, but you know what I mean. Like everyone has their floor loot gun they feel good with.
That's right.
I could take a fight at a decent range.
Sure. No, you definitely want your loadout if you can. Well, obviously, I don't know when loadouts are going to fall just yet.
Oh my God, I totally understand why I was mixed up with the drop, because I was watching Sim.
Oh, you're watching
on the
Sim.
other monitor.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. I looked up and I'm like, oh, that's Teep. We have a couple of screens, different POVs. I wasn't looking at the right one, so I'm killing it already off the rip.
There you go, man. We're here. We're going to make it happen. We do got Teep on your screen. He's going to be representing U.S. Navy Esports 1. The reason why it says 1, each branch is represented by 2 teams. I believe they got one team here, one team. Yes, so this is Red Ninja Turtle. What's special about this guy?
Well, I need to see it. Hopefully they show it eventually. So apparently his controller is upside down and backwards, which I don't even know what that means. Okay, yeah, there you go. What is that?
What a showman, huh? What a showman, already showing it up.
I don't even know how it's possible. I don't get it.
I actually, like, is that like a, okay, like I'm going to sound really dumb here, maybe, but I'm with you, so that's okay. So would
no, you probably sound real intelligent all the time. You're good.
Would it be like a pilot thing, maybe? I'm not sure. Because they inverted. I have no idea why you would. I gotta talk to him.
We have some players that do some wonky stuff in the league. I mean, Envoy's always the one that we'll bring up because he has his audio flipped, which I think is just nuts. I don't understand how you do that at all. He just like grew up playing that way, and that's how he plays.
I think he probably had a broken headset or put his headset.
Probably he's got used to it.
And he just said, "I'm going to rock with it," the whole time. Res gun for Red Ninja Turtle. What do you think about that new coming in?
I've never actually used it effectively. I've mostly used it as a res for myself, right? Like, only difference is it completely commits to it. I've never actually used it in like a clutch moment to save a teammate. But look how that looks nuts.
It's wizard.
Shows the versatility of like the PS4, PS5 type controllers.
It's nutty to me. I think we got a bit of team comms also coming through. We did see, or we heard Symphony a little bit earlier. He was saying, let's stay tight, let's stay together, which I do like that. Teamwork makes the dream work. And speaking of Sim, already in the gulag.
What I think that says more real quick just with the controller is that he prefers to use the joysticks with his index finger.
Oh, fair.
That's less inverting and more of he doesn't want to use his thumbs. All right, he's kind of nutty, man.
Yeah.
He makes things look a little bit easy, especially with the pistols.
Yeah, definitely.
It makes me feel bad about myself most times when I watch him play.
So he is in a 1v1 against ALB. ALB, a talented player in his own right. I had a chance to talk with him quite a bit. When you're going against Symphony, maybe a little bit of nerves, but make no mistake, ALB's military. Symphony, well, he's just a B. Oh, whoa!
We'll see you later. We'll see you later.
ALB, put it in your highlight reel, baby. I love it.
Well, he got to that stair heading, right? Like that's That's when you don't want to get caught if you were pushing up. If somebody's tucked away on that stair heady, I mean, it is not an easy fight.
No.
In this particular game, you never want to get caught sprinting. I think Sim, he hit a couple little cute shots. He was feeling himself, got a little like overconfident, and got put in his place.
That's incredible.
Good. He needs to learn valuable lessons.
He needs to respect the competition. British Army, ALB representing, got Orion over there as their creator. They're going to be tearing it up. Clearly, big fan of them. We saw Iceman Isaac just a little bit ago, obviously representing now. Iceman Isaac did have some tweets about, I believe, his mustache, and you did confirm that you wanted to touch it. So
yeah, no, he's got a beard now, so we're all right. But it looked like on the kill feed, you kind of saw he was just picking up multiple. He's on 2. Lobby is thinned out a bit, 34 remaining. Circle's going to start to tighten that as we keep on going. But to another gulag we go. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top.
Acquiescence, my lord, nice shots. Picking up 1. Now it's going to be a 2v1 against Bad with Guns. Jailer incoming. What's your success rate with working with the enemy team to take on the Jailer?
0. Because there was one time that I tried to talk, like probably day 1. Yeah. I was like, yo, guys, let's group up. Like, let's be friends. Let's kill the Jailer. And everyone's like, yeah. And then someone shot me in the back. Yep. So now I have a cutthroat policy. I'm going in. I'm shooting. I don't care. I don't care what is said. I cutthroat.
Alman on your screen. Alman, I mean, he is no slouch when it comes to Warzone, representing at least here in the tournament. I'm going to be expecting quite a bit from him. Taj representing U.S. Army, baby. I say who he's going to be putting up the work, putting up the numbers. Been in a tough spot to be in. It seems they've already lost Alman.
Yeah, this is the great part of a mini round. I mean, you're getting into the action quickly, but there you go. You lose 1, but you get the wipe. So now hopefully you can get some cash out of this. Maybe enough to buy Almond if he were to lose his gulag, or to buy guns if that becomes the case, that you actually have like the $5 grand where you could do that. But I mean, otherwise,
they can
we see floor loop for the most part right now.
They can combine money, get Almond back in.
Decent money here. Decent money here. Isaac's got the bags. He's up to about 9K.
J-Dub, Acquiescence. We saw Acquiescence tearing it up just a little bit ago. Iceman just continues to slay out. I think that's going to be his number 3 since he did get the finish. And I think we're going for our first official buy. Okay, going for M4s. M4s across the board. But goes with RPK. RPK is the way to go.
Yeah.
Literally everything was M4 except RPK.
Yep.
Which is my go-to as well.
Yeah, it's just like...
It could be 1 over by SK.
Listen, this game, even less than some of the other ones, like, you don't really need the fast ADS at long range.
Yeah.
Like, you just want a lot of bullets, and you want to shoot straight. And that's what the
RPK
does. And you want to hit hard.
Yeah.
Like, and usually what I'll do is just pick up, I don't know, a Vaznev off the ground or a Lockman or something just to use as a sub. Just grab that, because I don't run dualies, because I got a lot of words I could use here.
Hey, look,
I'm anti-akimbo.
I'm right with you, because I think a lot of the OGs, the old heads, especially competitive old heads, they just will not touch Akimbos. Like, we won't do it. Like, you know, that was back in, like, way back in Black Ops 2. Never again. I think Cat 40s is when they used to.
If you run Akimbos, I just don't like it.
He doesn't mean that. Anybody out there runs.
No, I mean it. No, I do mean it.
Acquiescence, he's down, and that means for the last remaining 2, Iceman and J-Dub, they're going to have to go relatively big. Good news, though. Acquiescence is still alive for the meantime, but you got to clear out the area.
And dude, there's still a lot of players left, and this circle is starting to get small, so it is going to get mixy here in a hurry. Now let's just see.
Oh, that's Alman.
If he can get out of this situation. He's got, what, like the RPK, AK-74 so he's got like a combination of ARs.
Yeah.
The res is getting in, gonna try and grab.
Gets the Finnick.
It looks like, okay, so he went with just his Finnick combo. So I thought maybe, wait, I wasn't actually sure what the deal with perks were. Are they working now on the regular loadout? Because before you had to use like the default loadout to get the perks working. I wasn't sure. I haven't played since the update.
No,
so,
should be fine.
So the 4th perk wasn't, like, you know, your Ghost or High Alert, like those weren't.
Start working up towards the other.
I am pretty interested to see the Finnick be used. Obviously, that has a really high, or fast, I should say, time to kill, which is pretty impressive. But one thing I do like about Warzone and appreciate about Warzone is just the creativity. I think not only in attachment, you'll find the meta, but for the most part, you always find outliers of weapons being used by people, and it just kind of shows the versatility, I think, in Call of Duty. And there's that Claymore. You want to talk about dualies? I hate Claymores.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. They can be frightening, and I mean, he gets hit down to what, like 10 HP, it felt like.
Yeah, we're correct. Any plates?
Now let's see me behind this, but yeah, he sees some plates from the boys, so he can get full. You're going to need to rely on him to likely make some plays down the stretch, and you just want to get as fully kitted as you can, because like this is going to get small. This is going to get small quickly. Zone 3 is starting to close, so usually Zone 4, Zone 5, that is where the madness will ensue, and you've got so many alive still.
No!
Oh,
man.
Some pain.
That hurts. Squad place 15th, which I believe, it's going to be outside. If you notice to your left, it is 1 point per kill. First place gets a 2x multiplier, and the second through 10th, 1.5x multiplier. Red Ninja Turtle tearing it up, finding one off to the side. That's Danny Central. That's going to be his second, probably incoming soon, but he's low.
Yeah, if he hit the stun before the push came in, he maybe had a chance to do it, but he just got caught. I mean, the low time to kill, like you shoulder something, you get ripped, he's so weak, no chance to react. You still got 2 players here, though. So Raphael drop, Swag, Rail still up in this position. We'll see if they can clutch up. Nice shots in. There's the team wipe. I think Swag and him able to put in the shots. Now look at the bounty on the minimap, though. They got a bounty close. So there's another team here. The question is how many. That's probably not the bounty team. So you might be between 2 other teams.
Oh, they got to go in the open, too. There's literally 0 coverage.
If they're up on the highway, they are screwed. They're below.
Yeah, they're below, but they have a little coverage, and they can work that bridge,
this
right?
This is a different team.
Pamaj over creating, being a nuisance, I should say, to the Marine Corps as a whole. Nice shot, though. That's Joe Woe going down. One of the nicest humans being. Very talented when it comes to Warzone. Unfortunately, this time around, he's going to meet his undoing by the Marine Corps Gaming 2.
You just can't think a lot about kills and playing on edge, because that's what's going to happen in this Minute Royale. Like, with how many are going to be left and how many are rotating, that fight took so long on edge, then they had 6 people shoot that. And basically, as you're rotating out, like, what can you be expected to do? But now look at Pamaj and Casper. You're not in the best spot. I mean, you got no one with purple vest. How much ammo did he have?
Not a lot. I mean, he's got a pistol out, for goodness sakes. Maybe for the sprint speed, but I mean, like, as a whole, like, they're not in a healthy spot. And one good thing they do have, though, is their central zone, which means they could use that bridge, which seems to be pretty much the only coverage, depending on how
you can use the bridge. What are you shooting?
Hey, look, at the end of the day, I don't know. Pull out the wrist.
That's why I think he was looking for bags. But I think, unfortunately, since you fought on edge, you just got smoked. But okay, so I'm just hearing he got in solo. So you know we were having some lobby issues just so everybody getting in. He solo queued for Royal Air Force, and I guess he was who took out all of Sanjay's team. So you know when we were hopping around, maybe heard some frustrations, like he's probably why. Maddie with the ice, he's on 3 right now. He's got 5 people spectate him, looking to make some plays.
Yeah, well done, man. Royal Air Force taking our.
So he wiped out Air Force.
So he wiped out Air Force
by himself.
By himself, which is like. So one had to be superior. Apparently, Royal Air Force was superior in this one. We got Teep on your screen. The crowd loves him. U.S. Navy representing. Cool, calm, and collected. This guy, he's been competing since the very start. He's a legend in his own right. Incredible human being.
Look at the difference between him and like what you saw maybe from Maj's team. Like you saw he got a munitions box down. He's completely full on that. Ammo-wise, completely stacked. Everyone's got purple vests. Everyone's got plate, gas bags. Like, they are in a position to win this game.
And they have bridge.
There are 18 people left. Yes, they have the bridge control. They are in a good spot to win this. Dude, that's one thing that drives me nuts when you fall, no matter like how far. It feels like you get hit by a truck, like the visual of it. Okay, well, maybe take back everything I said, because the one thing you don't have is a self. They need to get shots in so he can try and get up. Oh, we did have it. Okay.
But it doesn't matter.
Not going to matter.
Acquiescence. So Acquiescence, you know, I was kind of paying attention. First off, love the name, but the fact is, I'm loving his play style even more. That's like at least a second or third kill we've seen on stream.
I think Teep just didn't need to do what he was doing.
Jump down.
Like, I think you just kind of chill, see where maybe the next circle goes. He got team shot by a couple of people maybe mounted with RPKs, and he just got fried. And now you put your team in a really tough spot, because I think Deep Six then was maybe trying to work down to get the res.
Right.
He ends up getting caught as well. You might suddenly be alone, and I didn't hear what Teep was saying or what the logic was there, but in my eyes, like, you were in an okay spot. It would be patient and see where it goes.
Well, at least good news for U.S. Navy Esports. They will, in fact, get Deep Six back up. So now they're going to have 2. They're just going to have to work without Teep. And as you know, we're getting down. These lobbies are going to go quick. I think they're less than 20 minutes each game. And because of that, well, there's not going to be any buy stations here.
No, I think this is great, though. I think this is like a good pace.
They have. I love this. I love this personally. Oh, and they got to fight for bridge. There's going to be a team challenging up top. So this is going to get interesting. You're going to have a team fighting for top, and naturally you're going to have those teams down low. So you got multi-tiered. I still think you win the top side, you're going to have a good chance of winning this whole thing.
I'm guessing maybe that was one of the concerns maybe for Teep in this spot, is he had floor loot, like a floor loot attack. If you have to fight across top for top control of this bridge, it's going to be hard to hold without like an RPK or something.
That's right.
It's something you can fight with at range. So that's kind of my guess, is he was thinking, or maybe was looking for the loadout, which more than likely was probably the case, seeing if you could find one close, because they disappear on the map. and you don't know where they are.
So RPK in hand, this is great for Deep Six. So Deep Six, fun fact about him, at least when I was researching, beautiful shots, no recoil. Apparently, that we asked, like, how many Warzone wins do you have? Everybody was honest, and maybe Deep Six was honest, but you know, how many Warzone wins do you have? And the guy said he's never lost. How many kills do you have? Too many to count. So I'm like, all right, Deep Six. Hey, look, I'm either gonna roast you or praise you, and I guess at this point I gotta praise you because you're still alive, you're carrying it. And U.S. Navy's looking to take game number 1.
They got a chance to, because you got what, 5 teams, 9 people. So I don't think maybe there's one team of 3, right?
Yeah.
No, is that impossible? No,
well, this is the team.
Okay, so this is a team of 3. Everybody else is like solos in their duo, right?
Where's this?
All right, math is difficult for me right now, but like,
don't even try.
This is the only team of 3 with 9 people. This is the only team of 3. And Iceman's been a monster. He's on 7.
Okay, so we got final circle. And everybody knows where everybody's at.
Well, they're going to have to move first. Okay, and well, definitely now behind the precision. The question is, do they get caught? See, I think what he said is perfect here. You see me ready to team shot from this position, because you're wide in the open. Your only chance is likely smoking somebody.
Yeah.
But he's going to get dropped on the cross. I don't know if Rez, Isaac's not saying no. Don't worry about the Rez. Get ready to fight.
All right, so Air Force still looking strong. Iceman will get back in. You mentioned the team fire. That's going to be incredibly valuable. Down to just a handful of players at this point in time and not a lot of cover. Armor box, that's great though. This late in the game, clearly holding on. Cluster mine in case anybody has to push, so that's going to be beneficial. But
those things are the worst.
At least the worst to run into. Right when you have.
Yes, they're like invisible. They're like going to the ground and stuff. You just get smoked. But now they're starting to line them up. Chance to get the 1, 2 teams remaining. You're looking for one player. There's one guy. They know he's up top. This should be the win for Isaac and company. He's going to get dropped though in smoke. So 2 players are knocked. There he's able to soar. He's able to find it. Able to get the kill and come through for the victory here in our first game.
Air Force Gaming represent. They take game number 1. Iceman with the cool comms and acquiescence. The guy just tearing it up. He had so many eliminations from the very start to the finish.
So remember, in case you were like confused, like seeing so many of the Air Force members there, like there are the 9 branches, but they have 2 teams of 3 representing them. So you kind of saw like the other team of 3 that had been knocked out just gassing the boys. Like, hey, good job on the clutch.
And you got Royal Air Force too. So a lot of Air Forces.
Yeah.
Sky superiority, clearly, but that is huge. And having that position, honestly, the game saver, in my opinion, was Iceman getting past that coverage on that last pillar on the bridge, able to get back up and get into the fight. Like, that was massive.
Well, I think what I saw just from that first game, I mean, I thought it was going to be the tough part of this with mini morale and the pace of it.
Sure.
It's going to be tough to get equipped. It's going to be tough to get your guns. Hopefully, you're going to get a loadout. You might not get one. I think is why Teep was probably caught looking to try and get an RPK. But, like, you just need to, like, I think fighting, so there's no mid-game really with this, right? Like, we're sort of jumping to what would normally be the mid-game. You can't, whatever you want to call it, like, you need to loot up. Those like, fights across whatever you want to call the mid-game here are going to be costly because you're just going to maybe be out of resources. You're not running out of plates. You might not be able to get to a loadout because of the time involved in the fighting. I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't be worried about early kills really whatsoever. More just get to the end game, get the kills at the end, be as fully equipped as you can.
And stay as a full team as well because...
Oh, you have to in this,
Because as we know, like even in that last engagement, like once Teep dropped, there was no getting him back. There was no more buy stations, and you're not going to go back into the storm, right? So the point is huge plays from Air Force, and that's only game number 1. We still have 3 more drops to go through and a lot of points to accumulate. But if you guys didn't see how the points are working out, that was a 2x multiplier plus a ton of eliminations.
Well, because Isaac alone had 7 or 8, right?
And Acquiescence, I think, had 3 or 4. So that's a big scoring game specifically for the Air Force. But game number 1 is done. We'll have game number 2 shortly, but a lot to talk about. Desk, let's run through it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot to talk about. Tell you what, though, the pace of that was really fast.
Oh, yes,
Mini Royale's no joke. My gosh, those circles were moving in so quickly. And yeah, I think, you know, in terms of what the casters were talking about, you're going to have to get things done very quickly, get the coordination on point pretty early on. And sometimes you're just going to be left hanging, you know, with your loadouts and stuff. If you haven't got the money, the resources to be able to get comfortable, it's going to be difficult. You know, kills are going to obviously come with time, but it's going to come with location and coordination as well. But I've got to say, the coordination from our Air Force gaming team with Iceman Isaac leading things off alley was absolutely incredible.
I remember me and Ant were in the green room and he was just like, I think Isaac just like killed a squad by himself, like it just got 3. And what a way to open up this first drop, because when it comes to first drop, that's where you set the pace, right? Because then after this, everybody has to play catch up when it comes to you when you get this opening win. And you also use it as kind of a learning curve, seeing what people are doing, what guns they are using, where they are tending to drop in. I don't want to butcher the name, Acquiescence?
Yeah, Acquiescence.
Got that kill on the team, and I was like, wow, when we went to his point of view, that guy is snapping onto some of these players. That was some seriously pro movement. I'm looking forward to see what Air Force Gaming does in game 2.
Yeah, you know, they played great. We're looking at the leaderboard here. Iceman Isaac with that multiplier by himself dropped 26 points for the squad. You can see right here, this is our current leaderboard. Air Force being Iceman Isaac's squad. He was going nuts. And then, you know, you look down, you got US Navy Esports. That was TP in squad, where Teep got Team Fire. We were like, oh no, they were doing so good. And then Space Force, defending champs, also playing well. And Marine Corps, that's the team I was highlighting. Pamaj had a great game, put up 9, Swag as well.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, in terms of obviously all of the points here, and if at home you're just tuning in, we do have our military branches. They are in separate trios, but those scores will be added up together. So yeah, they are actually a team out there technically, and that's quite a strange kind of dynamic.
It's a little weird.
They're dropping in.
Your teammates, yeah,
they're dropping into the war zone obviously together, trying to accumulate points together technically. But what happens if you run into them?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, okay, hold on. Let's just both try to be at the very end, and then we'll get an extra 3 kills. It's a bit weird, though. I wish, like, the comms were all open. They could speak with each other. Like, you land here, we'll land here. Let's just third-party everybody. But it's been interesting now because you got another team of 3 in there that you don't want
Yes,
to kill.
Miss Ali can.
I think I have sort of, I guess, maybe a dumb question. With proximity chat being into this, do you think maybe if you happen to, if their mics are on, if they're catching their other teammates and they're like, whoa, 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 like, don't take me out. We were part of the same team.
My only
and
worry,
can maybe move together throughout the map. It's a mini royale, of course.
Yeah, I would just
chaotic.
be worried because I wouldn't want people to be like, oh, there's people here. Nameless is here. Everybody jump at him. You know what I mean? So it's like, nah, let's just like hit the phone, Discord, text, like, yo, don't go to Al Mazrah City. I'm shutting it down.
I mean, that'd be kind of like low-key crazy
Yeah.
kind of stuff going on. Imagine it's just like actually we're seeing squads of 6. Like, okay, that could be happening. But you never know. That's going to be a thing that you are going to be having a risk running into teammates and unfortunately pulling them out of game. But hey, look, that also may be another tactic. Maybe your other teammates in your branches aren't that good and you actually want to get the free kills for the multiplier. Who knows? That also could be another strategic tactic. But we do have a Blaze interview, I believe. I'm being told right now. He's on stage. Blaze, who you got down there?
Thank you, Lottie. You know, I got the winners of the first drop. It's the Air Force in the building as the stage is lit blue. Zig, you said it on the mic before. We ain't gonna let Space Force do us like that. We ain't gonna let Army do us like that. We gonna come out here and win, and that's exactly what y'all did. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm really proud of the squad. You know, we won ForceCon, right? We won in Colorado in Rocket League, and now we're here again, taking our 3rd win right now. We're gonna win this C.O.D.E. Bowl.
All right. But let me talk to the teammates of the winning squad. Now, you guys were on Isaac's team, okay? What was it like? What was the game plan going throughout the map and winning this first game?
Oh, it was good. His chemistry was great, and we just played. They didn't talk about us, but look at us.
Hey, they talk about y'all now, though, after the first win. Pass the mic on over, man. You know, what you want to say out here to these branches? What y'all about to do to them on the next drop?
Hey, I mean, Air Force won, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
Let's keep it going for the next couple games.
Let's keep it going.
The rest of the tournament.
Let's keep it going for the Air Force, you guys, okay? That's going to do it for us on the stage. We're about to get our second lobby underway and get everyone in there. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll see if Air Force can go back-to-back.
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath
Do solemnly swear.
It's your first day. You know I got your back, right?
or sealed with a pinky. In 1922, a group of soldiers launched USAA with a promise to take care of their own. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community. That's our mission. Always.
This is where they went in.
Never came back up.
We lose comms if we keep going. Let's see what it leads.
What the hell is this place?
Our nation's veterans have made sacrifices for us all.
Welcome to the VA.
To serve and honor them, a new law has significantly expanded VA benefits and services to those exposed to toxins while serving in the military.
Hi,
I'm Dr. Hoy. How can I help? Learn more about what VA can do for you or loved one by visiting va.gov/pact or call 1-800-MY-VA-411.
Trying to figure out what life is gonna look like, Christian.
Well, we gotta figure it out.
I was on the internet the other day and I came across this website. I decided to schedule a call with them today.
What kind of job do they offer?
Well, it's not so much offering a job, it's more like they empower you to do it.
Hello?
Hi, this is Megan calling from Hire Heroes USA. May I speak to Andreas?
I've been in the military for over a decade now, and everything that I look outwardly to, it's pretty much consisted of helping others around me. That's the way that I envision my career path progressing.
I feel like having a good job will ensure the well-being and security of my wife and kids.
I'm nervous, but I'm hopeful. At this point in my life, I needed to make that transition and I needed to be able to say, I did my part, I did it honorably, and now where do I go from there?
Call of Duty Endowment. We're talking about changing the lives of veterans and their families forever. I truly believe they have literally the best platform to do it.
Thanks to the support of the endowment's partners and the generous contribution of our Call of Duty community.
Everything the endowment is doing is absolutely inspiring.
Welcome back, folks, to the C.O.D.E Bowl 3. We are so happy to be here right now, of course, presented by USAA. And USAA's mission is to, of course, facilitate the financial security of its members, associates, and their families. And Hire for Heroes USA, one of the endowment's 10 US and UK grantees, hosted a veteran job symposium this morning in Raleigh as well. Learn more about what they do and about their work at www.hireherousa.org to find out a little bit more about that as well. Well, I'll tell you what though, folks, we have so much going on here, including all of the Warzone action that's happening behind us in just a moment, hopefully heading into our second lobby in just a second. But first, I wanted you guys to know a little bit more about the C.O.D.E Showcase. It's the first competitive event in Call of Duty Warzone Mobile's history, pairing members from each C.O.D.E team with influencers in an exciting kill race. This event will air 8:30 p.m. Eastern on Call of Duty channels, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. Want to catch some of Call of Duty Warzone Mobile before then? Head over to the stage to be some of the first to play in the United States, and players on Friday and Saturday will have the chance to win a Call of Duty swag kit and drop into Verdansk with iconic Call of Duty names like Swag. You may have heard of him, he's pretty famous. He's also playing in this right now as well, which I'm so excited to get back to. We're heading on over to our casters to get into the second lobby of the day. Oh, but before we do actually, folks, I do have something for you guys at home as well. We actually do have our Infinity Ward. They're actually providing our double XP tokens as QR codes during the C.O.D.E Bowl stream. It's 30 minutes of double XP, and it'll be dropped every hour across the 4-hour stream. So that's 4 drops in total via QR code. Whip your phone out, folks. Get the QR scanned and make sure you're earning all that lovely double XP. Now we can go to our casters because we want to get into that second lobby of the day. We've got Maven and Reflections on the cameras, on the mics. Lads, it's over to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Lottie. Appreciate you killing it on the desk with, of course, Nameless as well as Ali. Hey, it's going to be game number 2 starting relatively soon. Can't wait to get it started. Game 1, in my opinion, was great. It was high action all the way through. I think every perspective we were on was constantly fighting, which is something I love as a spectator.
Yeah, it's what's fun about Mini Royale. I mean, I think, you know, when you have 150 people, the large map is great. You know, you could kind of play at different tempos, but as I said, like right away with this, like, yeah, get stuff quick and get ready to fight, and it's just fun. Yeah, I mean, it's again, it skips that kind of lull in the mid game, and people have to get into gunfights, and it's just all, man, with this game, with the time to kill and the RPK the way it is, like, just get to keep paying attention to the circle, get whatever power positions you can, and pray for the best. But
pray for the best.
Iceman, Isaac, and them, they were in the best position with regards to like equipment and stuff, and they were able to get the done.
Yeah, they were on the northern portion, the northwest portion, and they were able to kind of rotate through and then challenge, I think, TP's team after ended up dropping after that, ended up taking it. Great game from them. Great game also. Shout out once again to Maddie, who was solo. Unfortunately, the other two couldn't get in, representing the Royal Navy.
Valiant effort, though.
I mean, he 1v3'd one of the teams. Incredible performance from him, and who knows if he has LAN experience. As a matter of fact, you know, for I think a lot of the players up here, maybe they don't have LAN experience. Outside of, you know, maybe like ForceCon and other things, but like to play in front of an audience, it's nerve-wracking sometimes, and to perform, I mean, it's kind of hard.
It's a little different, at least, like I think for some of these guys, in the sense of, I'm sure a lot of them between the different divisions, like they know each other. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of camaraderie. They've been having fun catching up.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a great vibe seeing everybody. So I think it's a little bit different than, like, you know, a championship Sunday, maybe a CDL event. But yes, just the element of playing on stage and looking out and seeing phases is a little bit different than even whether you've been streaming at home or anything. I mean, it just feels, you know, even for someone like Symphony, who sometimes streams with 30,000 people watching, you go and sit on stage and look out at a bunch of people. It's just a different beast. It really is.
Heading into game 2, curious who's going to end up ahead. I mean, shoot, if Iceman, Isaac, and his crew, Acquiescence, I kept saying his name, he was just absolutely stunning. Yeah. J-Dub also on that roster. That's going to be the full trio, at least representing Air Force. Winning game 1 in the way they did, I think 33 points, if I'm not mistaken. I'll probably get corrected. But either way, that's a ton of points to start off. It would be a big deal, obviously, for Air Force to take this away from Space Force. The OG taking it away from the new guys, which would be pretty cool.
Well, I'm hoping, all right, we're getting close. I see a lobby, they're getting loaded in. We should be ready to go here for drop 2. Again, we're doing 4 total drops. So if you had a bad start, though, with only 4 drops, you better start to pick it up here in this drop 2.
Yeah.
They're going to probably show it soon, but it looks like Circle's going to be pretty far north, and the main Al Mazrah city is going to be in play. So, yeah, this one should be spicy, but it looks like what you've got, like basically like Oil City and Tariq Village that are going to be like the 3 kind of POIs that are going to be in play here.
Yeah, a little bit of Al Mazrah, which is honestly good in a way because a lot of cash over there that you can pick up. So
yeah, lots of places to loot.
Lots of places to loot. Lots of places, you know, for ground loot just in general. And you talked about getting a strong start off the rip is incredibly important, as opposed to just fighting in the beginning stages, right? I think that will naturally happen. Sometimes you got to alpha your. You have to alpha your spot, especially when you have moving zones like this. You don't know where you're going to be landing, other than default, right? Default war zone. Well, you know where you're going. You've got a set game plan here. You don't.
I think the big thing with this is like how fast the circles are. It's like if you're gonna fight, like try and it was easier said than done. Try and win the fight and take the fight in a way that you'll be able to at least loot them afterwards. Right. Because like if those bags are getting lost in the storm and you're fighting on edge and you're not recouping what you invested into those fights, are you going to be ready to fight somebody else right away? I don't know if that's going to be the case.
All right, well, let's get game number 2 started, ladies and gentlemen. We are on board with J-Dub, who's unfortunately already gone, but that's all right because Iceman, Acquiescence, we've seen the damage they could do to the competition. I'm sure they're going to be bringing them right back, but I mean, this is a pretty testy area, brother. There's a lot of shots firing, and I think Iceman says, we got to dip.
Well, I think that's what's going to happen when you only have a couple of main POIs around that circle. Like, everyone wants to be relatively safe, right?
That's right.
You're going to try to be getting into good positions, and can you? I mean, you're going to be contested for the most part. I think kind of all over the place. But look at this. You got a decent kind of tack to work with. At least a 5 attached and 1 off the gate. But he's lost both his teammates, and now it's sort of a.
I'm leaving.
Kind of different now, yeah.
I'm getting out of there. I mean, he's going to have to go outside his zone, but he's got at least a minute. He does have some floor loot, so he's going to be decently okay. But we're off in the desert. Like, there's literally nothing out there. Let's go to the Gulag. Your boy on the screen, I believe. Yeah, still going to be a 2v2. Actually going against Acquiescence and J-Dub, who we just saw lost from Iceman earlier.
You got the Magnum. I mean, they can hit if you actually hit your shots. That Simtex nearly goes in Teep's pocket.
Yeah, still top.
But the comm's good thus far. Just can you get a headshot off one of these headies mid?
Yeah, that's what he's looking for. Also have to do with the jailer just behind you. Revving it up. Both the teammates up ahead. Acquiescence, J-Dub staying together. Good jailer. Teep and jailer switches it around. That's one. Second not there. Teep taking a bit of damage, but he's okay for the time.
All right, at least able to get the reload off. Jailer, how you doing? How about you screw off and let me foul the actual players here. There's the headshot, able to get both players.
Right.
Smiles for Teep and Company. They'll get back into it.
Yeah, well done from Teep and Co. That's going to be Acquiescence gone along with his teammate J-Dub. So that puts a lot of pressure on Iceman, who we saw kind of going off into the desert. He's going to have to get some money, get his teammates back up. Notice it's going to be Baby Chaps and Teep kind of taking on the world. They just did so. Obviously, once your Gulag is done, you don't really get a second one. So at this point, it's kind of all or nothing.
We got Husk in the Gulag now. At least they're fortunate to be battling with some teammates. He gets fried kind of as he gets that nade out of his hand, but I think both players crack. He's able to fully play it up though because he found a vest.
All right, good stuff though from at least Taj. I think Taj was able to get that elimination. That's going to be Hangdog dropping back down into the mix, trying to get Huskers and Perks back in as quickly as they can. A lot of action already off the rip, as of course as we've already expected. And Hangdog, unfortunately, is going to go ahead and back out. And that's okay. It looks like we do have a bit of an issue with that. But Maven, I do believe we have an update.
Yeah. I mean, the basic thing, I mean, you know we've had to restart the lobby a couple times. We've got these whitelisted lobbies players are getting into. So I think the cutoff right now is like if 10 players are dropping out of it, if there are issues for that number, we are going to remake the lobby. So I think we eclipse kind of that arbitrary number at 10. And so that's going to be a remake. So we'll get back into it as quickly as we can. But we're hanging out still.
I mean, hey,
waiting for them to get going.
Good for the players that dropped off early on. You know, they weren't happy with their drops. It is what it is. We're trying to keep things competitive and fair. Yeah, things happen. That's okay though. But thank you for your patience. We're working through it, baby, and we're still focused on, of course, the endowment series, which is the important part here, representing the branches and the veterans out there.
Absolutely. Just crossing my fingers. This will be the one to get us back into it.
Just don't say it.
No. Well, I told you the one was going to work, and it did, right?
And it did.
So I reversed that.
1 for 1. 1 for 1. That's all right.
Just kind of chatting through it. They'll work to get back into it. And as soon as we get into gameplay, we will. We'll see who's going to be hero of this drop too.
That's Space Force on your screen. Got some standings. Cool. So I mentioned 33 points. So 33.5 for Air Force off the rip. Great job from them, and notice how it's combined, right? So Air Force Gaming 1 ended up taking game 1. That was with Iceman, Isaac, and Co. Air Force Gaming 2, they got 7.5. You combine those, you get 33.5 points. So that's really good, actually. I like that format personally. You have one team maybe that struggles a little bit off the rip. You still got your boys on the second team ready to carry the weight.
Yeah, I think that's what's like a fun element with it. Just like the other three kind of gas. I mean, you saw like the Air Force shot after the first win, like just kind of gassing the other boys. It reminds me of like what? I think it was like one of the World Series of Warzone events we had ages ago. They had like the captains, and there were like 10 teams under each captain. Yeah. You saw everyone like rooting for their squads, hoping to make a run. It was sort of a weird format. This makes a lot more sense just with the two teams under the branch. But yeah, you gotta like it. Just so you know, like you're the one that made it further. You got your boys standing behind you.
That's right.
It's fun.
Well, and to note as well, I believe we have 9 teams here, 9 teams playing remote too, which is pretty cool in my opinion, because it kind of balances out, evens it up too. But if you see your branch on the screen, maybe not necessarily stepping it up, give them your energy so they can step it up and they can move forward. But right now, Air Force leading the charge, leading the way, looking solid as I expected they would, to be honest.
It's tough to have like a pick right now for who's going to take it. I think Air Force is safe in the sense of I just know how Isaac is. I know he's going to play rotation safe. I know in a situation like we saw at the beginning of that drop before the reset, if both teammates drop, he's not going to ego chow 3 people. He's going to get out and try to get them going again. So players like that, I'm going to put a lot of stock in. But you can see hanging out
Hanging out.
Just waiting for the lobby to start, and as soon as we are good to go, we'll get it rocking.
Front guy right there, acquiescence, showing the hang loose. He's relaxed, feeling good up there. I'm pretty impressed, honestly, with how relaxed everybody is. They're just having a good time. And
playing Call of Duty, dude.
Playing Call of Duty, playing Warzone, right? Everybody loves some Warzone, which we definitely do. And Money Royale has been fun, at least from the game that we were able to see. They're getting queued back up. And once again, thank you for your patience. One guy we haven't seen too much, though, is Courage. We haven't seen Courage too much. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see him slay out. Said he was going demon mode. You said you didn't know if that meant moving as in dancing or demon mode as in slaying out, but
he's got moves, dude. I'll never forget he pulled up a Just Dance, or he bought Just Dance and did it on stream. It was
how long ago was that?
Truly phenomenal. It's been years. It's been a very long time. We're probably talking like 7 years, but he's got the body of a goddess, dude.
He does.
He'll really get it rocking.
Great human being. Great. That's why he's great human being in general, man. Courage. Courage got his start really kind of around the same time as you did too. So you guys have kind of been, like neck and neck in terms of like.
Yeah, I mean we've been tight. We lived together for years when we were in Manhattan working with MLG
over there.
Commentated forever, and then he was like, "Screw this, dude! I'm going to be a millionaire, and I'm going to go start popping off on YouTube and doing all this streaming stuff." Right. He's been crushing it. The guy's an absolute. He's one of the nicest guys I've ever met.
He filled in for Puckett for the esports report, and then he never looked back.
Yeah, right.
He just went forward, became a millionaire. So that's the secret. Hook up with Puckett, and then all of a sudden you're good to go. Now, the guy's a legend, and he's been killing it on the desk over there. Happy to see him actually back to Call of Duty. Puckett is just an amazing human being in general. But with that being said, though, I think all the CDL team is pretty awesome. And chat, let us know. Who are you guys supporting to take the victory? I know at least the crowd here has been getting excited whenever they see their branch pop up, which I absolutely love. I think Army is pretty deep here, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they brought out the boys and the girls here, man, to represent. And the color guard that ended up coming out too was pretty spectacular. I know that's something I couldn't do because I got 2 left feet. Marching was pretty difficult for me as a whole, as it was. Drill sergeants were always on my case, which I'm glad there's none here, actually. I don't know if you've met any drill sergeants, maybe.
No, I haven't. No, I'd be the guy. My parents always joked that if I were to join the Army or any force,
God bless your heart,
that they would they'd throw me out because I'd just be too annoying. Is what my parents always said. That's when I was a kid. They wouldn't keep you; they just kick you out. I'm like, there's probably something to that. I
actually want to see a series with that as you go and you try to talk to a drill sergeant and everything, but I don't even know how that would work out, but it'd be pretty cool. It'd be pretty dope. But hey, looks like game number 2 hopefully is going to be starting relatively soon. We'll see if it's going to be a live game or not. I can tell you that at least the zone at this point in time is looking more towards the south end, which is going to be Cemetery, which I'm personally excited for if we do get to that point. Cemetery is not an area you necessarily want to stay in and fight because it's just kind of open, right, and flat. So with that being said, I think we are going into game number 2, and it looks like a live lobby, baby.
All right, here we go. Ready to get into it. I6 still feeling good off the dub and maybe hoping for a better drop than we saw last time through. I mean, basically both his teammates get cut down. You saw early Gulag.
Yep.
I didn't see where the overall circle was this time.
I think it's southern,
from the Bay Area.
Yeah, more towards I think Cemetery is where it's going to be at. So choosing an island on the outskirts. That's it could be pretty testy.
I don't know if I've ever even been here.
Yeah, it's far out there. It's far out there.
Yeah, like I legitimately don't know that I've ever been to that spot of the map. Nice self-res. You get a stacked 74U. A little bit of cash as well, not a ton. I wish those red boxes had a little bit more money, but. Oh, I didn't realize that Teep got a kill really right off this rip.
Oh, did he?
That's a nice start. I think he took out our upside down backwards controller, man. Rafael.
Did he? Ninja Turtle? Oh, man. That's tough. Red Ninja Turtle. He'll get back in. You don't worry about that. Speaking of the devil, let's actually watch him. And this is not going to be easy. Almond, we've been hyping him up. He's a Warzone guy. Like, this guy is an OG. He's been tearing it up. And now he's got to really tear it up. He's going to be in a 1v1. Speaking of the devil against Red Ninja Turtle with his upside down controller.
I mean, I'll be honest, Almond sometimes looks like the best player of the game. Some of his clips are truly insane. I was like, please grab that vest. So I think I was going to say it earlier, but if you don't know, if you grab the vest, you take that out of the Gulag with you.
Right.
So it's actually fantastic. It's just a nice way to get a vest.
Because if you get that, oh, wait a second, taking a lot of damage. There's a chance. Oh, man, with 1 HP will go down. Hey, look, correct me if I'm wrong. I think only one influencer so far in like the 3 or 4 gulags that we've seen have won. Aside from that, it's been our military members showing up.
I don't think he thought he would like get the high angle there and like jump shot him through, or maybe he's had the heady up top. I thought he was getting ripped by the jailer at first, to be honest with you. Like that's kind of what it seemed like, but not going to be the case. Now over to Deep Six. You were kind of gassing him earlier. Guys never lost.
Never lost.
Got a 400 KD or whatever it was.
He's infinite. He's got too many kills to count. Like this man is insane. And to his credit, look, with Baby Chaps, they did have a deep run in game number 1. They're not doing too bad when it comes to points. He personally has 2 eliminations, 3 points to his name. TP though, you've been paying attention to him. They lost Baby Chaps a little bit earlier. They got to try and get him back. They don't have a 3-plate, so snipers, it's got to be on their mind.
All right, Teep. What's the plan? Like, I know Teep a lot of times, you know, he's got to get a Hummer. You know, he doesn't like the other vehicles that much. Usually he's got a Hummer to work with. You're not going to have a lot of time to probably think about something like that. We're going to get into it. But
a 3 vest.
Yeah, I think
on a Uve, actually.
What he said is sort of what I was saying. Like, just try to get loot as best you can. Like, you don't have a vest.
See this guy bottom?
Oh, but all right, so you won your gulag. You got a UAV. You get the push out. That's going to be swag. That's actually going to drop. So we hop POVs here for a moment to another fight. I think Teep was about to push one as well. If you are a new player as well, those cash registers, a really easy way to find cash. One of those things you want to look for.
Merked by a skirt, one of our influencers competing today, representing the U.S. Army. Love to see her on screen and pretty chaotic spot.
That's good. Merked by a skirt.
I love it. I honestly, when I saw that name, I became an instant fan. Follow, like right away. And good comms for what it's worth, Maven. I mean, they were in a tense spot. They've relocated. They've now taken some close quarters. Anybody pushing up those steps going to be in trouble, but maybe pushing out the room to their left, too, could be in a bit. I'm so curious who they're going against at this point, because it could be anybody.
I feel like I'm back on Verdansk with these stairwell fights right now. Like, I feel like 99% of your fights in Verdansk is in a stairwell.
Yeah.
They're not pushing.
Yep. Might be at a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of listen to their comms a little bit, but it seems like just sort of listening for each other's footsteps. Yeah, trying to get whatever audio cue they can.
Okay.
The call out comes, it's on the roof. We'll see if they opt to double chow this. But she's going to be the only one that actually has full plates.
Oh, yeah, he's over there. Focus on him. Oh, you're in there. There's another team to our right. There's another team to our right.
All right.
Oh, they're pretty surrounded right now.
Yeah, maybe a couple teams around. And I believe the team that's shooting at Merc by a skirt is actually in the building to her right or left, depending on direction, but at least the next building over.
With these fucking windows. Yep. We gotta stay together.
Come out the ladder.
Somebody come out the ladder. Yep.
Getting a bit chaotic. Somebody looking to make a move. Those ladders, you got to watch out for them. All it takes is one guy just to swing that corner. You're not ready for a split second. You're done.
I love just being able to hear the player comms sometimes, just kind of hear their thought process through it. Right now, it's been kind of light, right? They're just trying to listen and make a play behind that. They just feel like they're pinned here. But the more time that goes by, so is this?
I think this is it.
So it's Teep and them that are above. All right, so I wonder, because when we hop POVs, I thought that's the transition of it. I thought they were pushing out the one player that was close, but it's going to be Teep that's actually here. And this is like they're all over 3 of the buildings. I don't know if they realize there's 3 people stacked up inside, though.
If we had 3 vests,
but there is Baby Chaps is back before Deep Six and Teep, right? When they were fighting out, they were the only 2 up. So Baby Chaps is back in. So it's going to be a trio. I love their position, especially Teep, like up top here. Yeah, he could take a couple of damage, but like he's got such good oversight of everything rolling in.
This one, I need his vest.
Yeah, get on his shit. He's on the roof.
Yeah,
Airstrike him. Airstrike out.
So they just tried to drill with an airstrike.
Nice.
Okay, so I don't think it popped him in the kill team, but I think they got the kill. Sometimes it just doesn't show, but by their reaction, they were able to pick up the one off the roof. I guess the precision probably made him jump, able to get him through as he tried to shoot across.
I like Baby Chap's position. I feel like he could be kind of the linchpin if TP or Deep Six get in a bit of trouble. Baby Chaps can maybe flank around, pincer in. Matter of fact, they're in all 3 different buildings. I think we're on the move, though. Get in before your team starts rotating. You don't want to play that gatekeeper too much, especially when you know teams are going to be rotating with you. If you can get ahead of that early on, it's going to put you in a much better spot to not be killed off rotation.
We should cross. Yeah, I just got a self-pistol. Loadout's coming.
All right, so loadout's gonna be coming into it soon. They got the swim across, dude. The water's crazy because you can't.
I saw them from our last.
You just can't see anything when they're underwater. You see nothing. I heard all this stuff about this new tech with water in the game, and I'm like, well, I'm looking in there. It's just black. It's an abyss. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Poke your head up. There's somebody just ready to gun you down. To the other side.
You can make some absolutely nutty plays. But now let's see where these loadouts come. Usually kind of spread across the mid part of the circle that we're going to be going towards.
Yeah. One just up ahead, too. I think they've definitely got that in their line of sight. You want those perks, but more importantly, you want your guns. Save $5,000.
I'm not even sure how it works in many routes. It's a little bit different because it got bumped up, I believe, to second circle now. Usually in the main game, like you'll have, 4 that drop? It looks like it's maybe just one loadout dropping for these guys.
Ooh, and Huskers actually gets his loadout. That's going to be scary, right? Huskers with his loadout, Hangdog.
Did he just drop a UAV? Oh, no, he equipped it. I was like, what?
Hangdog, he was the one who took down Almond a little bit earlier in the gulag. Yeah. He's got a solid shot. A lot of money. I mean, literally as much money as they could possibly use. At this, honestly, if they already got their loadouts, I'm going for UAVs as much as I can.
I'm just crying seeing them trying to deal with like the guns. Like one person stole an accident. It's like, have my gun back, please. You have my SMG. Oh, thank you.
Me and my friends always fighting over guns. Let me have that. No. Let me hold on to that. No. Okay. Then he dies, and then it's like, well, we knew what the right answer was.
I think I've been here on DMZ, just battling bots one time. The one time I played, dude, I was here just in war. 70 AI were swarming me.
You make it out?
No. There's been a couple positions where I'm like, I don't know if I've ever fought here. And I've played a ton of this game.
Yeah. ALB, Orion, Gibbo. Wonderful human beings. This is actually the group that I managed to get a picture with. They've got a little bit of a Doom buggy rolling off into the distance. They've got the zone behind them. They're going to have to keep rotating through. This is where you could run into some issues. It can be fruitful to be inside of zone, but also not, depending if somebody's to your left. And I do believe they have a team to their left, so they've got to play this perfectly.
Oh!
Yeah.
Listen, I'll let you know, Alb, I saw the packet loss. I know you were going through there. Buddy. I don't know if anyone else did, but I saw it, so I know you're very frustrated right now. But, all right, he's going to be out of the mix.
I'm going to take some gas masks.
Over to Isaac we will go. With some UAVs to go. They have a plate box. Oh, look at they got racks, too. I mean, you've got cash galore.
Yo, they are rich.
Now, I don't know if there's going to be... Okay, so that UAV that was pinging, look at the buy. There's like 17 people. Okay, I'm exaggerating. It's like 5. There's like 5 people over by the buy. Top of the rooftop, they got multiple players here. Working a buy in these scenarios is going to be tough, but look at how kitted he is. There were like 2 UAVs, multiple precisions. They got streaks for days.
Right.
Might be able to use those to take advantage of this roof.
Absolutely. Things are going to start getting tense. A bit different from game number 1 we saw in the open, right? Pretty much only a bridge to use. We do have a little bit more buildings, plus we're going to have that high ground that you're going to have to navigate. So things are going to get a bit dicey. Someone is going to be flying in. I think a couple going to be flying in. And first time we've really seen a sniper out. Acquiescence, we saw what he could do earlier with the RPK. Let's see what he can do with the snipe.
Yeah, I mean, some of the floor loot ones are great. Like, you can just hit shots. They have, like, 1 attachment or no attachments. They're still really solid. Why I'm grateful for the whole 3-plate thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much, and it can hit. But you're down to, what, 26 people in this lobby. Circle starting to get smaller and smaller. Hey. Symphony and Scrub still up. Looks like they're missing 1 player, so the 2 of them trying to pull off the clutch, and they're just outside of circle.
Yeah, Symphony with Space Force. They came in as the favorites, clearly obviously winning the last one, and they're looking to do a 2-peat if they can. I think last time was on multiplayer, this time on Warzone. Things a bit testy on the outside. Symphony is going to be all right on the end.
There's 2 clusters just drilling both the buildings around them. And clusters are like, you don't really die to them all that often, but they last forever. Oh, there's drill charge nades coming in as well. Some decent tags. You know, you have your RPK, you might be all right. He doesn't, though. His plates get ripped off. The fact he's on 0 makes me think they've been in the blender.
I'm curious where those shots came from because he was so focused on Cemetery. There might be a team behind. Another person, they cannot get out. It's like either sprint full away, but now you got to fight. You can't go outside. You're trapped to a room.
This looks like my hell.
This is awful.
Like just a sheer amount of streaks. The fact they're still alive. How long can they stay up? The push starts to come in. A little bit of a bait and switch. Okay, let's take down 1. There's the full. Another player here, though.
1 more down low. Good.
I mean, that was 2 different players, right? 100%?
That was 2, 100%.
Okay,
Cool, calm, and collected. There he is. Symphony spots him.
Gotcha.
Up close and personal. You're down and out, baby. We'll see you later. Symphony, a sliver of health, but he stays alive. And credit to Scrub as well. That was such a tough spot to be in, but job's not done. They still have to move.
Oh, yeah, no, that was like the easy part, technically. You still got to rotate now with so many players left up. But no, jokes aside, that was a nightmare.
And it
but
still is.
they are still getting held.
Yeah, it still is a nightmare for all intents and purposes. They're already taking shots, and they're going to go ahead and split it. Seems, unfortunately, Scrub is down. Symphony. That's all you can do, brother. You just got to run.
He has the res gun. He has the res gun.
No way he uses it. Yeah, I mean, why
res gun. Why? This is actually the one time I'm like, res gun would be great. Right? Mason?
Yeah.
Res gun? Res gun?
Does he know he has it?
Res gun?
I don't think he knows he has it.
Res gun?
The res gun. That could have played so differently.
I forgot.
Oh God! You got it. You said at the beginning. You got to teach that man.
Well,
you got to teach that.
That is one of those things that, like, to be fair, I've never really used it to res someone because you don't usually have great spots for it.
So
but that was like the perfect spot to try.
Perfect spot. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Well, hey, it is what it is.
Ah, he's adorable, though, isn't he?
Oh, he is. He's great. Well,
there's only 11 people remaining here. Husk, they still have all 3 up. He's on 3 kills. They're in a good position.
I think we got
not bad at all.
Honestly, the next one would be. They're on the building in the water west.
So they got a good understanding where everybody's at, as they should. So
here we go. I don't know if I trust this building.
Here we go again. Honestly, I'm stacking in the bathroom.
Oh, I get so nervous. At least like this game, some of the buildings are made out of actual concrete.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking Verdansk, it was mostly plastic, like Legos. Someone put together like a Jenga building because if a precision came in, you just knew you were dead.
Nice shots from Huskers up ahead. I don't think he's going to be able to get the finish. I take it back. That's at least going to be a down. Sim to finish, and I think he's going for the push, maybe.
That's a big one too. That's Isaac. So this is a team that just won that map 1. So this is a massive push to get Space Force right back into it. Big damage in behind the nades. That's going to be J-Dub down as well. Isaac gone. That's a wipe. 5 kills now for Husk.
Wonderful job. Deep into the game. An opportunity to take a victory is here. And trust me, I think Space Force, man, they need it. They need it at this point. They didn't have the best of game number 1. They've lost Symphony. Now, granted, that was still a great game from them. They picked up plenty of points eliminations. They made a deep run. This could put them over the edge.
I don't know if they did.
No,
I'm not really sure what they had on the other side because Mason was on 0 when
I think but they at least got the 1.5.
Yeah. They might have like 2 or 3 kills, but it looked like they were in survival mode, bro.
How could you not? You had cluster after cluster precision. Couldn't get out. Hangdog runs into a bit of trouble. But Huskers, true as ever, this man doesn't miss.
That's Teep's team, right? So Baby Chaps goes down. Yeah. I think he might have cracked Teep, and then he gets a knock on a Baby Chaps.
Oh,
if that jump works up, he might have some kills, but it doesn't. Now going to catch a stun to the face. Teammate Hangdog able to get rezzed.
Okay.
The question is, so they only have 2. All right, so I don't know if it's Teep and Baby Chaps, or I'm struggling to remember their third. Hopefully you've got Teep in this scenario.
I'm out of plate.
Hopefully you do.
He has a plate box, but Husk is locked.
Good shots. Just keeping pressure. Every shot, every series of bullets is going to take away those plates.
I'm out of plates. I mean, does someone have a box that gives plates? I don't know.
Well, actually,
Listen,
I think he does.
He does, yes.
Yeah, he does.
No one said that Sim and Husk were team players. They just said they were great players.
There you go.
But he was in a good position. You didn't have a good chance to get the plate box out, but that's going to be a knock onto the team. That's going to be the big one. That's probably going to seal it here. Storm's coming in.
It should, yeah. You got to rotate out of this. Even with the gas match, you're not going to stay there. Huskers has great positioning. This is for the game, I do believe. I mean, the zone is so tight. And Huskers, he just has them on lock.
Oh,
what?
Yeah. Problem is there are 3. Teep hit some quality shots, though. The fact Teep was even able to take him out, that is ludicrous. It kind of shows the skill gap of these guys. But there you go. You get the dub if you are Space Force. Listen, we can talk about Husk and Sim in game awareness maybe later on, but there were some funny moments there. But
that was an intense game.
I was just pissed because that was like the one time I was like, res gun's perfect,
and he forgot he had it. But I'm so glad that we saw him say that he forgot it.
Yeah, no, that was perfect.
Well, Space Force, they take game number 2. Blaze, let's hear from them.
All right, you guys, man, let's go on over here and talk to Space Force because they got one and they're here to defend their trophy. My guys, you know, now Big Brother in the Air Force was talking earlier, said that you guys wasn't gonna do nothing, y'all wasn't gonna put another trophy out there. How you feeling about that?
Look, we're here to fight, and I didn't see them the entire time at the end.
Talk to me about what that game was like, okay? You know, going down there towards the end, playing with Huskers. How was that drop for you guys?
So the drop was actually really nice. The zone kept pulling to us. That was a big advantage. We had a really good rotation out to the final circle, and they had to push us, so we just held them off.
All right, nice. Pass the mic on over to your teammate. Let me get some words from him over here. All right, yo. Now, in that matchup right there, you guys come down to the end. It was an epic firefight against TP and their squad. What was the hardest moment for you all here? What was the key to victory for you and the team?
Honestly, that game kind of felt easy. I mean, we got a building for free, and then they were just holding high ground and couldn't hold it because the zone pushed to us. So it was a good win overall.
Good win overall. It looked really good, okay? Now, anything you want to say to the fans out there that has been supported in Space Force, okay, as you guys get ready to go into that third drop? Only 2 more left. If y'all keep playing like this, y'all might be putting 2 trophies up there.
Yeah, keep supporting us. We appreciate it. I know all the boys over here love to see it. We're texting our family and friends and everybody watching, so keep it up. Thank you.
All right, yo, text everybody in the chat. Let them know that the C.O.D.E Bowl is underway. We're about to head into that third drop, but that's going to do it on the stage for me and Space Force. They're going to get ready for the next drop. Lottie, what you got up there for us?
Thank you so much, Blaze. And yes, so much action happening on that main stage and happening on the PCs as well, because PCs at C.O.D.E Bowl 3 are powered by Intel. Beyond performance, gaming without compromise. Give yourselves the power to do all the things you need to do without impacting your gaming experience. The best overall, overclocking gaming experience. Well, folks, don't go anywhere. We have plenty more Warzone action coming your way. In fact, we have 2 more lobbies to get through till we can actually find out who our champions are going to be here at C.O.D.E Bowl 3. We'll see you guys right after this.
We're on target.
I've been in the military for over a decade now, and everything that I look outwardly to, it's pretty much consisted of helping others around me. That's the way that I envision my career path progressing.
I feel like having a good job will ensure the well-being and security of my wife and kids.
I'm nervous, but I'm hopeful. At this point in my life, I needed to make that transition, and I needed to be able to say, I did my part, I did it honorably, and now where do I go from there?
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath
Do solemnly swear.
It's your first day. You know I got your back, right?
or sealed with a pinky. In 1922, a group of soldiers launched USAA with a promise to take care of their own. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community. That's our mission. Always.
Welcome to Call of Duty Mobile, the battle of the best.
Rayon around the back, good for the double. Reset, wants the gunfight, sliding through!
Call of Duty endowment. We're talking about changing the lives of veterans and their families forever. I truly believe they have literally the best platform to do it.
Everything the endowment is doing is absolutely inspiring.
Welcome back, everyone. And for those of you who are unaware of who USAA is, they are a mission-driven insurance and financial services provider that serves the military community and have done so for 100 years. And I'll tell you what, they're adding another year right now to Code Bowl 3. I am so excited to be here alongside Nameless and Ali. And my goodness me, look at that stunning main stage that we have all our military branches on and our streamers competing right now in trios, dropping into hopefully their third lobby coming up. So 2 down. 2 to go. I'm very excited right now, Nameless, because we've just had, of course, you know, Space Force come up here. They've been absolutely incredible, and there's plenty more military branches who are looking to have their chance as well. But you guys at home also do have a chance to get your hands on something as well, because we are in our USAA halftime show where we've got very special surprises, including, of course, our incredible QR code. So thank you so much for tuning in to Code Bowl 3 presented by USAA. And as a thank you for joining us on this broadcast, please scan each unique QR code on screen and redeem in your Activision account, which will grant players 30 minutes of double XP in Call of Duty in partnership with USAA. Earn 30 minutes of double XP in Call of Duty in partnership with USAA by scanning the QR code on screen and redeem in your Activision account. We will be giving out 4 30-minute double XP codes during the course of our live broadcast, 1 each hour. We will have 2 more of these codes dropping during the live broadcast, so stay tuned. These will be Costa calling out how many code drops are left. So during the first drop, they'll be stating there are 3 drops left, etc. So make sure you keep your ears peeled. Please see the official rules and disclaimers for this promotional code at the redemption address tied to the link. Limited to 1,675,000 redemption codes total per redemption site. So make sure you guys are keeping your eyes out for those QR codes, scan them, and get those double XP. Absolutely incredible stuff for everybody at home, of course, tuning in. And we have so much to talk about, including the leaders right now, Nameless. And I would put a little bet on that Space Force are looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's really close. And as you can see, we have our leaderboard here. Air Force Gaming, they're at 47 points, but Space Force, with that big victory in that last game, they made up a lot of ground. They're sitting at 43.5 points. That's barely anything. It's like a kill with the multiplier. So it's getting pretty neck and neck. And we got Navy right there as well.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit of an underdog looking to slip their way maybe into that top 2. It happens to be the Navy Esports sitting at 38.5 points. And the good thing about having 4 drops, and we're in the middle right now, so you can get a little bit of a break. You can get a little bit of a recoup with your teams because you still got 2 more drops to get through.
Yeah, indeed, and two streamers who have been performing so well. These individuals up here are absolutely insane. But Iceman Isaac, for me, has been the cherry on top so far. We've had a lot of his POV on our screens, and rightfully so. But for me, I think something I've noticed is the leadership is definitely there for him.
Absolutely. You know, we saw it in our first drop. He's a player that we highlighted a little bit before that first drop, and they've just been playing great. They made it to the very end game there. Unfortunately, they fell at the hands of Huskers squad. They got pushed after they used that precision strike. So, you know, good strategy on the side of Iceman Isaac's team, just not able to come up with that kill. But then also Teep, he's made it late game both times. We've seen it in the first one. He got to the very end. He got team shotted on the bridge. And then the very end there, he was the team that placed second. He was on top of that building. Huskers in squad, they just pushed up, got the nades in, and he wasn't able to survive. So both these guys surviving, making it towards the end. The only edges, Iceman Isaac got that victory in game 1. So Teep looking to get that first up.
Indeed, and I think that first kind of drop in as well, Ali, for Teep, I think it was just getting a little bit mixy. I think obviously the Mini Royale does put a new total kind of feel to the game. It's so much faster, and you don't have that kind of, you know, just satisfaction of being able to sit back and think about what you want to do. Like, you have to really get involved very quickly. So him dropping down, changing position, it did come back to bite him, but I feel like he's moved on from that in drop 2.
Like I said, this is when you get through the first 2 maps now, you've kind of got a feel for things, right? The first game, you're testing things out. You know, some people may succeed earlier than others, but some of these teams can certainly play the long game. I think that's what Teep's going to have to do, and that's a player that we know is capable of doing that in his successions in his entire career. So I'm definitely expecting them to come out with something hot here and get used to the pace that these games are going.
Yeah, and you know, Allie, what we're learning in these games is like right off the rip, you gotta be ready. We've seen a couple players go to the Gulag. We know Allman, who's won so many Warzone tournaments, and OG.
He lost to the Upside Down.
Yeah, exactly. He lost to Red Ninja Turtles. He got fried in the Gulag. You know, we thought it was the jailer putting shots on. No, that was Ninja Turtle all the way. But the man on your screen right here, this was Huskers. He was popping off. We were on board with them the way they were navigating those buildings in that final circle. You can't play scared. We saw everybody trying to play scared. He didn't, and ultimately they get the victory.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff, and you can see that they were getting so excited there towards the end of that one. And I was kind of interested looking at the end for Space Force here, you know, whether or not the other team had done well. And you can actually see by the leaderboard, probably not as well as the winning team had done, because they are still in that second position. And that's going to be, you know, really difficult going forward. We have 2 lobbies left. We need both teams to be up there, getting some of those kills, getting that multiplier as well, and obviously inevitably winning that one for their squad too. But yeah, really exciting stuff across the board there. Is there any streamers and any teams that you're kind of expecting to do a little bit better who haven't been so far?
I was going to say Coast Guard Gaming. Like in the first game, they dropped a hot donut. That's Courage's squad. I'm looking at you, Jack. You tweeted me. You said you're going to be a demon today. I need to see it up there, because so far we haven't seen anything out of it.
You got 2 and dropped 2, so maybe he'll get 3 and drop 3. You never know. Hey, listen, I told you, Jack, I was waiting for it to be impressed. I'm still waiting here in halftime. But Joe is going to be the duo alongside of this. This looks like a scary squad, honestly. But they're sitting at 24 points right now. They got a lot of ground to cover if they want to break into that top 3 right now. Again, 2 more drops. It's definitely possible to have a really good game. But I think the biggest difference when it comes to these drops is the fact that first place is the only one with a serious 2x multiplier. And everywhere underneath, for 2nd through 10th, is only that 1.5. So these kills really do mean a lot if you're sitting outside of that first place.
And what's important is, like, when we look at the Space Force Gaming Alley, like both your teams making it towards the end game. So we saw like Huskers team was kind of floating around finding majority of the kills for Space Force, but then we saw on the other side Symphony squad, they were like killless towards the second to last circle. They were just hiding in a building. But what happens, a couple players pushed them, they find 2 or 3 kills, and if your team manages to get that win, that then becomes 6 points, right? So it's very important for both your teams to make it there, and if one of your teams wins, the multiplier will apply to both of you guys. So
Indeed. I'll tell you what, though, we've seen some incredible action so far, and of course we're here for such an incredible reason as well. But it's actually time to check in with Dan right now to actually catch up on what this event means, and of course the future involvement of the endowment. So check this out.
Hey, Professor. Thank you for your service. Everything looks good.
Great. Thank you for your service.
Congratulations, you're all set.
Thank you for your service.
The Call of Duty Endowment's funding has placed veterans in high-quality jobs so that we can thank them for their services, even after the military.
Damn, my guy! I feel like they told me I was going to interview you. I was like, I've done this about 200 times over the last 5 to 10 years, it feels like. But listen, we're all here in support of the Call of Duty Endowment. Dan, tell us a little bit about the endowment.
So, great to be here again with you, Maven, and welcome, Reflections.
Thank you.
The Call of Duty Endowment is one of the world's largest funder of veteran employment. Our goal is to place as many US and UK veterans into high-quality jobs as possible.
And how's that going for you? Give me an update.
So we're really proud to say, as some of you may know, this year we surpassed our original goal of 100,000 placements, and we're now
hell
up to
yeah.
That's awesome.
110,000 placements.
Awesome.
That's incredible.
Now listen, I know you're pumped. It's such a great cause. I'm sure you want to thank some people along the way.
Yeah. So a number of folks I have to thank. For sure, the Call of Duty community, and we'll hopefully talk about that a little more later. But also our incredible partners. First of all, Activision Blizzard, the employees, the whole business, the brand, everyone getting behind us is amazing. And then our incredible partners, USAA, Pilot, Scuff, Intel, they've just been absolutely amazing.
Dan, when it comes to the endowment program, it means a lot to me, right? Because I'm a veteran, and anything you guys do, and I've been wanting to be a part of something like this for the longest time, so it means the world to be here and for you to trust me to be here. You focus a lot on veterans, and when it comes to veterans, though, why do you focus more on veteran employment?
Yeah, so veteran employment, we think, is the single most important thing that benefits the most veterans. In fact, we know every veteran leaving service needs a job. And if we get that right, so many of the other challenges that veterans may face are diminished. So a good job means housing, it means food, and most importantly, it probably means purpose. And that ensures veterans can have a great life, their families can, and continue to give back to their communities.
Well, it's amazing, but I think for those watching that maybe want to be involved, listen, the C.O.D.E Bowl is great, but it's once a year. It's one moment. Outside of that, how can people get involved to support C.O.D.E?
Yeah, so I was talking about the Call of Duty community before. They're amazing. Our most recent Protector Pack, the Call of Duty Endowment Protector Pack in Modern Warfare 2, raised over $5 million.
Love that.
Hell yeah.
Love that.
That's incredible.
Every cent of that goes to putting vets in jobs. And I'm proud to say in January, we may be having a new pack coming out. So keep an eye on that.
All right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Protector Pack maybe makes a reappearance next year in Warzone 2.0.
All right. You want to sell? You put the bald guy in there?
You never know.
I don't know if I would trust him, but hey, so far he's done a great job anyways. Speaking of veterans and employment, if they wanted to get help, right, support from the endowment, where could they go?
Okay, this is super important. We know that if veterans get two kinds of help, they're 3 times more likely to get a good job. And it's 2 very simple things. It's getting help from a professional creating their resume and getting help from a professional practicing interviews. They do those 2 things, they're 3 times more likely to get a great job. And veterans should never, ever pay for those services. That's on us.
Hey,
love that.
Dan, as always, it's amazing. You see the link at the bottom of how you can get involved. To everybody, we continue on. This is just the halftime show. We've got more to come. Dan, you are the man. Let's kick it back to the desk.
Back at you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maven Reflections, and Dan, of course. Dan, you're the man. Absolutely incredible stuff that is happening, of course, with the endowment. And, we're here for such an incredible cause. And I'm very excited to see who's going to be lifting that trophy that they were all surrounded by there. And I'll tell you what, Space Force, they're looking to take it. US Army are looking to take it. We have all the British lads out there as well who've definitely got their eyes set on it, and 2 more lobbies to go. But I'll tell you what, we're getting our lobbies ready right now. And before we drop into the third, we actually have a couple of announcements coming your way. And I'll tell you what, they're actually going to be bringing back my favorite marsupial. And I'm excited about this, whether it's friends or foes. I'll let you guys decide. Take a look at this.
Yeah, it's good for your health. Don't need nobody else. Or maybe we're sharing our wealth. Let them haters talk. We gon' walk the walk. I'm a real king. Come on and get it. You never had nothing quite like me. I'm a real king. You're in the presence of royalty. Come on and get it. I'm a real king.
I tell you what, that is my childhood right there, in more pixels than I could have ever imagined when I was 10 years old. I mean, it's so good to see Crash back on our screens with friends, with foes. There's so much to look forward to. I mean, you played Crash Bandicoot back in the day?
I did. I played all the games on
Love
PlayStation.
it.
I was grinding Sly Cooper, I get sick.
Ali, does that take you back a little bit?
I'm the
She's too
2000s
young.
baby on the desk, so
okay.
maybe.
That's okay, don't worry.
Do you
Later
know what
on,
Crash Bandicoot is? Just be honest.
I've seen it, but I do
she
not
knows.
know the lore. or
Ali, I'll
anything.
teach you everything that you need to know. When Crash comes out, we're
Yes,
playing.
ma'am.
It's
Thank
going to be
you.
absolutely incredible. Well, I'll tell you what, though, we have more Warzone to talk about. Crash, we love you. We're going to put you to a side. But Lobby 3 is coming our way very soon. And this is a very good time to get some more pro tips, right, from some of our CDL pros. And in fact, I think we have Cami, who's teed up a couple. So hopefully our streamers are listening.
Hey C.O.D.E Bowl team, it's Cammy from the Minnesota Rocker. My best ways of getting into the zone before a match, I'd say, is maybe 1 energy drink max, not too much. You don't want to overdo it and get too shaky. And before the matches, just doing some 4-7-8 breathing to calm you down and just make sure you're not getting a bit too antsy and you're actually focused on what you got to do. And you get the hand warmers in too. They make your hands nice and cozy, and then you'll be shooting beams on top of being zoned in. The best way to improve your comms, in my opinion, is honestly just talking it with your team, making sure nobody's getting too frantic, talking over a little small plays and setups of where comms come in really useful. So that's something that's definitely helped my teams over the year. We've noticed little gaps or something that we have to stress that extra little bit more. And so honestly, I think the best way is just learning off your team and playing with your team and improving your comms through that way. I think the best ways to improve your shot is, honestly, it sounds pretty simple, but you just got to put as much time in as possible. And I feel like playing as much high competition stuff as you possibly can. People that are better than you, you're going to learn off them. That was the quickest way I'd say I'd improve when coming up.
And welcome back, everybody, to C.O.D.E Bowl 3, about to get into game number 3. We just had those pro tips, and the biggest takeaway for me, hand warmers, bro.
Mine was like the caffeine thing, because like I think a lot of young players just think like, hey, I gotta have all these milligrams of caffeine. I gotta get twisted like the pros.
And that's true.
But there's a limit to it.
Like
you don't want to be shaky. You don't want to be red dot chasing. Well, not in this title. But you want to be like focusing on comms more. Right. I think back to like some of the jetpack titles. Like, yeah, all right, you're flying, do whatever you want, but like, just keep it within reason. Like, you want to be focused and be able to talk to your teammates.
Moderation. You got to find that balance. And these pros probably have fine-tuned that, right? So hand warmers, moderation.
Some, yeah.
Hey, but we appreciate Cammy over there, Minnesota Rockers, giving those pro tips. We had Looney a little bit earlier. Game 3, we've now passed the halfway point, right? So we've got 2 games down. You mentioned after game 1, if you didn't have a nice game 1, it's time to step it up in game 2. You didn't have a nice game 2, it's really time to step it up in game 3 and game 4. And I think game 3 is going to be underway very shortly. But good on Space Force to get that victory. Huskers holding it down.
Yeah, I mean, they were my pick, just sort of for fun.
Okay, you've been going back and forth.
I think mostly I said Space Force. I thought they had a chance to do it. It's impressive to see what Husker was able to do. All right, so wait, we are into it. Okay, we're ready to rock.
Love that.
I wasn't sure if they were going to warm up or not when I looked over. So Husker was already able to get 1 kill. They have dropped in. This will be drop number 3.
Okay.
Only 45 bullets to work with, not a ton, but this is just like the early stages of the fights, and he is getting beamed, but he's got 1 week in front, and he's been tickled even more.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to run up on him if he wants them, but in the meantime, he's going to be just hanging out. So I think we are going to remake, and that's okay. We'll get that game 3 going, and that is what it is. But overall, those shots were okay.
Yeah, I mean, just we'll get back into it. We'll keep rolling. Thank you for your patience at home. But yeah, no, again, it's just unfortunately we lost more than 10 players. So if that is the case, it will be a replay. So everyone's going to try and get a revamped, relocked, reloaded for another drop.
That's it. Revamp, reloaded.
I don't even know what I just said, to be honest with you.
I blacked out too. I'll be honest with you on that. But who dropped off early on, or who got an elimination early on? You called.
It was like Huskers kind of started out with a couple of kills. He was in the mix, but
I mean, whoever Huskers destroyed now gets a chance to come back in, which is a great thing. Bad thing.
You're going to get a different drop. I mean, things are going to change entirely.
Everything's different, and I'll pay attention where the drop's going to be. I think I missed on that last one where it was heading to, but that's okay. We'll be getting back in. Game number 3 is going to be starting shortly. Total of 4 games, ladies and gentlemen. We've only done 1. We've done game 1. We've done game 2. Now heading into game 3. I'm really hoping those in the middle of the pack maybe have a decent game here. Remember, there's 2 teams representing each branch. One is playing here on main stage. Another one is playing at home. So there's plenty of opportunity to combine those points and ultimately work your way back up onto the scoreboard. But until then, game 3, once it gets started, I hope everybody comes in with a little bit of a better game plan. The chap actually, I don't know why I said chap, just I guess because I'm looking at the Royal Army. But either way, he had a mustache yesterday. Now he doesn't. He literally shaved it off.
Yeah.
I don't know if he did that backstage because of you, but I swear to you.
Might have. Listen, I'm sorry if I offended any mustaches out there in my earlier comments.
I have picture
I'll
evidence
them if I need to.
that he had a mustache yesterday. Don't ask me how I got that picture, but I have picture evidence he got the mustache, and now it's gone. So looking fresh for the stage anyways, but it fit him well. I say bring it back. Don't let anybody take it away from you.
Well, I think as players getting their games restarted, their apps reloaded, and we'll get launched into the game as quickly as we can here. We just have 2 more drops to go till we crown our Cold Bowl 3 champion.
I guess we have a little bit of down.
The stage is lovely, though.
Oh, I love the stage.
It looks so good.
Oh, I love the stage, especially when they light up with all the different branches too and everything. It's incredible. It really is. That was one of the things when I first came to the venue. Look down. At the time, it was a COD Mobile showing, but it was just incredible. Now to see it for the endowment, just representing Code Bowl. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I don't think we've had anything like this. I think back to our first LAN, like, it was awesome.
I remember, yeah.
We were at like a little studio. It was very, very cool.
Yeah.
It was the first one we did. It was like the inaugural Code Bowl, but nothing like this.
Yeah, I think Marissa Roberto, she was out there doing interviews and hyping
Oh,
up
yeah,
the crowd.
I remember that.
Yeah, talking about that. But we do have some more pro tips we can throw your way. We got Kismet to represent. Kismet, what do you got to say?
Just like take in the atmosphere, like be in the moment, I guess, because I come from like a sports background and like the fans and anything like that, the lights. So just kind of like feed off of it, like get into the zone from the environment that you're in. For staying in the zone, once you're already in the environment, I guess is just level yourself out. I use like, you know, whether it be someone in the crowd if it's family or just like what I'm playing for, stuff like that, just like small like cheesy stuff just to like kind of level myself out. The best way to improve on your gun skill or anything in that matter, I guess, for video games is just consistency, playing a lot and just giving it your all and trying, I guess.
All right, I am back at it. Just a second. I think we do have a bit of an interview maybe in a little bit. I see Blaze moving around up there. Blaze been working out. That man is looking good. Looking big. That's my duo, if you didn't know. That's my, hey, what's that?
Hey, yo, what's up, duo? Yeah, we duos here. Okay,
man?
we go way back, all right? We got some years in us, but, you know, as I'm going through, I need to talk to some more of our branches, okay? So I want to talk to the Navy, okay, for the glory. Yo, go ahead. One of y'all take this mic, man, okay? How you feeling today, okay? How's the games going for you? What's the trip and the journey been like getting to this moment?
It's been too easy. It's been too easy. We're fragging out, and then we just get caught in the end by some stuff. But we're playing bots out here, man. It is what it is.
You say you playing bots out here. It is what it is, okay? So going into this next drop, okay? After having 2 so far, you guys got any strategies y'all gonna take into there? Anything y'all want to change after the previous 2?
We're gonna stick to what's been working. You know, we have the most points per individual team. So don't fix what's not broken, I guess.
There we go. Now talk to me about y'all third teammate, okay? Because he ain't here. How is he's been helping the squad for you?
TP's a god. TP's
right?
insane.
Yo, I've been watching TP in the back, okay? That's who I watch when I want to learn Warzone. Is definitely Teep all day. But he's been absolutely beaming, okay?
Oh yeah. When he speaks, you listen.
That part right there, okay? It's like law. Everything that comes out of his mouth, it's the right answer. It's like, yes, Teep, I'm out here. Let me go shoot my gun,
Absolutely.
okay?
Yep.
All right, then. Well, best of luck to y'all here.
Thanks.
Since we got some more people, I want to go over here and talk to my Army guys, okay? Since we got you on the stage now, Reflections, he been gassing y'all up, rightfully so, okay? As, you know, we know he loves the Army, but what y'all plan on doing here going into this next drop?
We're going to go ahead and continue to communicate. Our saying in the Army is shoot, move, and communicate. And as long as we keep doing that, we're going to go ahead and get this dub.
All right, y'all, I heard that right there. Let's get this third matchup underway. I'm going to toss it back to the desk. Reflections, Maven, let's get this one going.
All right, appreciate you, Blaze. Got 2 for 1, love that. Talked to the Navy. They said they were, just going against bots, literally shooting bots, right? So I was like, okay, that's some heavy hitting.
Just trying to keep your gun warm. Just try and stay a little bit hot, get back into the action.
No, I think they called the competition bots. Like,
I ran to the restroom. I think we were talking about like, what they were doing between games.
You just went to default.
They were talking
like, hey,
trash. Yeah. So I was thinking, keep your hands warm.
No, they're saying they were shooting literal bots, like everybody out there.
Sheesh.
So,
Okay.
But
I like that more.
I love it because they're still feeling confident. Army's saying we're just going to continue to do what we've been doing. If it's not fixed or broken, you put duct tape on anything, fix it. But in this case, you don't need that. Where was I going with that, Maven? I don't know. But game 3 looks, I don't know if you want me to go there, but I'm going to say game 3 looks like it's about to get started. I think we're about 15 seconds to loading in, and it's going to be a good one. We heard the confidence from the Army. We heard the confidence from the Navy. We heard the pump up, of course, by their team whenever it comes to TP. Representing, baby.
This map it's been great, man. I mean, I know we're just waiting to get to the drop and just talk about some of the great POIs and stuff as they load in. I mean, hopefully we're going to be good to go here, but there are some sensational and fun places to fight. I love that you're able to kind of avoid downtown if you don't really want to get there. We saw this kind of shipyard earlier in play. The water, it can be frustrating to maneuver through, but I mean, for us, I mean, this spot, like Hydroelectric, we love to fight. It's one of our favorite places. Observatory,
I love
also
Observatory.
in the mix.
Love Observatory.
That's become like an absolute hot spot. It looks like players are dropping in, so we might be ready to go here in a second.
I saw the marshlands on there, and you can see that's pretty much central. You mentioned fighting in the water, right? Sometimes frustrating. It looks as if we might actually have a zone that ends in the water, or at least has a portion of it in it. That's going to make things super interesting. Curious if the Navy, I know that's cheesy, but do they decide to use the marshlands, use, the water?
Oh, so you're saying because they're Navy, there's going to be more amphibious than the other teams?
I'm trying to get there.
Okay, all right, I hear you. It might be the case.
I hope so. We'll see. And it looks like I think this lobby should be pretty good to go. 50 people in it, so that's going to be all right. No, I love this map. I know you were talking about a little bit earlier. Observatory is the location I go to pretty much every day.
That's our drop like every game.
Yeah,
it's just fun. It can be fast. It can be frantic.
Plus, you're on the high ground. You can just fly.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. It's like peak, but not nearly as annoying as peak from like maybe Caldera. But yeah, the fact that you can jump anywhere else.
Yeah. Got the buy station up there as well. So yeah, Observatory, that is definitely my area to go to. But I believe game number 3 is here. Let's get it going, ladies and gentlemen. Hangdog Huskers ready to go back-to-back if they can. Space Force doing a great job in game 2. We saw Huskers controlling final zone. He did so masterfully that he had a team locked up. The money, Maven, for just the two of them. Look at that.
Here's the...
I don't even know what they did to get that much cash.
Don't ask.
Wait, that's an absurd amount this early on.
Yeah,
what in the world did I miss?
Are they both going to have 20K?
I mean, I would go buy 2 guns.
Oh, I'm buying 2 guns, UAV. I'm buying everything. And why not? I'm looking at the map. So they do have a buy station literally right next to them, but 3 plate for 1 at least. Hangdog, I'm sure, is going to be able to find. I don't even know if they're contested, at least in the meantime. Hangdog, he's been playing well. We saw him in the Gulag earlier, at least beaming. It was either Symphony or it was, I think it was Almond, actually, and Hangdog ended up taking him down.
Well, they're missing one of their teammates, so the pressure's on. I mean, this is where you got to be a beast, right? Maybe you play a little bit safer, try to stay out of the fights a little bit. UAV gets popped. There is nothing home. So, I mean, good for them, because I think even more, you're just hoping to get deep into the game when you're down a guy.
Yeah, buy station is here. Like you said, 2 weapons. Why not? You almost have 20K each. You can get loaded out.
Yeah, that much money.
Yeah, you're buying. You got the RPK, maybe a Sniper Veznaz for up close. Okay, fair enough. So RPK Veznaz maybe switched out for the Sniper on the ground, but in the meantime, I mean, literally infinite money, get your gas mask. Now, these guys are chilling. 2 or not. Even though they don't have their 3rd, I mean, these guys are set up very well to make a deep run.
Well, see if they can make the run there. Over to Jaffa. Him an unknown. Trying to find maybe a little bit of cash. The cash registers, again, you can get racks out of that. We go the one building outside downtown or right in downtown, Yum Yum. You'll find there's 12 cash registers inside of there, so you can get looted up quickly. And they're finding them here. Wow. It's like you'll get $400 or you'll get $5K.
That's right. That's right.
Never sure.
Calzone talking the trash, baby. You love that from the Royal Air Force. They got to make up some ground. You see bottom left, currently 9th place. We've got 9 branches, which means I think that's either last or, close to it. So I'm hoping they step it up. But with that energy, Maven, I think they can.
Yeah, chance to do it. Just keep an eye on that leaderboard throughout. But we only got one more drop after this. If you're going to make some noise, now is time to do it. If you're one of those bottom half teams, Lord Almighty, I mean, as we look at the overall leaderboard, Royal Air Force, what are you doing? It's got 9.5. Yeah, pick it up. Maybe they've been short a player. I'm not entirely sure. Actually, that was the case, right? When we saw the POV. Yeah, so that's tough. Let's see if you can rebound.
M's.
I realize I'm calling them out. It might not be their fault.
it might not be. But us as casters, we only get so much vision anyways. But stand-up guys in general, love that we're showing the map 1 and map 2 winners too on there. And Teep with the top eliminations at 11. Iceman pretty much carrying over from his game number 1 with 11. That's where they got them, as far as I know. Sean J though, Space Force, first place currently.
Wait, on Space Force? No, right? Wait, I thought it was Huskers and Sim were the two content
Huskers and
creators.
Sim, you're right, yeah.
Oh, you said that. I was like, what did I miss? Do you have more than one content creator?
Nope.
Oh, I think we just saw
Got two.
I was going to say, if they're in first, wait, she's Space Force. I was like, wait, they're in a good spot. They got a lot of money.
I really kind of confused myself, too, because I'm like, wow, they moved up from third to first real quick.
Yeah, right.
Game number 2. That's my bad.
No, you're good. You had me thinking about it. So Teep, he seemed a little bit frustrated, but he's got a teammate to work with in the Gulag. And it's actually the same exact situation. He's got,
it is, actually, yeah.
He's got Baby Chaps, and he's got the Magnum.
Going against Jaffa and Merc by a skirt. Merc by a skirt in here. A good first shot, but answered back. Teep. He's got a dip.
Oh, that was
nade out, and he's going to drop. Baby Chap's still alive, I do believe, but now 1v2. And he's in a tough spot. Honestly, at this point, I'm bringing out the fist. I'm just getting up in your face if I can. 1v2, doesn't even matter. Good shots nonetheless, but the fist will come down. Baby Chaps will fall. And Jaffa Merc by a skirt will get out.
You aren't wrong, man. Melees are nutty.
They're nutty fast.
I've had full plates. They got someone dead to rights. I crack them with shots. They just punch me in the face twice. Instantly, you're dead. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's logical. I'm sorry, my 6 bullets didn't do anything, but your 2 elbows did.
All right.
What's up, Joe Woo?
Love it. Hey, he's on your screen.
Oh, please die to fall damage.
Please don't. No. As soon as we call him, it's not Tim. Chill out. Joe Woo, though, I mean, excellent human being. Excellent human being. Representing the Coast Guard. I actually don't think we've seen the Coast Guard too much, at least on our screen, but 5th place, not bad. I mean, middle ground, you want to talk about it, like, this is the time to come back.
Like, they'd be dominating the marshes, dude. You're not my Navy, like, Coast Guard.
Yeah. Navy and Coast Guard.
Some waves there from time to time.
That's right. I would love for the Coast Guard actually to pull through and win this thing.
Well, you hear him saying, like, let's just get into zone. Like, you're pretty far. Honestly, you're probably as far from the circle as you can be based on their position right now. You can see top left. So what did we see in the other 2 games? When someone was this deep rotating, more often than not, you got caught between 1 team, caught between 2 teams. At least they were able to jump and use the shoots. But I guarantee there are people here at the Marshland building.
100%.
1, because that's logical. 2, because I see gunfire. That's usually also an indicator.
Yeah, you're going to have those gatekeeper teams, right?
Yeah.
Playing the gatekeeper, and they're just going to try and keep you out. Loadout drops are going to be incoming. Curious if any of our teams were on screen are going to be able to spot them. But in the meantime, though, Sean J back on it again.
Oh, I got some caffeine flowing. You heard those tips from the players. I'm starting to feel a lot better here. Oh, it's just got a cup of coffee. Listen, I asked very nicely. They brought me one. I heard Cammy talking about it. I was like, get some caffeine in my veins.
Moderation, though. You were preaching that, right?
Oh, no, I don't do anything in moderation.
Good shots from Sean J, I believe, just a little bit earlier. Jedi Beats from Royal Navy now. Get to see their perspective just on the outskirts. Plenty of coverage of the buildings up ahead. And I do believe coverage is going to become a big issue. Kind of like game 1, right, where we only had that bridge. I think we're going to kind of see the same situation here as the zone.
This circle's a river.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to say the least. You can make some plays in and around the water, but this might be one of those where it is what it is. Like, if it pulls your way, you win the game. If it pulls away, you lose the game. Like, that sometimes just happens with circles in a BR. You need a little magic. I mean, I watch these guys I play with Merc and Teep and Sim. I have seen some of the most insane clutches of all time by these guys, but you know what usually happens? Oh, did the Claymore just
literally sees the Claymore, jumps to the right, tries to go. No, the Claymore was there. Now you get beamed. Jacob is down. Acquiescence.
Was that bad comms there from Isaac? Did you not tell him?
It might have been.
I think Isaac just bait a military member into
But it worked. He's got one. He's got 1, he's got 2.
What are these tactics that I'm watching?
Because it was all to plan.
Stealth ninja tactics. Like, all right, listen, team, I'm not going to tell you about the Claymore. You're going to go up and crawl up and die. That's going to be the first step of the plan. Then they're going to think, like, oh, we got a freebie. They're all going to chat. I'm going to be ready. He's just playing 4D chess, bro. Good stuff, Isaac.
It works. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. That was pretty smart. I mean, look, they're they're Air Force for a reason, man. So, which is a pretty smart branch.
Steps ahead.
The Marines have done decently well, as far as I know anyways. Marines tearing it up. Of course,
are you saying that because you're taking a shot and you see them in 8th place on that? No, 4th overall. Okay.
4th overall. No. I'm not taking any more shots after the first one in the beginning, the pre-show.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
Yeah, I know what's coming from me after this broadcast. You don't pick with Marines and then they just let it go.
I respect everyone equally.
Yeah, of course.
If there's anyone you want to attack, it's Reflections, okay?
Oh, come on, man. Hey.
I'm just your old friend, Buddy Maeve. Oh, wait. I thought he saw him, but I guess he didn't. It was Swag that ends up pushing up. He melees his teammate, I think, maybe in the back. Maybe it's a panic melee comes through. But it's Ims that's going to clutch up. We're going to get out of this. Tree gets back up. You lose one in the process.
I am blown away Ims gets out of that situation because Swag gets in there unseen.
Well, I think there was two player that went up.
Right.
I like saw him on the corner of, I think, Tree's POV. And like I thought it was a teammate the way he reacted. Like he just didn't, he was like, oh. Hi.
And I mean, M's had like literally 1 HP as well. Like that could have went either way. Almost a coin flip. The fact that they make it out is truly impressive. How far? They got to go decently far. I would get on a move on at this point. You got 30 seconds to be closing. But basically every piece of high ground is already taken up.
Is Isaac like in the Matrix? Like what?
I think he made a video about his room. Like his room is dope.
I just realized the background.
No, his room is incredible.
This guy's a different universe.
Oh, I think he redid his room like 4 months. Time, you know, to us, time goes by so quick at this point, but it seems like so slow. But it's, I think like 6 months ago, and he did a room tour of it. You got to go watch it.
I have a camera and like empty.
I know. You got your dog though.
Yeah, that's true. That's all you really need.
I think you're right. I think we just
well, they made some deep runs, so they got another one in them. Cash-wise, a bit. This is the buy. Yeah, I say try and scoop what you can here. And probably shots coming in.
Oh, they're giving it up, yeah.
I don't know if you want to buy a streak, maybe get a precision to help you get out of this, that type of thing.
Precision would be wonderful, especially as
I think Isaac just used a precision, so I think he did just streak.
Okay, yeah, this is and even obviously you're not looking to get an elimination with it. You're looking to reposition a little bit safer.
Like I just hate when the streak spam comes in, but for like utility like that, I love it. Like just to try and get you across a crazy gap, try and back people down. It's those moments where you're like Sim was with his teammate earlier, and it's like 2 clusters on your head of precision that I just want to ram my head through a wall.
That was such a bad spot for them.
Oh yeah, I'm just like I'm not having fun.
No,
like, there's just stuff blowing up around me.
And another one's going to come in, so acquiescence. You got to move at this point, but can you really? Good shots though. Look at this guy, reflex. U.S. Army. Tactical, very tactical. Someone's got to be just up ahead, unless he got juked.
So he's still on the edges, the edge of the marsh building.
Right, which I think this is a pretty decent spot to be in, honestly.
No, again, I think it's totally in him out of where the circle pulls. Like, what side of this water does it go to? And then if it goes to the far side from them, what piece of land do you have to work with? I don't think this is going to become like dolphin warfare. That's all going to be in the water. At least I don't think so. I don't think dolphins are really fighters. I think they're more lovers.
Oh,
dolphins
lovers.
are actually big time lovers, aren't they?
Big
okay, we can get back to the gameplay.
4 seconds. Warzone gods, please bless the U.S. Army one time. That's not bad. That's not bad, but it's not great. It's not the greatest, right? Yeah. I mean, you definitely want your building to be in it, but they've got to move. They're going to wrap on the far side. I think they pretty much, well, obviously they were shooting at a player in the water. I don't think they were able to pick up that elim, so should be relatively safe. Full trio, though, Maven. Full trio. Winners of game 1 looking to do the same in game 3. There it is. Hit it, move. You can't just float down. Great shot, though. Great shot.
Acquiescence with the shot.
He's good.
Lovely. Yeah, no. You can tell just by his centering, and he's wide a bit. You can tell by the movement. My guy is twisted.
Oh, he is cracked. He is going.
You don't have many left. What? There's 9 players up.
He's going for them all. I mean, we could have a repeat winner. 4 games, Maven, and a winner in 2 games of the 4. That's quick math. That's 50%. Good stuff.
Oh, reflections. You should be a math teacher.
I'm telling you. Maybe in my previous life, maybe my future life.
We'll see. Some sort of calculus professor.
Ooh, nice shot.
That's a nice tag. I don't know how it wasn't a headshot because all I saw was the guy's head.
I was about to say.
I'm plating up.
All right. Well, good comms. 4 teams,
I could get a couple more,
but they still have all 3, so it's what 6 others. I mean, and once again though, it's like they have everybody alive towards the end, right? Okay. Like they've been one of the few squads to do it. Granted, I know some people starting out in trickier spots, not their fault, but peekaboo.
Yeah.
I thought he got tagged for a second.
I thought he did too.
Whiz right by.
Got the 3 plate though, so he'd be all right.
Well, he's using with the signal. The nice thing about the signal, Crowder loves this one. Like you can just spam it. It's like basically like semi-auto. Like it's a sniper that does insane damage, but you can just keep ripping this thing.
Oh, I love how tactical. I mean, honestly, you got to use what you got to use at this point. What do you? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to decide if their position is good or not.
Well, he's getting a high alert from this side here. There.
Good shots. Good shots.
There's the knock as well. And that's what I'm talking about. You can shoot it really, really quickly. Right. Like it's just like tap, tap. And without that, I don't know if he got either of the kills. Finding another. The guy is fried. They're lining up in front. It just beams out of your boy.
Let's go, Acquiescence, tearing it up, getting those E-limbs. And he's going for the victory. That 2x multiplier would be huge. Air Force looking to win another shot.
Down.
You stand up, you sit back down, and J-Dub should get the finish.
And I think they're looking for one.
I don't have any.
It's been spotted.
3v1.
Yeah, looking for one.
Here,
He's on 6, having a hell of a game.
I got stunned. He's on the right.
3v1.
Did they hit fire it?
He did. He hit fired it. There's no cover. One down, but Acquiescence holds his ground. And we're going back to, well, not back to back, but game 1, game 3.
All right. Air Force. Listen, incredible win. You guys learned a lot at Google. You got to learn about dolphins. But like that, the RPK there, Teep's gonna watch that back and see 2 hip fire bullets hit. And he's gonna nah. So a couple things. I mean, that's literally the same the same ending, right? Like you've got Teep going up against the Air Force. Last time it was Space Force, but it's like Teep in a difficult position over and over.
Air Force, I got to hear from Acquiescence. That man is hitting shots. Blaze, what does he got to say?
Yeah, I got to hear from Acquiesce as well, because when I interviewed him last time, he was talking that talk, but this game, he backed it up. Acquiesce, the snipes, the gunfire, the comms, the hip fire. How you get so good, man?
It's all about that muscle memory. You know, when you got aim assist.
Woo!
I mean, you know.
Hey, it come through, but you on mouse and keyboard over here, are you?
I know, it's the all natty input.
Yeah, all natty in the
I don't need any
here
help
for
from
Acquiesce.
you know? I'm one of the few mouse and keyboard players up here.
Yeah, you are. And, you know, looking at you in those shots there towards the end, you know, we keep seeing Teep in the Navy here towards these final circles, but, man, you made quick work of them. Air Force, they get another dub. They won the first set. They win the third set. You're going to win the fourth one, too, as well?
Might as well make it a 3-peat.
Might as well make it a 3-peat here. Okay, Acquiesce, much love to you. And, you know, let's talk to the teammate here as well, because you was on the squad, man, okay? What is it like playing with Acquiesce and Iceman over there?
Oh, it's good. It's a good chemistry. We just keep winning.
Yep, keep
winning.
winning.
Take that trophy home.
Take it home, okay? There you go. All right, J-Dub, much love now. All right, well, hey, that's going to do it for us here on the stage. When we come back, we're going to be dropping into our last and final game and see who's going to win the C.O.D.E Bowl 3.
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath or sealed with a pinky, USAA started with a promise to take care of the military community. And 100 years later, that's still our mission. Always.
All right, that's where we're in position. You're clear to engage.
The way I improved my comms is I realized my comms were a little hectic. So like the next time I practiced or like tried calling out to my teammates, I slowed down a bit and focused on that more. Eventually, like I try to implement that into my gameplay while having good comms. You can just call out one shot, but like it'll be more influential if you be like, he's one shot, we should push this together. Like on 3, 2, 1, do this. Instead of just being like, hey, he's one shot and not saying like, where is he or anything. The best way to improve your gun skill, I feel like there's not really a shortcut to it. I feel like after finding your right sense, it's just all play time. At that point, it'd just be like how many hours you put into the game and how serious you take it. One tip to stay in the zone while you're playing is, a lot of people they get pressured by the crowd, but for me, for example, I actually like when the crowd's going against me, and I try to use it as a weapon for myself. And also having hand warmers, because it tends to be really cold up there, and having warm hands definitely improves your gameplay. Because I've had matches where my hands were freezing and I didn't have a hand warmer, and then that'd probably be one of my worst series. The audio cues I look for whenever I'm in a match, it's gonna be funny, but I try to hear their footsteps, which is called sound whoring for actual players. But I basically sound whore other players. That's my goal. If I can't hear them, then I just try to go what my team says and listen to what they're saying and where they are.
Officer Bravo, go for launch.
This is Station C2, ready for launch.
Go for launch.
To our fellow service members, Space Force Gaming wishes you good luck in this year's Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. Now, if you think the trophy's still within reach, think again.
Roger, we have liftoff.
Bring up the feed.
Roger.
2000 knock and closing.
Welcome back, folks. USAA is proud to sponsor unique experiences for the military community, allowing them to have fun while showcasing their competitive spirit. And of course, we are live in Raleigh at the C.O.D.E Bowl 3, bringing you your C.O.D.E Bowl champs after this next and final drop. But we have so much going on here this weekend in this very room, including our gorgeous C.O.D.E Bowl stage. But very shortly, we're going to be heading into some CDL action as well. It is all going down here in this arena. And if you guys want to watch more Call of Duty action, then the party will be continuing very shortly as well. It continues with the Call of Duty League Major 1. It's going to be starting shortly after, of course, the C.O.D.E Bowl, and will be live all weekend long. And now, if you want to find out more about the Call of Duty League, then go to callofdutyleague.com or tune in right here at twitch.tv/Call of Duty. Nameless, Ali, I already told the viewers earlier on, you're doing double time today, folks. You are doing it all. It's amazing. We love seeing your faces. We love seeing what you guys have to say about COD. And with Major 1 happening for the second time this weekend, it's going to be absolutely insane. Day 2 is going to bring some kind of spicy takes, I think, from some of our teams. And the format is a little bit different this time around too.
Yeah, we got group play. I feel like, yesterday people were just trying to catch their breath, Ali. There was so many matches going on, and we got some big ones today. Optic versus Florida V2 is the first match on main stage. What are you most excited for?
I'm most excited to see the challengers teams. Team Elevate will be playing today. This is the Pro-Am, and they're trying to earn themselves a spot on the pro team. So be something to watch out for.
There certainly will indeed. I saw some spicy things happening with our challengers teams, especially one against Toronto Ultra yesterday.
They're taking respawns. Woo! These guys are ready to go. It's so early in the title that these guys are they're frying.
Absolutely crazy. Well, I'll tell you what, that's all to look forward to. But right here, right now, and if you guys are just tuning in to C.O.D.E Bowl 3, this is the format that we have today. There's 18 trios dropping 4 times. We're in our 4th and final drop very shortly. Our 2 trios have our military branches, of course. They're going to be combining their results after each drop. It's 1 point per kill. First place has that double multiplier as well on the points, and 2nd through 10th has 1.5 times the points as well. So there's a lot to play for, and we do have our standings currently. And Nameless, Air Force Gaming, after that 3rd drop, my goodness me, it's going to be very hard to catch them.
Listen, these guys are just popping off. They have such a good team. Iceman Isaac, you got JW, you got Acquiesce. And Ali, you were screaming when Acquiesce was going crazy. He was popping off. He had the RPK, he had the Signal 50. Man was going crazy.
Guys was talking about, points, pro tips heading into this, and one of them, it was putting all that time in, right? Like how to get your gun skill up. That guy's putting in a lot of time out of the shots that I just saw. And he's on mouse and keyboard. I 100% would have said, oh, it's controller, maybe a little bit aim assist. Nope, just better than everybody else.
Yeah, indeed, better than everybody else. Absolutely incredible. I'll tell you what, though, that man stood out on our screens in Acquiesce. Here he is. He has been listening to our pro tips today because, my goodness me, he was really showing up for his squad. I think it's absolutely amazing to see that the fact that, obviously, Iceman Isaac, a very well-known streamer and a very good Warzone player, is bringing out the best in his squad mates. And Nameless, talk to me a little bit about what you saw from this team, but especially this player, Acquiesce.
Well, I think, with this team, they just have great teamwork. Everybody is very comfortable in their in-game mechanics and their skills, and situationally, you see how they're playing things. Like, they're in that building, they got the sound cue of a player up top, and they bait and switched. And then also, when you can do things like that, that guy's just floating back into the lobbies, hitting snipes, and, with the Signal 50, it shoots so fast. It is a 2-shot kill, 2-shot down from any of the ranges that are within this circle, and he was just hitting his shots. Like, we seen Ali, he'd get a kill or a knock, he'd dive back into the water, reload, come back out and get more.
And it's the awareness too. Like you just saw it in that play. Like he got the kill on that one guy and he instantly rotated over to that mid building to try and catch some people trying to get away from the zone. It's just that awareness is something that I would expect out of maybe Warzone Professional.
And he hits the hip fire on the Teep at the very end. Teep thought he might have got the better of them, hop in that corner. Acquiesce was like, no, don't shoot at my teammate. Hit him with some solid shots. And you saw the spiciness too in the interview with Blaze. He said, I'm a mouse and key. I don't have no aim assist. Y'all are just trash. So I love it, man. You can see right here, he's been frying.
I mean, you can see obviously after that map 3, 7 kills there. Absolutely insane stuff. And with that multiplier, not looking too shabby. But for me, it's got to be the versatility of this guy. He's whipping out the sniper. He's dunking, diving through the water, making sure he's covered. Then he's hip firing as well. He's got absolutely everything up his arsenal as well. But I got to say, the communication is massive for this squad. I think Iceman Isaac is doing a really good job at making sure the best is coming out of his team as well. Well, folks, though, I got a little bit of a news for you guys, and hopefully you're listening up very, very closely because, hi, viewers, thank you so much for tuning into C.O.D.E Ball 3, presented by USAA, of course. And as a thank you for joining us on this broadcast, please scan the QR code on screen and redeem the following to your Activision account, which will grant players 30 minutes of double XP in Call of Duty in partnership with USAA. And 30 minutes of double XP in Call of Duty in partnership with USAA by scanning the QR code on screen and redeem your Activision account. We will be giving out 4 30-minute double XP codes during the course of our live broadcast each hour, so please see the official rules and disclaimers for this promotional code at the redemption address tagged to the link. Be sure to sign in and secure the code for your account. This is our last code drop during the live broadcast, limited to 1,675,000 redemption codes total per redemption site. So make sure you guys are taking notes, getting that final QR code in, and make sure you get your double XP, people. It's going to be absolutely incredible. I'll tell you what, though, we got our 4th and final drop, and very soon we're going to find out who our champs are going to be. That trophy is going to be picked up by somebody. Well, I'll tell you what, the coaching tips, the pro tips, they're certainly going to help in this 4th and final drop. And we have Afro up next to tell us exactly what needs to be done in hopes to take that trophy.
Hey C.O.D.E Ball teams, it's Afro the Minnesota Rocker, and my advice of how to stay calm on stage and always stay in the zone. First of all, take a deep breath before you go on. At least that's what I do. I take a deep breath before I go on, just to get the just get the oxygen in the brain, just to just get everything wired up. And the second thing that I'll probably say is just focus on what you got to do in game. Don't think about anything else. Just focus on what you and your teammates got to do. My advice to just keep your gunny up and just able to shoot straight is, first of all, just play the game. It's as simple as that. The more you play, the more you just play the game, the better gun skill you have. It's just as simple as that. Obviously, so it's not very easy to play the game if you've got other priorities to do, but that's literally the only way to get better. My advice on how to improve your comms is, first of all, don't be frantic. Second of all, you kind of want to bounce off your teammates. If they're saying something, say something back. You kind of want to have a conversation mid-game, which is exactly what I at least strive to do in mid-game anyway.
All right, here we have it, folks. 4th lobby is getting ready to go. And as we are waiting to get into game, let's talk about what this 4th lobby means. We have all of the kills that need to be gotten by so many of our teams if they want to climb that leaderboard. In fact, for some of them, it's going to be pretty difficult. They'd have to wipe the entire lobby, probably win as well if they did want to climb the ranks, because we've got 29.2 points there from the Royal Navy Esports. Now, Nameless, it is kind of doable, for sure, but what are some of our teams doing wrong here? What do you want to see more out of, maybe from 5th to 9th position?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Acquiesce showed, a great example of what you need to do in this. If you survive towards the end And there's so many people in the final circle because it's Mini Royale. You're going to get the kills if you end up surviving and winning those fights at the end. So it's just about like surviving, having the utility, having the weapons of choice in the final circle, and being able to play together. Like getting your entire team there is so important. And this is still very doable for some of these teams. You get a 2x multiplier. You have 6 people on the map across your 2 trios. It's definitely doable for basically anybody. Maybe aside from 8th and 9th, you'd have to have a monstrous game. But anything can happen, Allie. Air Force can lose right away.
When we talk about Space Force Gaming, won with 17.5 points. On the other side, their second trio is 41.5 points. Helped them out. Like, you could easily overtake this first place in this final drop here if you just get a little help from the other side of the stage, from your other squad. But it definitely still up in the air. Air Force Gaming, Space Force, they'll definitely be the top 2 teams to watch heading into this 4th drop. But again, Navy Esports is still sitting there at 3rd. They've been sitting there at 3rd, I believe, in every single one of our drops. So this could be an opportunity for them to break into the top 2.
Also, U.S. Army. Y'all were talking a lot of trash, okay? I'm gonna need y'all to at least place top 3, because every time we went to them, they're like, we've been winning all the cups, we've been frying online, and now we're in a game against us, so I need to see them back up the trash talk. So far, it's been all Space Force and Air Force. I'm looking at one of these other squads to make a run here in this
100%. I think looking at that leaderboard and what you said there, Nameless, as well, about the fact that it is possible, you know, this is still possible for a lot of our teams. And what makes me actually agree with you there is the fact that we are seeing that kind of one-sided display of points, like you said, Ali. You know, if one of those teams messes up in this last lobby and their other team can't quite get there like they haven't so far, that's a big problem, and we might see the leaderboard completely shift here. What do you think, Ali, that they need to do right now to be able to cement their placement? Our top 4, you know, it's pretty kind of flexible here, and this, you know, last lobby could mean everything in terms of the points board.
If anything has happened in my time and, you know, casting over Warzone, it has been that in that last drop, the last 2 drops, the top teams have fallen out incredibly early. It almost feels like they're being hunted. Mini Royale might make that a little bit easier just because you don't have as much time to make that comfortability, to make that choice. For them in the top 4, just play your life for as long as possible. Get a little bit campy, maybe play a little bit slow. Just try to play it safe, because if you're first down and out, I mean, it's maybe 10 points separating you in the top 3. So you do not want to put yourself in a situation that you cannot save.
Indeed. And I got to say, the 70+ points there for the US Air Force, that's quite an extreme kind of lead right now that they have compared to the 50. So talk to me about tactics right now. If you're on US Air Force here, Nameless, are you going to be like, right, deny that double points from them? Let's get that top place. Don't worry too much about kills. Kill as it comes. However, just denying that double points for the rest of the teams, it would be a pretty big advantage, I feel like.
Yeah, I think you don't adjust your play style whatsoever.
Okay.
I think what's going on is working. They've been picking up a decent amount of kills each game, and you got 2 trios, right? And you also have a gulag where you can go in and come back. And the gulag, to me, is just additional kills, right? So we actually have some stats comparisons of some of the players that we have in this tournament. So let's check out what we got here. So this is Acquiesce versus Taj. This is from map 3, the players that were popping off. This is US Army. Taj on one side, who was talking a lot of trash. They still got some work to do.
2-time.
But he had a good one, you know, just hasn't gotten that 2x multiplier. 11 kills is really no joke total so far. And then on the other side, we have Acquiesce. You can see these guys have been doing this for a while. 5 and 7 years of service. Thank you guys so much doing it in there. And then now giving us a show here in the C.O.D.E. Bowl 3.
100%. You can see right now Acquiesce as well, Ali. He's seasoned. 1,266 Warzone wins.
Yeah, that's
a lot.
My goodness.
That is a lot of time. Like I said, that gun skill that he was showing us earlier in that matchup, it was certainly, he just put in the time. He took what Skies said to heart. He knew what Skies was going to say and put in the work free before we headed into this tournament.
And look at the average placement on the side of Acquiesce. Like, U.S. Army just got to get a W. They've contributed a lot of points, you know, but yo, 1,900 and 1,000 wins? How many wins do you guys think you have combined?
Me?
Oh, yeah.
I can probably count on my digits, bro.
Allie, have you got a Warzone dub?
No, I maybe dropped in once.
Oh, we are going to change this. This trio is going to get some dubs. We're going to hit up the Warzone mobile station. It'll be easier on the phones.
Amazing stuff. Well, you both can be my streamer. I'll be the guy that just sits back. I'll be the priest of the
No
team,
problem.
making sure I'm picking up everything we need to pick up. Shields, yeah, armor, I got him. Don't worry about it. I'll just be hiding behind a riot shield,
I think
probably.
you could gun Maven.
You really think so?
I think so, yeah.
I could gun Maven?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, 100%.
I'd probably
Yeah,
give myself
for sure.
that, maybe. Yeah.
For sure.
Potentially. I don't know if he's listening. He might be listening. But yeah, potentially could. But it's been absolutely incredible so far. I just want to ask, you know, in terms of what we've seen on our screens, and I know it's been pretty quick because, you know, Mini Royale is a pretty fast-paced way to play Warzone. But any kind of highlights for you that you've kind of been like, geez Louise, I cannot believe what I'm watching?
I think one that I look back to is the Huskers play in the very end game. You could see he was playing with the team, but then at the end he was like, I just got to take over here. He just pushed up to the building, popped a couple kills. Acquiesce as well. That play was pretty sweet. We've seen some cool snipes and stuff throughout this tournament as well. So we saw SPX come out. It's been dope.
It's been really good. Ali, what about you?
I'm just happy to see the military really showing through. You know, I was a little bit worried of the fact that maybe they kind of just sit back a little bit and it'd be more about the influencers, but it really has been all about these players on these teams. It's been about the military, so I'm glad they showed up and showed through.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Teep got down by military as well. I mean, they are no joke out here. They're here to play. But I have actually been told that we're going to be tossing on over to our casters right now to see exactly what they're going to be delivering us. But I've also been told that we have a quick tweet to have a little peek at as well. So let's take a little look at that one as well. Air Force Gaming have been tweeting on socials, calling it out. Overall standings first. Okay, we got the Air Force, obviously. Then second, Maven. Third, Maven's hairstyle.
And there's no hair. I don't think that counts as a hairstyle.
It's more of a scalp style. Fourth one, of the other branches, probably no one remembers fourth last anyway. C.O.D.E. Ball, love that, absolutely love that. I tell you what, Maven Reflections game is ready. We're going to hand it on over to you, hot, quick. Let's drop into the fourth lobby.
Yeah, you know, I guess I have a pretty good understanding why Air Force is in the lead. I just walk off. I sort of like, we're about to be on camera. I'm wandering around. I was so gassed about this Air Force gaming tweet because, you know, they understand it. They understand it.
It's
the baldness, it's the beauty, it's all of it.
But this is what I got to ask, and it just hit me, and I don't know if I'm a genius for thinking about this or an idiot, which it could be both. Is a hairstyle if you're bald?
Extra self-res right here.
Because you don't have hair.
Oh.
Here, Isaac, I got you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a hairdo. It's a lifestyle.
I'm going to ask the Space Force.
It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
All right, so we're now in our fourth and final game. We'll start off with Acquiescence, who has just been tearing it up, absolutely. Air Force are just looking unstoppable at this point in time, first place as a whole. And 71 points, Space Force just below them at 59, if I'm not mistaken. You have the Navy right below them with Teep and Co. So there is a chance with two teams. I mean, they can come back.
That's the big thing. You've got 6 players. Like, you know, sometimes you might forget because how we've been highlighting it, but you've got 2 trios from each. Now, can you get in and make a run? Now, this could be good. Well, good for Air Force, I guess, if it's a mess for Space Force early on, but it looks like that's going to be a wipe. They're able to get the kills. Symphony trying to pop off early. That's going to be 3 for him basically out the gate.
So 3 for Symphony and Co. Okay, so this is, like you said, a strong start needed. Space Force to get their second endowment trophy in back-to-back years, or back-to-back competitions, I should say. They've got to clear at least 12 points. I know you said I should have been a math teacher, but still, 20 or so points. It's going to be a lot. Either way, though, they've got to have a pop-off game in game number 4. And quite honestly, there's nobody better than Symphony to lead his team.
I'll be honest with you. I've casted a lot of Warzone events. I stopped doing math because it usually has ended with me sounding like an idiot. So I sort of let it play out. And whatever happens, you got an idea of who's going to be there at the end. Like, when I first started casting Warzone, I'd have a notepad and calculator, bro, trying to figure stuff out. I'm like, nah, dude. I'm all right. We know it's going to be tight. Let's see how it ends.
Well, J-Dub is down, so maybe some rough waters up ahead. Iceman, of course, Acquiescence having to go big. It could be scary if this trio goes down early on in game 4. Despite you being in first, we know the points are relatively close.
That's what everyone's rooting for. That's what everyone's rooting for. Like, get them out. Right. Get them buried.
Wait,
let's hunt them down. Well, to Air Force to get slaughtered early on is what would help everybody else, I'm saying.
Okay, so Army and all them, they're rooting for that. After that tweet, quite honestly, then saying like the other branches they don't remember, you know, they might have shot themselves in the foot. And that could be used for ammunition for the other social media managers.
Yeah, true.
100%.
No, but I love that.
But the Maven hairstyle stance.
Listen, there's a bit of love for me. There's a bit of love for me there. But now on 4, so Symphony continues his hot start. The kills could be big.
Yeah. I'm down to go towards that.
Beautiful high ground.
Well, he wants to get aggressive. I think he knows like you need to.
Hey, worst case, we got jailbreak.
Worst case, jailbreak. Perfect opportunity then. Push forward. You know you're going to be solid. You lost your teammate, but that's all right. You still got Scrub next to you. And Scrub's been playing very, very well in conjunction with Symphony. It was Scrub and Symphony who was inside that house with all the mortar strikes and precisions going down, and they managed to make it out. They didn't make it very far, but they made it out. So I believe it.
He said jailbreak, and I was like, there's a jailbreak?
That's what he said.
I think he meant gulag, right?
He probably meant gulag.
Yeah, okay. I was so confused. I was looking around the screen, like, is a jailbreak happening?
I'm thinking, like, should I take his word? But then again, I'm reminiscing of of when he didn't use the res.
Yeah, no, I don't think he knows what's called what. That's all right. Precision.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Almonds,
Gotta
peanuts.
send it.
All right, he's going to get out of that.
I'm gonna try to get to the billboard.
He loves to play aggressive. He wants
way
to
he
send
lands
it and
on
fly.
this.
I didn't even know. I've never actually been up there.
There's so many.
So smart. You're not looking up there. You're not looking up there. That should be an easy 2-1 knock. There's a finish. The second one down. That's number 2.
Papa's eaten.
Phoenix, Jolly Rog, gone, and I believe one more remains. Again, such a smart play to get on top of
So
that
there are like
side.
2 full squads rotating out?
It should be.
Yeah, he said so many in front of me. I didn't know if that was the one trio they killed or if there were more, but it looks like they got the one trio. That might be it.
No, I think there's going to be multiple, at least when they go inland.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. I
Yeah.
just didn't know if there were more there.
And I think they were tracking that. Oh, bit of a testy situation. Acquiescence, Air Force, needing a good game here. Iceman's dropped. I think last time we saw J-Dub was in a bit of trouble. This time Iceman is now gone.
I saw how he plays with his colors like this. Like, is he going for the whole make everything gray as possible?
Hey, sometimes you just
like a lot of us, you know, we add a little saturation, try to spice up the map a little bit. They both got an angle.
Yeah,
that was a row, I think, just from up top.
It was a nasty angle because I thought he was totally covered, at least where he was at. So now it's up to J-Dub. Decent inventory.
Whichever one that is.
He's got decent inventory. I think he can absolutely. Well, so what do you do here, right? You just, I mean, obviously you play your life as intended, but I'm curious, did Iceman Acquiescence, so they do have Gulag.
They have Gulag,
So they're going to be all right.
Okay, well, what do I do here? I'm not worried about anything because I have $15,000. So, I mean, the main thing I would do, I guess what I would consider is there is a buy on the right. That is going to be hot, right? Because that's right where they died from. So that buy is not really going to be in play.
Right.
I would love to get myself in a position somewhat near a buy.
Okay.
That he needs to put a plate on, right? Is that blue or purple? I can't tell with his color.
No, it's blue. Yeah.
Is it blue?
Yeah,
I thought it was purple for a second. Okay.
Well, it does look purple to be fair, but it's not a 3-plate.
Okay.
So, he's just got 2 right
I
now.
thought maybe he hadn't put one on yet.
Iceman 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would try to get near a buy if possible in case they both lost. Yeah, but the fact they're both able to win it, that's going to be huge. They'll get back into it. Now, you got loadout just dropped. You got to get kitted. We go over here towards what I call hell. This is hell.
Why is that?
Fighting in Village is a nightmare because there are just so many windows and so many rooftops and so many bots that'll drop. If there's a stronghold, like fighting here is terrifying sometimes.
Well, Almond's not scared. He's going for it. Player on the inside. Nice shots up close. Wins it.
I guess that's somewhat.
And that's going to be another. It's going to be another one. 5 kill streak for Almond. So definitely U.S. Army. I mean, I believe they were in 4th place, so they had a little bit more points to cover. But I mean, you got Almond on your side. He's got 5 eliminations. The rest of the crew doing fairly well. They're making a good run for it.
Listen, what everyone else needs is Air Force to drop.
Yeah.
At this point, to try and come back and make a run because you get. Let's say you get 15 kills, 13, somewhere in that ballpark.
But they stay alive.
The 2x multiplier, and you win, you're okay. But yeah, the longer Isaac and them are alive,
that's right.
It's a problem.
Yeah, 100%. And Iceman was getting back. He didn't win that Gulag. J-Dub was still staying alive with plenty of money, as you said. So they're in a great spot, despite losing 2 players early on, to or at least forcing them to go to the Gulag.
So now, I mean, it's going to be interesting just with this final circle. At least how it's looking like it's going to start to shape up. But nice tag in from Husk. He's in here with Taj.
Oh, he's
cooking. Fred and Parkey.
He's cooking it. He gets a hit. Breaks the shield. Nice shot. That's 2. And now it's up to Fred. Fred, what can you do, baby? Grab the 3 plate so you have that when you get released. And where is Fred? There's Fred. He was hiding on the ground. He's spotted. He's gone in a perfect situation for Huskers to get out. And we'll transition now onto the main storyline, right? Air Force, J-Dub, we saw him staying alive. He had plenty of money. He still does. Iceman comes back. Acquiescence as well. And believe it or not, they have even more money than when we left off with them.
Yeah. Somehow, just continuing to mount the cash. But just no vest on anybody. That is going to be big.
Oh, Juke in the air.
Nice he got a couple tags in.
Does he push that now?
Yeah. Oh, he's just trying to hip fire from there. All right, I see. We're ambitious.
They're just coming in. He's ready to go again.
Okay.
All
right, so now definitely got to dip away. But this could play out pretty interesting. It might be like a longer end game than we've had in some of these, in the sense of how many people are alive, just due to the number of buildings, the number of like safe havens that you can find. Because this side's okay. More east.
Yeah.
It gets a little dicey. You get out to that hill and kind of the fields, but there's a lot here. Another street coming in. Have fun, guys. Just hope it doesn't come to the wall.
It shouldn't. I think they're just below the roof level.
It shouldn't. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so they should be
said
just
many
fine,
times. Yeah. I've said that a lot.
This building is pretty well made, it seems. He's really worried about a player coming from up top. Obviously, there is a team down low. I think their only exit is either to push through that team that's down low or hop off the roof. They're going to have to move.
Sometimes it just feels like the building, it's like the architect was like into origami or something. It's like the whole building just built out of paper. Like it's
the ugliest origami I've ever seen. It
sure
is
is
what it looks like.
There's 2 under us, and then 1 right here.
And I think
okay, well this is pulling more towards the hill and field though. Like a lot of these safe havens about to be no longer safe.
So that's going to be a duo in front. I think there might be a solo off to the left, and then unless that trio kind of broke up. I think you have to challenge one of these teams, which is going to happen. Just on the outskirts, thinking he's safe. Nice shots, Iceman.
Well, I do it while I have the UAV, right? I think that's kind of the call.
Yeah.
If we're going to make a push, which we have to, let's try and do it behind the UAV. But one going to get caught. I think the first he knocked, he was calling out the self. Acquiescence, his chance to go big. He's able to thirst one. It's Spratt that's going to take him out. So that is probably Air Force White. Well, okay, sorry, J-Dub.
J-Dub staying alive. And notice he hasn't spent any money. He has not had any chance to get to that buy station that we pointed out a little bit earlier, which in oversight, why is that? Maybe too much pressure. I know we switched off his perspective.
There's no buy and play, I don't think at this point.
Well, whenever we had him before, remember?
Yeah.
And then Iceman was floating down, so I thought for sure they were going to use that money and obviously, at least buy some guns. But an opportunity for Teep to laser, and laser he will. I believe that's at least a knock.
Well, Teep's issue mostly is going to be he is by himself.
He's out in the open.
He's got 1 plate extra. I mean, he's been in a tough spot, I assume, just based on the fact that he doesn't have any kills right now, because he's been one of our leaders.
Yeah. Notice they also did not have their teammate too. Deep
what is
Six
this guy
is down.
behind?
I can't say. It looks like he's like literally behind the bush, but that bush is pretty strong. Now you had to go up top. And this is what I was being in the open, such a tough spot to be in. You mentioned 1 plate. He's going to have to use it, getting a bit hung up, but he gets away.
Might be some plates on the shelves in here, unless they've been all gobbled up. It looks like they've been gobbled up. Oh, he hops out and someone's just holding the angle. That is tough. He will fall. So what? That'll be no run for. That was Navy, right?
That was Navy.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think maybe
Force.
Maybe top 3 and Sean J. So TP did eliminate them. So Sean J. Now
That's what the other Air Force team with Isaac.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's big. So Space Force probably the team to make a run then now, right?
It could be. Well, I mean, unless what J-Dub is doing, right? We still don't know what J-Dub is up to.
Listen, J-Dub, I'm sure you're fantastic, but I don't know if he's pulling it off by himself.
Hey, look, if there's a will, there's a way, baby. He knows pretty much the team and the championship. The trophy is on his back.
This is your realistic shot
but
here.
Symphony, 100%. Symphony lasering, you got to get out of that building. Zone's going to be on it, and I think this is a great spot. This is about to be a really good run for Space Force.
Is it? Because one's down, one's out of plates.
But Symphony has a great position.
He does for a few seconds. The problem is the Storm's going to be on him in a moment. The Storm's going to start to come in now. Where are you going to reposition to find the kills? Because you also have the pressure of, if you're trying to win this thing, you probably need half of these kills that are left.
Yeah,
I would think something in that ballpark.
Yeah. And he's in that tough spot he wasn't in game 2, where do I go for the res, do I not? Now that decision has been made. Scrub is now fully finished off, right?
Listen, I've seen Mason clutch some of the most unwinnable games.
And that's why I still have faith.
The guy, I don't know, his brain just shuts off. It's rarely on anyway, but it just shuts off and he just does nutty stuff. It's like what he is born for.
To be fair though, Symphony being by himself now, fully focused on himself, I think this is really like the animal comes out of the cage.
There was an achievement during the Titanium trials where you had to res a teammate, and all of us got it done like first game. A month later, he still hadn't resed anyone. That's the type of teammate he is. Yeah.
So so that's J-Dub. Got our answer.
All right.
So Air Force, I do believe, is out, which means
it's all on.
Still a decent run from them. But now it's really on Symphony.
I think so.
It's really on Symphony to dethrone Air Force, for Space Force to get their Code Bowl 3 championship. Symphony has to pop off, and it starts here. Oh no!
God, I thought he snapped pretty well, but he's just gonna get fried. I thought he had a good shot to do it. I didn't think he took any damage, and then he was just gone.
Yeah.
It was like he took fall damage, which you don't really from that That drop.
But you still have Huskers. You still have Huskers, so Space Force is still being represented, and he's down. Hangdog, where you at? You're just by him.
Is that a Space Force on Space Force crime just now?
Oh, no.
Or was that a different building? I didn't see who killed Sim, but that'd be actually kind of funny. Because technically this is, I don't know, it's like working together exactly, but this is where you would want to.
Now it's a race for self-revive. I don't think they're going to get pushed, but there's always a chance. Get Huskers back in it. Space Force's chance still alive potentially.
They need the 2-time multiplier, at least I think so.
They need it, 100%, no, without question. I think they needed that even going into this game in general.
Well, I don't know, because Sim was on like, what, 5, 7 here? I don't know, dude, it's going to be close, I think.
Like you said,
I also
we don't do
could
the
be
math,
utterly
baby.
full of it.
We don't do the math,
I think
baby.
it might be close.
All right, so it's getting a little bit close from the high ground. Ryan, though, from the British Army looking to be a nuisance. Space Force getting lit up, and they're down. And British Army will at least get one dub today, baby. Take it, game number 4. You love to see it.
They get the big dub, and now it's just a matter of tallying this all together, seeing who clutched up. Space Force made a run. It's just like, was it enough?
Made a huge
Was
run.
it enough? But British Army Esports, they get that big dub. They'll be able to get a little trash talk because they were dealing with both Space Force teams there at the tail end. I'm just curious if that was Space Force on Space Force crime. Because it kind of seemed like that might have been the case.
It did, and that's so tough because I don't know if they're in the same comms. I don't know if they can actually calm that out and like work that out. If that makes sense, it would make sense for them to be able to do so. But if that's the case, and let's say they lose by mere points, I mean that's going to come to haunt them.
I just have to see if it actually was.
I don't know.
That'd be painful. And it'd probably only be a difference of like a killer. Well.
No,
the problem is you might have lost a multiplier.
You might have lost a multiplier, exactly.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Still a good run, though. Still a good run for Space Force.
It was. I mean, I think when I think of who was really doing well consistently, it was Sanjay, Air Force, and Isaac's team. But I feel like Teep was always making late runs to the end, and then it was like Simmer Huskers. Like one of them would always be on these deep runs. And I said at the very beginning, I thought with only 4 drops, consistency was going to be huge. You just what? You couldn't put up like a 0-type dud and realistically expect to win this thing. Consistency prevailed. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We don't know the official results. I think the biggest thing for me, though, that I'm so happy with is all the branches played so incredibly well. It was great to hear the trash talk and just really see them come through and do an excellent job. And I loved all the analysts breaking down the action, right? So from Lottie, Nameless, Ali, what's up? I mean, I don't know who won this. I don't think you do either, right?
We're getting updates.
Yeah. We're waiting very patiently, just like you guys are. Pretty exceptional stuff, but Maven, Reflections, thank you so much for all your casting today. You've been absolutely incredible, of course. But do you have any special moments that you both were kind of keeping your eye on in all of our 4 lobbies today?
I mean, for me personally, Acquiescence popping off the way that he did. You know, it's so funny. I was looking at the document and seeing the names and, trying to memorize them. And that was one name I said, I got to know how to say that because that's a tough one, okay? So I definitely did the Google Translate and I figured it out, and I'm so glad I did. He popped off. He played so well, whether it was with Sniper, whether it was, of course, RPK. He was just tearing it up. I think that's the biggest standout to me, and 2 games for Air Force is tremendous.
Yeah, that was a big one. He was incredible. I don't know why this one stands out, but like when Teep was locked on top of that building in the storm, and he was in the 1v3 against Husk's squad, and he popped up and beam Husk, I was like, hold up.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna pull it. He died instantly after, but like that was the one where I was like, okay. And I think he got second like back-to-back games, so he was making some really late runs. But overall, it was a good time, man. I think Mini Royale was perfect for this. Just the pace of it, everything was good.
And another thing that stood out to Symphony and the res gun, not using it when it should have been used.
I told you he's a jackass, and there's just no way around it. But I had a wonderful time.
I did too.
Thank you.
Amazing stuff. We had a wonderful time listening to both of you casting, so thank you very much yet again for another exceptional year here at the C.O.D.E Bowl as well. Well, folks, we're actually going to check out some highlights from that 4th lobby while we do get things tallied up to find out who is going to be taking that trophy behind us very shortly. But some epic things went down there, and my goodness me, what did we say, guys? We said that maybe there was a team that could come up, climb the ranks in that 4th lobby and just do everyone dirty, and Nameless is exactly what happened. And Ali, you called it too.
I said it. That 4th drop, you can get so complacent, and I feel like that might be a little bit what happened for a lot of these top teams, and they dropped very, very early. And I will say this, though, I want to give a lot of props to J-Dubs for staying alive as long as he did when Isaac and Acquiesce would kept dropping, and he just stayed alive. He kept his cash, he brought them back. Isaac won his gulag, they dropped again, he tried to stay alive, so they tried to make the most of the situation that they were given. But I'm happy to see a different team win the final drop 4, even if it doesn't push them as far as maybe they would have liked. I'm happy to assume we had different winners.
Yeah, and we got to know, like, this is bragging rights for a whole year for some of these guys. Yeah. We heard when it was starting some of the, jabs that were being thrown across that stage. And, in this last game, there were some big jumps in the standings. I just got word from producers. They're figuring it all out. It's a lot of math that needs to be done. But, J-Dub, like you said, he was going hard, surviving for the squad. We saw Symphony, whose team, Space Force, they were in second heading into that last and final drop. He gets taken out. I believe it was 5th place that they ended up getting. But he tried to survive, almost got that 2-piece at the very end, had some decent positioning, but it really all came down to that end circle positioning. Whoever had the building to finesse around and hit the shots ended up taking it.
It really did indeed, and obviously the higher ground helped just a touch as well. Yeah. But yeah, rotations are everything in Warzone. I think with Mini Royale, with the speed of the circles closing, the fact that you're already basically into the 3rd circle anyway when you drop in, you don't have time to really think. You have to really be secure on what position you want to take, what route you want to take, and a lot of our streamers, I'm sure, were helping out, considering they're professionals. They do this competitively, and they're like, this is where we need to go. But I've been so impressed with all of our teams so far. And go on, Britain. All right,
I know, it turned up at the end there.
Love it. All right, we like that. We'll remember that final and 4th lobby. So incredible stuff. But I tell you what, we do actually have the winners of our C.O.D.E Bowl 3, and we're going to get them up right now for you. I'm very excited to announce who is going to be taking that trophy home very shortly. Are you guys ready at home? Let's see the leaderboard.
With that last win, they clinched the W. The Royal Air Force Esports behind the back of Jaffel NC, popping 9 at the end. Wow, Lottie.
I actually cannot believe this. RAF have just clinched that leaderboard. That is absolutely incredible.
And you know what? I was watching our leaderboard updates because, obviously we have all of this information on the stat page, and I just thought maybe the rest hadn't been updated yet. I was like, oh, looks like they've overtaken Space Force Gaming, but Air Force surely had gotten at least a couple of kills there in the final game, but I guess they actually all properly set on a donut or something, so Royal Air Force cinching out in game 4.
I mean, I literally cannot believe my eyes. I mean, this is unbelievable. In terms of the math here, Namers, I know that you have it in front of you, so what went on in terms of the stats?
So in map 4, the eliminations, Jaffel NC dropped 9 elims, okay?
Wow, okay.
And then looking down, Sprat had 5, and Calzone had another 4. So these guys were absolutely frying in this last drop. Both teams did their thing, and there we go. There's the trophy. Congratulations, Royal Air Force Esports.
Huge congratulations to the Royal Air Force on the stage right now, lifting that trophy high. And I got to say, for me, the look on their faces when they turned around and they saw the LED screen and it was the Royal Air Force. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe their eyes, but that's what happens. It is a kill race. You get the kills, you get the multiplier, you're sitting pretty, and that's exactly what happened here for the RAF Esports. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to all the fellas. Thank you so much to the streamers as well. Blaze is on the stage right now. I want to hear from the Royal Air Force themselves. Blaze, let's hear from the lads. Let's hear from the champs of the C.O.D.E Bowl 3.
Wow! Royal Air Force gets it done. Give it up one more time. Come on. Here we go. Let me pass y'all the mic on over. Now, as they announced the winners, we were all looking at the LEDs to see who came out on top. And you guys were legitimately surprised, okay? It was kind of slow to start off, but in the end, you finished off strong. How you feeling?
That's unbelievable. We had like 2 chalk games at the start, and into that last game, I was like, we need a 20. We need a 20 at least, and we need to win. I think we pulled out 16 in R3, and I don't know what the other 3 guys got.
Oh, man.
That was a massive last 2 games. That was crazy.
Massive. Yo, pass the mic on over to your teammate. Man, you had 9 kills there towards the end, okay? You were popping off, fighting your heart out. What does this mean for you?
It means a lot. It means a lot because it's such an amazing cause today, and we're all coming here for the exact same thing. Like I said, we had 2 short games at the start where we played 1v3, and then going into the last 2 games, we literally said, let's just get our head down, drop 2 high team games, and we're gonna win it.
Hey, and that's exactly what you did, okay? Pass it on over to your teammate, man. What does it mean to get this trophy here for the Royal Air Force? You guys had a long journey here, playing against some of the best Warzone players in the world, but you got it done.
So from coming second last time we played this event, it was heartbreaking since it was a tie, but we knew we were bringing it home this time. Like, come on the boys, let's get it right. That's what we love to see. Just tune in, everyone, by the way, especially everyone from home. It's honestly, it's a great pleasure to do this, and everyone watching at home. It's so amazing.
It was awesome indeed. Now, we do got some more surprises, okay? I'm going to bring to the stage Army veteran Brian Bulletow, as well as Chief Administrative Officer for Activision Blizzard. You want to say a few words for you guys as well. Give it up one time for him, everybody.
What a great day of competition.
Yes.
I want to thank our millions of live stream viewers and our fans and audience here with us in person in Raleigh. You guys are great. We had lots of energy, lots of enthusiasm, and it's your support that makes our mission successful. Special thanks to our presenting sponsor, USAA, who made C.O.D.E. Bowl for this year possible. And finally, I want to thank all our military teams. What a great competition. Every one of them is a future veteran, and the endowment is here for them and the millions of veterans in the US and the UK. If you're a veteran and you're looking for a good job, please connect with us on our website, Call of Duty Endowment, and we'll put you in touch with the right assistance at no cost. And finally, on behalf of the Call of Duty Endowment and our team at Activision Blizzard, one last congratulations for our C.O.D.E. Bowl 3 champions, the Royal Air Force from the United Kingdom. Great job.
Yeah! One more time for your Royal Air Force, your C.O.D.E. Bowl 3 champions. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Congratulations to the Royal Air Force Esports. I got to say, this actually does hit close to home for me, right? And I'll tell you why. You know, RAF for me was huge growing up. I lived so close to RAF bases and camps, and what they do is absolutely incredible. So for me, this really is quite a personal win, and I'm so, so proud of the RAF, but I'm also so proud of all our military branches competing, of course, today. Here is our leaderboard, though, folks. First, Royal Air Force, 87.3 points overall, but Space Force Gaming underneath them with just a mere couple of points to actually separate both of these. And we talked about it. We talked about a crazy switch up that could happen. And Ali, you mentioned how those like fourth lobbies, those last lobbies, can honestly be the absolute end game for some of our teams who really haven't been that noisy throughout the entire tournament. So incredible stuff to see them coming up there. Are you a little bit surprised at the standings and how they lie based on what you saw?
Of course I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, we saw Navy has now dropped down to 6th place. Army still sitting there over at 4th, but to see Space Force and Air Force, we really thought it was the battle between those two and that maybe the Navy had a chance to slip into the top 3, but the Royal Air Force really came out of nowhere. And what's funny is I'm pretty sure in that first drop they talked about, you know, possibly having being 1v3 in a bad situation, but it was Maddie who spawned in, and we were actually on him. Remember us commenting like, oh wow, he's all by himself, like that sucks, but he had 3 kills. Like he was making it happen, he was putting the work in, so they were putting their all in from game 1.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. And Nameless, you know, when it comes to this RAF team, this guy apparently was absolutely frying. What a standout player he was.
Yeah, you know, he was our top military player throughout this tournament, and that was the difference, Ali. That's what you said in the pre-show. And unknown JWG was talking a lot of trash to start the tournament. He was just like, you know, we're going to come out here, we're going to fry. We're underestimated, but the rest of these guys, they're not able to contend with us, and that was the case. You know, he talked about it after the first 2 games. They had to lock in, focus up, and pick up a bunch of kills. They didn't get a ton of wins in the lobbies, but they got the kills and the 1.5 multiplier, and that was enough for them in the end to eclipse that first place spot. So congratulations to Royal Air Force. A long flight, but it was worth it.
It certainly was worth it. I think, you know, something that's really exciting about the format that we had today was the fact that we did see 2nd through 10th actually take that 1.5 times multiplier. So you see the average placement there, 10.3, doesn't matter. As long as you got the kills, you still had a decent multiplier, and that's all that mattered in the end. So RAF, they played it really, really smart, and I'm really impressed with them obviously closing that one out, and that one is going to be one for the books for sure. They just made history today as our brand new C.O.D.E. Bowl 3 champs. That is absolutely insane. I'm so impressed, and we need to talk a little bit about their streamers as well. I mean, Ali, the streamers on this team too, I mean, they were obviously showing up, and potentially the fact that they managed to work like a team, like a true trio on both sides of their military branch was pretty impressive in itself as well.
Yeah, no, Sprat especially, when they all stood up, I was like, I can't even tell which one's the influencer. They all looked to mesh incredibly well together, but Jaff and Pink as well. So again, to see them be able to pull it out at the end there, it's just the adversity. It's the adversity through 4 drops and through all these trials and the tribulations there.
Yeah, and you saw in that last map that they had, that last drop, Jaffel had 9 eliminations. It was the most in that particular lobby, which was very important because they won by about 4 or 5 points. So these guys surviving, getting those kills, Jaffel and Sprat turning up for their squad. Both of them had very good last game. Sprat was sitting in 5th overall in that entire drop with 5 kills, and these guys are all smiles, man. They get to take that trophy back home.
I know, indeed. It's just absolutely amazing. We also had so many incredible influencers who showed up today to support, of course, our military branches. So thank you so much to all of our streamers who did show up for this tournament. We do have our 2 winning streamers on board right now. 12 and 7 eliminations each, 11.3 average placement, 10.3 for Jaffa, and points contributed, both with some seriously stacked stats to go to their name, which obviously really helped the overall standings with their team. But, you know, something that I had seen from our military players as well on both sides of this military branch was that they actually kept up with both their streamers. I think it was such an overall well-rounded team performance there. Did you see anything kind of from the stats here, Nameless, that really kind of shouted out to you why RAF might have been taking this one from the very beginning?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm looking at the consistency throughout the tournament. In the first drop, they had a 5th place overall, and then after that, you know, they had a tough map too, but after that, it was the most points in the lobby, 2nd most points in the lobby in the very last 2 drops. So, you know, whatever conversation they had between each other after the 2nd drop during our halftime show, it obviously paid dividends because these guys started to turn up as a team. And honestly, across the board, everybody on either one of these trios were playing fantastic, consistent. They figured it out. The communication was working, and the influencers did what they needed to do. 12 and 17, respectively, leading the way for their teams. They had the most kills for each of their trios, but alongside them, military members did well as well.
Yeah, 100%. You know what? I think this is such a special event. It is for such a good cause, and it's so good to see our fellow military branches supporting one another as well. So British Army here tweeting out, massive shout out to RAF Esports as the newly crowned winners of C.O.D.E Bowl 3 against all the odds, and rightfully so. Great dub. Fly that trophy home, boys, at Royal Air Force. I mean, just really nice to see, you know, everybody getting behind one another and being really happy as well. You know, we saw a lot of competitive energy at the beginning, a lot of trash talk happening, and that's because the passion is there. And I think passion being present makes things so much more important and so much more exciting for you guys at home as well. So being British, pretty proud.
I know you're proud right now. Listen,
I'm pretty proud.
World Cup didn't go too well for y'all.
Whoa.
Yeah, you know what? I'm Welsh, so actually I'm Welsh, I'm Dutch,
y'all.
and I'm marrying somebody who's Portuguese.
Yeah, let them know.
The next 4 years, the next World Cup, I've got a couple of branches.
The triple whammy there.
You know what I mean? So I think I'll be all right at some point in time. But incredible stuff that's been happening behind us here. Very, very impressed, very proud, absolutely amazing. But we got a ton more action, and unfortunately, you both have to skedaddle soon because you've got work coming up very shortly. We've got CDL happening, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. Day number 2 of your Major 1. This season is already kicking off with an absolute bang. We're seeing our Challengers teams coming up, picking apart some of our pro teams here. You know, who has been really kind of lights out for you here, Nameless, going into Major 1, but also Day 2? Who are you thinking is going to be showing up today?
Yeah, you know, I would love to give you a straight up answer to that, but there's a lot of parity in the league right now. I feel like all the teams are looking pretty solid. Toronto had a really big win last night, the Toronto Ultra over Optic, and then, you know, you look at some of the Challengers teams. Elevate has been very surprising. They've been performing really well. They have an opportunity today to make it into the bracket, so, you know, we'll see who really sets themselves above the rest. I think first day we saw some early jitters, some teams making mistakes. Look for them to hone it in today.
Indeed, they are. Be sure to check out Day 2 and Day 3 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Finals as well, happening on Saturday and Sunday, where the top 8 teams will compete for the championship title in a double elimination bracket tournament. You can watch live on the C.O.D.E Esports YouTube channel or in-drop to earn free weapon camos and epic character skins. There is so much happening this weekend. We got COD Mobile, we have CDL, everything has been happening here at the C.O.D.E Bowl 3. It's been extraordinary. And lastly, I've got to thank my analysts.
Thank you.
You guys have been fire.
Being a lovely desk host.
guys have been fine. It's been so much fun up here with both of you. It's been absolutely amazing. And now I'm going to let them get a little bit of a reset before you see their faces on this very screen very shortly. But of course, thanks so much again to our presenting partner, USAA, for making the 2022 C.O.D.E Bowl 3 possible. You know, it's been absolutely incredible seeing USAA and what they can do, and serving military and their families is their duty. It's been absolutely incredible what has driven them for the last 100 years. Really are these guys up here on this stage. So it's just been insane to watch what has been working out. And over the last 100 years, they've managed to achieve so much for all of our service men and women across all of our armed forces. So no matter which map you play, or no matter where you drop with your team, USAA have your backs. You can learn more at USAA.com. Thank you so much for tuning in all day long. Enjoy all the action later, and we'll see you guys next year.
Promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath or sealed with a pinky, USAA started with a promise to take care of the military community. And 100 years later, that's still our mission. Always.
Call of Duty Endowment. We're talking about changing the lives of veterans and their families forever. I truly believe they have literally the best platform to do it.
Everything the endowment is doing, absolutely inspiring.